We are about to build not one, not two, but 3 full stack projects with Next.js 14.
Okay.
We're going to start it off by creating this fully functional e-commerce website. Then we're going to make this beautiful job listing website. And last but not least, we're going to create this quiz website for developers with leaderboards and stat tracking. You'll also learn how to use Prisma, MongoDB, Tailwind, and much more. So let's get started on these 3 full stack projects. Here's the home page. Let's create an account so we can have access to all of the features. I'm going to click on this user icon and click on sign up. And now I'm going to create me an account. So apparently I'm already a member, so I'm just going to go ahead and sign in. And we get authentication successful. Now let's add some items to my shopping cart. I really like this Stack Overflow shirt, so I'm going to add it to cart. But it says I must choose a size first. I'm going to click on small, add it to cart, and we get the confirmation that it's been added. Also like this looking for someone who can commit shirt. Size large. That's been added. And I think I might get a shirt from my friend. I'm going to get this debugging shirt. Small, add that to cart as well. Alright, so I'm going to go ahead and view my cart now. And I'm actually going to increase the quantity of the Stack Overflow shirt to 4. And also increase the GitHub shirt to 3. And I'm going to go ahead and click checkout. And before I put in my payment details, I'm actually going to go and check the MongoDB database where all this is being tracked. So we got my order ID, my user ID, amount, the currency, the status, which is awaiting payment because I didn't put in my payment details yet, created date, and also the payment intent ID. And also, if I head over to my order page where I can track all my orders, we got my order here with my order number, my status, my items, and also my total. So now let's actually go check out. Click on checkout. Type in a fake card number. Click on pay now, and it's processing. And now my cart is empty, payment successful, and now we should be pushed back to the home page. So now inside of the MongoDB database, my status changed to payment successful. And also if we head over to my order page, the status changed to payment successful. We can also add items to our wish list. So if we hover over a shirt and click on this heart icon, we can add an item to our wish list. If we try to click it again, we'll get an error message saying that it already exists in our wish list. So I'm gonna add a few items to our wish list. I'm gonna add that one, and I'm gonna come down here and add these 2. I'm gonna add that one and that one, and then click on this heart icon. Now that it's red, so it's showing red because we got items in our wish list. And from here, I can add some items to my cart. So I can go ahead and add this Stack Overflow shirt to my cart, and it shows that it's been added to my cart. I'm going to click on it, and now it's in my cart. So if you don't see a shirt on the home page that you would like, you can click on view more, and here you can view all the shirts that we have available. You can also sort by price low to high and price high to low, and from here you can add to favorites if you want, and you can also add to cart, but you must choose a size first. So that is all. Let's go ahead and get started on this project. All right, so we're going to start off by creating our project with Next.js. So inside of the terminal in VS Code, we're going to type in npx create next app at latest. And I'm going to do a dot after mine because I want it to be created in a folder that I'm currently in. And it's going to ask us a few questions. So we will be using TypeScript in this project. ESLint, no. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. App router, yes. And the customized import alias, this is optional. I'm going to use it. You don't have to. And I'll be using the @ symbol. All right, give this a second. And then we're going to clean up some files and then install all of our packages and get our database connected and set up Prisma and stuff. And let's see what it gave us. So we could clean up some of these files. So inside of public, let's get rid of this next and Versal SVG. I'm going to delete those. And this favicon, I'm going to delete this. And inside of page, I'm going to select all, delete it, and then just export a page if my snippet works. There we go. All right, nice. And we could change this to home just so we know. So export default home like that. All right, cool. So now let's go ahead and install Prisma client, NextAuth, just so we can have all of that installed already. So let's open up the terminal again. And we're going to type, first we're going to install NextAuth. So it's going to do an npm I next-auth. And then the next packages we're going to install is Prisma client and Prisma adapter. So we're going to do an npm install at Prisma/client and then space at auth/prisma/adapter. Dash adapter. And now we need to install Prisma as well. So we're going to do an npm install Prisma --save-dev. Install that. All right, and let's head over to our package JSON and make sure everything is in here. So we got NextAuth, we got Prisma client, Prisma adapter, and we also have Prisma here as well with TypeScript and Tailwind. All right, cool. And now let's go ahead and run a command inside of our terminal to generate a Prisma schema for us. So we'll be using MongoDB. So we're going to do an npx Prisma init space -- data source -- provider. Then we're going to do space MongoDB. So MongoDB. And then press enter. And this should create us a Prisma schema folder, a Prisma folder inside of the root. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. And as you can see, we got our schema here. So we can remove this and keep everything else, database, client, perfect. So it also created us a .env file as well. So this is where our MongoDB database URL is going to go. So I say we go ahead and head over to MongoDB Atlas and create an account and get our database set up. So head over to your browser and head over to MongoDB Atlas and create an account if you don't have one. All right, so once you're signed in, or if you just created an account, you want to head over to where it says new project. So here's my old projects to Explore X. So I'm going to click on new project, and we're gonna, my computer's going so slow right now. So for the project name, I'm going to name this Dev-Threads. Click next, and the permission is going to be me. Create project. So now we're going to head over to database. Click on database, and we're going to do build a database. We're going to do a free one. We don't need to pay for anything. You can keep the names cluster 0 if you want, and then just the region could be the default region, and click on create. All right, so for the username and password, so this is really important. So for the username, make sure you remember the password that you put here. Obviously, if you was looking to deploy this, you will want to make a password that nobody can know. So I'm just going to put, for this practice project, I'm just going to put admin, and then for the password, I'm just going to do admin, and then I'm going to do create user. All right, and then scrolling down, get rid of this. Actually, I'm going to remove my IP address because your IP address should show up there. And for the IP address, we're just going to do 0.0.0.0, and I'm going to do add entry. And I believe that is it. We can go ahead and finish and close. and then click on go to overview. And now what we want to do is we're going to click on connect, and we're going to click on drivers, and we don't need to install MongoDB because we're using Prisma, but we do need this our database URL, so we're going to need this here. So let's copy that, and we can close out of this, and I believe that's all we need for now, so we could just close out the browser. So here we're just going to paste that URL right here, and here's the trick. So as you can see, it says password here, so make sure you put the password that you made here. So I'm going to do admin. I don't know, okay, that was weird. Do admin, and then after this slash here, so right in between this slash and this question mark, I'm just going to put store. So just, you could put anything there. I'm just going to put store. All right, and just give that a save. All right, nice. So now let's head over to our schema and actually start writing our schema out. All right, so to help out with our schema a little bit, we're going to head over to our browser and then head over to authjs.dev. And once you're on this page, you're going to click on get started. And on the left side, you should see database adapters. Scroll down, and we're looking for Prisma adapter. And inside of their setup, they're using the Google provider. We'll be using credential provider, so you can just ignore that part for now. Scroll down to the schema, and here we're going to copy over a few things. So I say that we copy over the account, copy over this. And also, if you notice, they're using Postgres SQL. So we will get some errors copying this over, but we're going to change over a few things. So we got account. Let's head over to our VS Code, and we're going to paste that in here. And as you can see, we're getting some errors here, but we're going to fix those here in a second. That's our account. And here's my MongoDB. Okay, perfect. Head back over to our browser. We're gonna take this session, and we're gonna copy this as well. I'm gonna paste it here. All right. And then last but not least, we can ignore user. We're gonna create our own user schema. We're gonna take this verification token and paste that in as well. So we're getting some errors. So first thing first, I'm surprised we're not getting errors for this here, because when you use a MongoDB, you can't use DB text. You only can use DB string. So let's change that to DB string. I'm gonna change this one to DB string. I think I'm zoomed in a little bit too much. Maybe that helps. All right. I'm gonna change this one as well to DB string. All right. And also, when you use a MongoDB, whenever you're doing the ID string, you gotta make sure you add at map, and then inside of here, you want to do underscore ID, like that. All right. So we got user relation, fields, user ID, on delete cascade. Okay, and the reason why we're getting an error because we don't even have a user schema yet, but we're about to make that. But I just want to make sure we get all the errors done before we do that. So inside of this one, since we're using MongoDB, we got to make sure we do at map, and inside here underscore ID. All right. So there, and for the verification token, so each schema has to have an ID when you're using MongoDB. So inside of here, you gotta make sure you do ID, and then we're gonna do string, and the same thing, at ID, at default, and in here we're gonna do CUID, and then outside of here, we gotta make sure we do our map underscore ID. All right, perfect. And let's go ahead and make our user schema now. So we're gonna do a model user. And we're going to take in an ID, because like I said, you got to have an ID for each model. And so with MongoDB, plus we need a user ID anyway. We're going to do at default, CUID, and then we gotta make sure we add the @map _ID. All right, so we got that, and we're also going to take in a name, which is going to be a string. Make sure you add a question mark after it, and we're going to email, which is also going to be a string. And the email is going to be unique. All right, and then we're going to do, we don't need to add email verified. We're going to do image, and the image is going to be a string. And then we're going to have a hash password. Hash password. And that's going to be a string as well. Then we also going to have a created at. That's going to be date time. And the default is going to be now. All right. Save that. Make sure that perfect. And as you can see, once we saved it, it's popped up. We got account and sessions. That just popped up automatic. But we're gonna switch this up a little bit. So for account, I'm gonna do accounts. I'm gonna change this to accounts like that. And then sessions can stay like that. All right. So underneath this created at, we're gonna do orders. And that's going to equal orders with an array. So we don't have that model yet. Let me just scroll up, make sure we got everything. All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and make that order model now. All right, so model order. And let's go ahead and we got to get rid of this S there. All right, so we're going to have a ID, which is going to be a string. And we're also going to take in a user, and that's going to be user. So our user schema. So we got to make sure we add a relation. And the relations the fields is going to be user ID. And now I need a reference, which is just going to be ID. All right, save that. And now we need our user ID, which is going to be a string. We need the amount, which is going to be a float. Currency is going to be a string. Status, which is going to be a string. We need to create a date. This is going to be date time, and the default is going to be now. Payment intent ID. So payment intent ID, like that. That's going to be a string. Make sure you add a question mark after it, and make sure this is unique, because each payment intent ID has to be unique. Give that a save. And last but not least, inside of our order model, we're going to do items, and that's going to equal order item, like that. So we got to make a model, order item model, and we got to make sure we give it the right relations. So underneath this order, we're going to do a model, order item, and here same thing. We're going to do the ID string, and now we need to pass it our order ID. It's going to be a string. And then order, this is where we're going to add that relation in. So we're going to do relation, and then the fields is going to be order ID, and then a reference is going to be, oh, I messed up, sorry, comma after that, and then we're going to do reference and then ID, like that. All right, and now scroll down some. So inside of our order item, so this is basically each product. We're going to save that inside of our database, and it's going to be tied in to that specific order and user. So all of this is kind of going to like feed off of each other. It's pretty cool. So we got our name, which is going to be a string. So that's the name of the product. the quantity, and it's going to be an integer, do int, and then price, it's going to be float. Image, it's going to be a string, and then the size, it's going to be a string. So the size of the shirts that we're selling. And then we also need to add unique tag at the bottom. So do 2 @ unique, and then we're gonna do order ID and then name, like that. All right, I think we are complete with our schema. So what we can do now is open up our terminal, and then we're gonna run an npx Prisma generate. So anytime you make any changes to your schema, just make sure you run this command so it can update your whole entire project with the schema. And I also think it updates the database as well. So we're going to npx Prisma generate, press enter, give it a second. So all I see is green, so got the check mark, so we're all good there. Perfect. So there's another package that we have to install. So keep your terminal up. We're going to install bcrypt. So we're going to do an npm because we're working with passwords. Because like I said, we're doing credentials. So we're going to make sure we install this. So the npm i-save -dev @types/bcrypt. Let me zoom in some so you guys can see. Scroll down and press enter. All right, cool. All right, nice. So let's close out of everything and let's get started, man. First things first, inside of our app folder, we're gonna create another folder, and we're gonna do parentheses auth. So this is where all of our auth authentication stuff is gonna go. Our authentication components, our sign up form, our sign in form, everything that deals with authentication is gonna go inside this folder. So inside here first, we're gonna make a API folder. All right, and inside of this API, we're gonna create another folder, and we're gonna do brackets next auth. Then make sure you close the bracket. All right, and inside of that folder, we're gonna do a file, and it's gonna be called route.js or TS. Forgot we're using TypeScript. All right, so now let's go ahead and set up our NextAuth to connect with our database and everything. So let's go ahead and we're going to import a few things. Going to import bcrypt. I wonder why it's not auto-completing. Let's see if this works. Bcrypt. Okay. All right, and then we're also going to import NextAuth. That's coming from NextAuth, not /next, from NextAuth like that. And we're also going to import auth options like that. And I'm going to import credentials provider, and Prisma adapter. All right. And we're also going to import Prisma, but that's going to be coming from our lib folder, because if we just import Prisma and directly inside of this file, we're going to be getting a lot of errors saying that we call in Prisma too much. So to fix that, inside of our root, we're going to create a folder, and it's going to be called lib. All right. And inside of this folder, we're going to create a file. It's going to be called Prisma db.ts. All right, so let's go ahead and do this. So we're going to do an import Prisma client from Prisma client, and then we're going to do a declare global. In here, we're going to do var Prisma client, or undefined. All right, this is all inside of the docs as well, and on Stack Overflow. So do a const client, and it's going to equal global this dot Prisma. Then we're going to do new Prisma client. All right. Then we're going to do if our process dot env. Sorry, I can't type tonight. Node underscore env is not equal to production. We're gonna do global this dot Prisma equals client. All right, and then we're gonna export default client. So export default client. All right, give that a save, and we shouldn't have to go in this file anymore. So we can go ahead and close out of that, hit back over to our API, our route, and now we can go ahead and import that inside of here. So we're gonna do an import Prisma. It's gonna be coming from our lib folder, so at /lib/prismadb. Perfect. All right, so just to save us a little bit of time, I'm just gonna go ahead and just paste in the rest of this code in this file. But this will be inside of the gist and GitHub gist inside of the description. So just go ahead and just copy and paste this file. It's not too long. I will explain what each line means, just to save us a little bit of time, because I know you guys are ready to start building out these components. We're gonna start with the navbar. So I'm just going to paste this over here. And as you can see, we are getting some errors. So we got credentials, and that's because we put brackets here for credential provider. So let's go ahead and get rid of that. And we are getting an error for adapter. In the project that I made, I believe I'm using, let's go to the package log. Prisma adapter version 1.010. So in this one I'm using 0.14. So we could just leave this error here for now. I am gonna see about fixing this error because I'm not sure what it could be causing it. So we're gonna come back to that. But I'm gonna go over and explain some of this code. Most of this is inside the docs, especially this part here, which I'm starting to think we don't need, because we will be creating our own sign in and sign up form for our website. And if you guys never used NextAuth before, you can use their built-in sign up form or sign in form. I believe they have their own sign in page and sign out pages that you can use, and I believe that's what this is for. So I'm not sure we even need this, but we're gonna keep it for now. But down here is where all the magic happens for our custom form. So the first thing we're gonna do is this if check. We're basically just checking to see if the email and password are provided, and if they're not, we're just gonna throw an error saying invalid credentials. And then here, this const user, basically just retrieving the user from the database based on the email that's that they provided. And then here's the hash password. We're basically just checking to see if the user or the hash password is available. If it's not available, and if they're not, we're just going to throw an error. And correct the password. We're just comparing the provided password, which is this credential password. So whatever password the user types in, and we're going to compare that to the password inside of our database. And we're saving that inside of a isCorrected variable. And basically here, we're checking to see if the corrected password, if it's not correct, we're just going to throw an error. And last but not least, we're just returning the user. And down here we got our pages, sign in page. Like I said, we're doing our own custom sign in form and sign up form. So this is basically just telling NextAuth that we're doing our own form and go suck it. We're not using yours. And down here is our session. If you guys don't know what JWT stand for, I believe it stands for JSON Web Token. And down here is our secret, which we didn't write inside of our .env yet, but we will be. I just basically just we're just making a NextAuth secret, and we're just exporting some stuff down there. And to fix this error here, what we're gonna do is open up our terminal, and we're gonna type in npm I NextAuth / Prisma adapter. So I believe I had you guys install auth / Prisma adapter, which was working fine on my project, but after doing some research, there's an issue going on with TypeScript or something with this adapter. So the workaround is to install NextAuth / Prisma adapter, and then all we got to do is just change this up here, this import to NextAuth, so at next-auth Prisma adapter, and that should get rid of that error. Nice. So now it's time to start our nav bar. Let's go ahead and close this, close everything up, and let's go let's close out everything, and let's open up the app folder. And inside of the app folder, we're gonna make a folder, and this is going to be called, actually outside of the app folder, we're gonna make a folder. So inside of our root, it's gonna be called components. All right. And inside of this folder, we're gonna have another folder in here. It's gonna say UI. This is where our button and our input is gonna go. And it's gonna make the navbar file. So navbar.tsx. Nice. It's gonna export it and head over to our layout, and this is where we're going to import it, and we're going to fix up everything in here as well. But I say we go ahead and start the navbar. It's going to import the navbar, and over top our children, right inside of our body, I have navbar. Perfect. So I'm gonna go ahead and open up another window and resize all of my windows so you guys can see the browser and the VS Code. So give me 1 second. All right, so I got the browser open now, and I went to localhost 3000. I haven't started up the server yet because there's a package that I want us to install first. Head over to your terminal, and we're gonna type in npm I react -icons space -- save. I'm going to be using a bunch of React icons in this project. So whenever that finish, we can go ahead and start up our project now. We're going to do npm run dev. All right, close out of that, and let's give this page a refresh. So while that is loading, let's head over to the root of our project, and we're going to create a folder, and it's going to be called constants. And inside this constants folder, we're going to create a file called index.ts. If you guys follow any one of my projects, you guys know what's going to go in here. It's just basically our links. So that way inside of our navbar, we can just map through these links instead of writing each link one by one. Just save some time and save some space inside of the files. So inside of the description, there's going to be a GitHub gist, or you can head over to the GitHub repository and just copy over this file. Like I said, it's just links. It's not, or you could just pause the video and just copy and type all this out right quick. It's not too much. So we got our main links here, and we got our user links there. So we go ahead and close out of this, and then we're gonna head over. As you can see, our project is black. We got white text. We forgot to clear out this global CSS here. So head over to the global CSS and get rid of that. Let's give that a save, and should turn to normal. While we're here, we're actually going to add in a style that we're going to be using a bunch. And it's going to be like a little custom container that I created. It's going to do @layer, do styles, and we do .main container. You can name this whatever you want. I just named it main container. The The reason why I couldn't name it container is because Tailwind has a container styling class already. I mean, we probably could have overrid it inside of the Tailwind config, but I'd rather just do it like this. So main container, I'm gonna do apply width 90%. And then we're gonna do a max width of 1400 pixels. And then we're gonna do MX auto. All right, give that a save, and we can go ahead and close this out now. And head over to our navbar, and let's go ahead and get started. So components, navbar, we should see our navbar there with our page, nice. All right, let's go ahead and get started. Let's do our imports. First things first though, we gotta make this a use client. We gotta make this a client component. And we're gonna import some stuff. So we're gonna import use state from React. We're gonna import link from Next.js. Let me make some space here because there's a bunch of imports. All right, and we're gonna import sign out. I think this goes in brackets. Sign out. This is going to be coming from NextAuth /React. All right, and then we're going to import our links now. So we're going to import main links, and then user links. All right, and I'm going to make some like a comment there, and this is going to be all of our icons, just to organize it a little bit. We're going to be using AI outline user, AI outline shopping cart, and AI outline heart from React icons /AI. And then we're also going to be using FI menu. FI menu, and this is going to be coming from React icons /FI, and we're doing MD close. It'll be better if I just copy and paste all of this. MD close, and then we're going to be using TB brackets angle. All right. There's a few other imports that we haven't created yet, but we're going to come back and import that. But for now, let's get some styling done and write some JSX. So inside of this, our return, we're gonna have a nav. And let me come down some, and then we have a div. And our div is going to have a class name of main container. I have a border bottom, sorry, a border 1, flex, justify between, item center, a PY of 2, and position relative. Give that a save, and we should see our border there, as you can see. Perfect. And inside of this div, we're gonna do our logo, which is gonna be a link. All right. And whenever you're using Next.js link, you gotta make sure you add the href here, and it's just going to take us back to home like that. All right. And inside of this link, we have a div with a class name of flex, a gap of 1, item center, a text XL, a font medium, and a text black. All right, take a quick look. Oh, you didn't put anything inside this div. All right, so inside of this div, we're gonna have a h1, and it's gonna be called dev-threads. All right, and this h1 is it's not gonna have a class name. But underneath this h1, this is where we're gonna have that TB brackets angle. TB brackets angle like that. All right, perfect. All right, so underneath this link tag, this way we're gonna map through our main links. We're gonna do a UL, and this UL is gonna have a class name of flex, gap 10, and on max, on medium screens and below, it's going to be hidden. All right, and it's going to map through our main links. We're going to do main links dot map, and do link, and we're returning JSX, so make sure you do parentheses. And do link. So we're returning a link for each link, and then we're going to do href, and the href is going to be link dot route, and right in between this link tag we're going to do a li, and we're going to have our link dot label here like that. Give that a save. Nice. All right, so underneath this ul we're going to have a div, and it's going to be a with the class name of flex, gap of 5, a text XL, and we're going to do a little trick here. We're going to do brackets, the and symbol, the greater than symbol, the star, and then make sure you close it, and then we're going to do cursor pointer like this. If you guys don't know what this is basically just selecting all of the children inside of this div and applying this style into it. That's a little trick in Tailwind. So we're gonna have our cart icon. Well, actually we didn't create this cart icon yet, so let's just go ahead and do AI outline cart, shopping cart like that. And then underneath here, we're gonna do our AI outline heart. And then underneath these, so let's go and give that a save right quick and see where we're at. All right, nice. And then underneath this here, we're gonna have a div with a class name of maxMD hidden. maxMD hidden. All right. When you zoomed in, it's like hard to even operate on here. And here, let's just keep this div like this for now. All right, so we got our icons there, perfect. So inside of here, this is going to be where our hamburger menu is going to go whenever we hit medium screens. So but before we do that, we need to make some state. Let's head up here, and inside here we're going to do const open mobile menu, and then set open mobile menu, and by default it's going to be false. And since we're here, let's go ahead and do the user menu as well. We're going to do a const open user menu, and then set open user menu. And same thing, by default it's going to be false. All right, let us save. Okay, and underneath here, let's go ahead and do our mobile menu handler and our use menu handler. We're going to do a const mobile menu handler, and in here we're just basically going to set open mobile menu to toggle open mobile menu, right? And then same thing with the user menu. I'll do const user menu handler, And same thing, we're just going to set open user menu to toggle open user menu. All right, perfect. Let's head down here now. And inside of this div, actually on this div, where this is where we're gonna have our on click at for our open our mobile menu handler. So we're gonna do on click and do mobile menu handler like that. And inside of this div, this is where we're just gonna do open. So if it's open mobile menu, question mark, we're gonna show MD close, which is to close a little X icon. But if it's not, we're gonna do show FI menu, which is our hamburger menu. FI menu. It's that simple to create a responsive navbar. It's really that simple. All right, let's take a quick look and see if this works. So let's go to inspect. Oh, it's right there. All right. I don't think it's supposed to show though on here. Oh, okay. Let's see what we did wrong here. We put max MD hidden. We just need MD hidden. MD and up hidden. All right. Let's take a quick look. Inspect. Whenever we resize our screen, and there we go. We got our menu, and when we click it, it shows the X. So let's open, close, nice. All right, so now let's create our user menu down here. So underneath this div, so this div here, we're going to I'm gonna put comments here. Let's do user menu like that, so that way we can know everything. All right, so underneath here we're gonna do brackets. So we only want to show this when our user menu is open. So we're gonna do open user menu. We're gonna do and parentheses, and then we're gonna have a div with a class name of zIndex10, position absolute, a right of 0, a top of 40 pixels, a width of 28, a BG of gray 700, a shadow MD, a rounded MD, a pattern of 4, text white, a max MD hidden, and I gotta scroll over so much freaking so much styling. All right, it's one more. So we're just gonna do a text center like this. All right, and before we write anything in this div, I think I forgot something. So we need our actual user icon there. We forgot to put that. It's right over the top of this div. So right underneath this AI outline heart, we're actually gonna have another div here. And this is going to have the same thing, a class name of, this one's gonna have a max MD hidden. All right, and then we also want our on click on here, so we're gonna do an on click, and this one's going to be our user menu handler. All right, and inside of this div, this is where we're gonna render our AI outline user. That'll save, and we should see our user there. Nice. When we click it, we should see something. There we go. We got our little menu there that shows. Perfect. But we don't have anything inside here. Inside of this div, this is where we're going to render out. So when we click on this, we want to show initially, if you're not logged in, we want to show log in and sign in. But when we are signed in, we want to show, you know, orders, our favorites, which is our wish list, and we also want to show sign out. So what I'm going to do, since we haven't passed in the users or created our get user action yet, what I'm going to do, we're going to create some state up here. So we're just going to do const user authenticated, and then we're going to do set user authenticated, and it's just going to default, it's just going to be false. State false. That's simple. All right, so down here, all right, cool. Actually, what we should do is, instead of user authenticated, let's just change it to user and then set user. I think that's a little bit too much, right? User authenticated, like gotta type that in every time. So underneath here, inside of this div, we're gonna render out, so if we are a user, to do brackets. So if we're not a user, actually, so if we're not a user, question mark, parentheses, we're gonna render out a UL, no class name on it. It's gonna be a link, and href is going to lead us to our sign in page that we haven't created yet. So let's do dash sign in. Sign dash in. I have an li. It's going to say login, like that. Let's take a quick look. All right, so we are getting an error here. Oh, we forgot to put our else. That's why we're getting an error. For now, we can just put null. I just want to see if this works. But we are gonna write a different else statement. Let's click on it. All right, so log in, nice. And right underneath here, we can actually just copy this whole entire link. Like I said, it's going to be two buttons or two links. One's going to be sign in and one's going to be sign up. So /sign up. Do sign up like that. Give that a quick save. Nice. All right, and so now we need our else. So we can get rid of that null. So else, make sure you do parentheses. I have a UL, and this is where we're going to map through our user links. And do user links at map link. All right, and in here I have a link. I have an href. So same thing as the top. This is going to be our link.route. And inside of this link, this is where we're going to have our li, and it's going to have our link.label. All right, give that a save. All right, so we shouldn't see it because we're currently with our state, we're currently not a user. So let's actually switch this to true. And let's see if that changes. Nice. We got our orders and now we got our wish list. And we need our sign out button. So right underneath this UL, actually we can stay inside this UL. And we could just do a li and just give this a class name of cursor pointer. And we're gonna do an on click. And we're just going to return the sign out that we imported from NextAuth. Sign out like that. And inside this li, we could just do sign out. All right. There we go. Perfect. All right. And like I said, so we got this fake state here. We can actually just comment that out for now. We got it working. We're actually going to pass in a real user in once we create our sign up forms and stuff. But we need our mobile menu now because we don't have our mobile menu yet. So right underneath all of this, let's see where we're at. All these divs it's confusing sometimes. We got our UL, closing UL. We got our div there. So right underneath, actually no, not that one. So we got our UL, we got our closing div, we got this div. All right, nice. So right underneath this div here, this is where our mobile menu is going to go. So I'm just going to do mobile menu like that. All right. And I don't know if I'm zoomed in a little bit too much. I'm gonna go back and look at the footage here in a second. Maybe I can zoom out a little bit more, like that, maybe. All right, we're gonna do open. So this open mobile menu. Do and parentheses. I'm gonna return a div with a class name of MD hidden. All right. And then inside this div, we're gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of absolute, a right of 5, a width of 48, a BG grade 900. Actually, we should do 700. I believe that's what we did for our user menu. A PY of 5. Shadow MD, a rounded MD, a pattern of 4, text white, text center, and then here's the funny part: we gotta do a Z index of 9999. You guys gonna see why I put that there in a few. All right, so inside of this div, we're gonna have a UL, which is gonna have a class name of flex call, and a gap of 5. All right, and now we can go ahead and map to our main links again. Main links. Actually, we could just go up here and just copy this. Save us a little bit of time. Let's copy this here, come down here, and paste it in here. All right. So after we map through there, we're gonna do brackets again, and same thing. If we're not a user, we're gonna show in login sign up, and if we are a user, we're gonna show our links, our user links. So we can actually copy this here, and I'm gonna paste that down here like that. All right, let's take a quick look at this. I'm gonna inspect, open it up, and as you can see, it's all bunched up. We probably gotta add some style in there. All right, cool. Let's see what's up with that. User links. But we are a user, so that's showing the right links. All right, link UL. I mean, what we can do is probably just here. We can do a class name of flex call, and then a gap of 5. Let's see if that works. Let's inspect. All right, perfect. So each one has a gap of 5. And let's make user false. False. And we got our login and sign up. All right, so we got our UL here. which is our whole thing. Then we got a UL inside of a UL. Okay, that's what the issue is. Okay, so I copied over the wrong code. So let's actually get rid of that, and we're gonna do fragments. All right, let's get rid of this here as well. And let's do fragments like that. And now let's save it. And as you can see, now I got that styling that we have on this UL here. Okay, now it makes sense. All right, perfect. All right, so our navbar styling is complete. We actually have to change our font though, because we're not using this font. So let's head over to our layout. And we're gonna switch over our font a little bit. So instead of enter, I'm gonna use railway. And this is my first time using this font, and all I can say is I like it, really like it. I'm gonna change that to railway and change this enter to railway like that. So we need to tell it what weights we're gonna be using. Just gonna go ahead and just import them all. So and after this Latin, we're gonna do a comma and then make some space there. Just do weight and do 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, and 900. I don't know why I don't have 800 on here, but I guess we didn't use it. For the metadata, we could change this to DevThreads. Let's do dev-threads. And it's gonna do e-commerce site, e-commerce website. All right, and so we gotta change this to railway down here. Let's give that a save. All right, nice. Okay, and since we're here, now let's say we actually go ahead and pass our actual user inside of our navbar. Because we were just using the fake state for now, but we're actually going to pass in our user. But before we do that, we got to create a file inside of our context folder that we didn't create yet. So inside of the root, we're going to create a folder called context. And inside of here, where is it? There we go. I'm going to create a file, and this is going to be called Auth Context .ts. You can do tsx if you want. All right, and in here we're going to do a use client, and then we're going to import session provider. That's going to be coming from NextAuth/React, and then we're going to export interface. So this TypeScript to Auth Context props, and it's going to do children. We're going to take in the children, and that's just basically a React node. Right, and we got to do our export default function. So export default function Auth Context, and we're taking in our children. Going to add our interface to this and then do Auth Context props. All right, and then in here we're just returning our session provider, and it's going to wrap around all of our children like that. All right, nice. So we're going to close this out, head over to our layout, and we got to import that in here. So underneath our navbar, we're going to go to import Auth Context. Now we got to wrap our whole entire application up with this. So we're underneath our body and do Auth Context and paste that in here. All right, so we are getting an error here. And I think I know why we're getting this error. So let's head over to our terminal. Hopefully this is a fix. And it's going to close out our server, and we're going to type in npm I bcrypt. All right, give that a start, and hopefully that get rid of that error there. And now it's going to start our server, and hopefully that works. All right, nice. So that got rid of that error. So now let's go ahead and create our actions to retrieve our user session and to get our current user that's currently logged in. So what I'm gonna do is close out everything. And like I said before, everything that deals with authentication is gonna go inside of our auth folder. So open that up, and we're gonna create a folder in here called actions. All right. Inside his actions, the first one we're going to create is our getUserSession action, and it's going to do .tsx. Right. So this is a short file. We're going to do import. We're going to do get server, import get server session. It's coming from NextAuth, and then we're also going to import our auth options. Auth options. So make sure you do the one with the lowercase a, and this is basically our auth options coming from our API route that we created earlier. All right, and then we're just going to do an export default async function get user session. We're just going to return await get server session. We're going to pass it in our auth options. All right, nice. And now let's create our next one. This is going to get current user. So we're going to do get current user .tsx. All right. So in this one, we got to import Prisma. That's going to be coming from our lib folder. So /lib. I always got to type it out whenever I'm importing Prisma from my lib folder. I don't know why. I'm going to do import, and we're going to import our get user session action that we just created. And now let's create our function. So const get current user. Get current user. It's going to be async. And we're going to do a try catch. So first we're going to try. We're going to do a const session. It's going to equal await get user session. All right. So if our session user email, all we're going to do is return null. All right. See, we are getting an error of session. Actually, put a exclamation point in front of it, and I spelled email wrong. That could be the issue there as well. Session.user email. Session is possibly undefined. All right. Let's keep going here. Maybe we can fix that here in a second. Maybe do a const current user. And that's going to equal await Prisma user. And once you click dot, you should have access to a bunch of Prisma methods. I use some of these, but some of these I haven't used before, like aggregate raw. Don't know what that is, but the one that I use the most is definitely find unique. All right. And we got to tell it where to find it. So where to find this user. We want it to find it by the user email. New session dot user dot email, and this is going to be a string. So as a string, all right. So after that, we're gonna do if current. So if it's not current user, we're just going to return null. And down here, we got to return the current user. Like that. And since we're doing a try, we got to make sure we do a catch. So we got to do a catch. And we're going to just catch an error. It's going to be any. And we're just going to return null. Alright. And we got to make sure we do an export down here. I'm going to do export default getCurrentUser, like that. All right, so we're getting an error. It says session.user is possibly undefined. All right, let's see what this issue could be. So we got our user.email. Okay, so maybe put a question mark there because it's possibly undefined. So all right, perfect. So we got our getCurrentUser. So now we can actually use this inside of our layout. Head back over to our layout, and right underneath here we can just do import getCurrentUser, and we actually got to make this a async function now. So export default async function root layout. And it's this easy. All we got to do now, since we got those actions, we just got to do const user, and that's just going to equal await get current user, like that. All right, nice. And now we can pass our user inside of our navbar. So user, like that. As you can see, we're getting an error here. All we gotta do is do a exclamation point there, and we're probably getting an error because we're not accepting a prop inside of our navbar either. So let's actually head over to our Navbar component, and let's take in this prop. We're not going to do anything with it yet because we want to create our sign up and sign in forms, and do user, like that. All right, perfect. Now we are getting an error. Let's see. Oh, okay. It's because we have user here. Okay. All right. We're setting the user state. Let's just get rid of that. And let's see. We got 3 errors it's showing. Oh, now it's showing 1. Nice. Let's go ahead and save that, and that should get rid of that error there. All right. So as you can see, we got some TypeScript errors here because user can be has an any type right now. Let's go ahead and fix that right quick. Up here, we're gonna go ahead and import. Make sure you do brackets. We're gonna import user, and this is gonna be coming from Prisma/client. And then underneath these imports, right outside of our Navbar component, we're gonna do interface Navbar props, and we're just going to do user is equal to user, the user that we just imported from Prisma client. And now down here, we're going to do react.fc, do brackets, navbar props, like that. All right, nice. So we're not signed in currently, so that's why it's showing our login and sign up. But we do have our user passed in to our navbar. So now I say we create our sign up and sign in form, so that way whenever we are signed in, it shows the actual user menu. So let's do that now. Inside of our auth folder, we're going to create a folder called sign dash in, and in this folder we're going to make a file, and it's going to be called page.tsx. okay, and we're going to create another folder inside of the auth folder. It's going to be sign dash up, and same thing, we're going to create a page.tsx file. tsx. All right, so let's go ahead and export both of these. With that, and a sign up page as well. All right, cool. And we could keep it like this for now. What I want to do is create our UI components that we're going to be using in these pages. We're going to be using an input and a button. So let's go ahead and close out of these for now. And then inside of our components UI folder that we created, we're going to create two files. The first one is going to be input.tsx. And the second one is going to be called button.tsx. All right, so we can go ahead and start off with the button. First, we're going to make it a use client, a client component, and we're going to import use form status from React DOM. And we're going to do a const button. And we're going to take in some props. The props we're going to take in a type. We're going to take in children. We're going to take in an on click. And we're also going to take in if it's disabled, which is going to be a Boolean, so if it's disabled or not. And let's go ahead and write a return. So we do a const pending. That's going to equal to use form status. That. All right. Ignore these errors for now. We're going to take care of those in a second. All right. Underneath here, let's write our return statement. So we're going to return a button. And disabled is going to equal to disabled. On click, it's going to be on click. Type is going to be type. And we're going to do ARIA dislabeled. A little bit of accessibility in here. That's going to equal to pending. And we also going to give it a class name of bggray 700. BG gray 700. I'm gonna do a text white, a py of 1, a px of 3, a shadow, and a rounded MD. Okay. And inside of this button, this is where we're gonna have our children, like that. All right. Let's go ahead and fix these TypeScript errors now. Scroll over some. So we're going to do an interface, button props, and we're going to do type. We're going to make it optional. So we're going to do button, or it can be type submit, or it can be reset, or it can be undefined. Undefined. All right. And after that, we're gonna do our children, and that's just a React node. All right. And then on click, which is also optional. Our children is optional as well. That's going to be a React.mouse event handler. You gotta do brackets. We're gonna do HTML button element like that. All right, and last but not least, disable, which is going to be a Boolean. All right, and all we got to do now is add it to our components. We're going to do react.fc brackets button props like that. All right, so we're getting one error type. Let's make sure. So we got button, submit, oh, wait. Let's see what the error is. All right, so what I think is happening, let's remove undefined for now. But it's gonna make us add it once we add our types and send over the props. So, but for now we can just keep it like this, just so we don't have any errors and have a nice clean project for now. All right, so let's go ahead and do our input. And in this one, we actually got to install a package. So I'm gonna close out the server and we're gonna do an npm iclsx. All right, so let that install, and then we're gonna start back up the server. npm run dev. Close that out. We can go ahead and give this a refresh. And now we're gonna import that new package that we just installed. Import clsx from clsx. All right. Const input. And this one's going to take props as well. We're going to take in a label, take in an ID, and take in a type. And we also going to take in disabled as well, just like our button. All right. Let's write our return statement, and we're going to return a div. No class name on the div. But after this div, we're going to return a label. HTML4 is going to be for our ID that we get from our props. We also going to have a class name on this label, which is going to be block, text small, a font medium, and a leading 6. Okay. So after that, go inside of here. This is where we're gonna have our label that we get from our props. All right. After that label, we're gonna do a div. This div is gonna have a class name of margin top 2. And inside of this div, this is where we're gonna render out our input. And this is gonna be a self-closing tag. So it's gonna take a bunch of stuff. So disabled, it's going to be disabled, which is going to be a Boolean. Name, it's going to be our ID that we get from our props. We're going to make this required. ID is going to equal to ID. Our type is going to equal to type. And autocomplete is going to equal to our ID. And last but not least, let's do our class name. But before you write anything inside of the class name, we're going to remove the quotes and we're going to do brackets CLSX and then do parentheses. And now we're going to do backticks. And I actually got to scroll over. So this is going to be a bunch of class a bunch of class names for this one. All right. So let me make some space here. All right. So inside here, I wonder if I can take this and. All right. Just trying to make this look as pretty as I can make it. All right. So we're gonna do block, a width of full, a rounded MD, a border 0, a px of 1, a py of 1.5, a text gray 900, a shadow small, a ring 1, ring inset, a ring gray 300, and then we're gonna edit the placeholder. So you just do that and then do put placeholder. All right, let me scroll over some long class name. All right, so placeholder is going to be text gray 400, and then we're gonna edit the focus state. So focus going to be ring 2, and then focus again. That's going to be ring inset, and then focus one more time. That's going to be, we're gonna change the color of the ring. I'm gonna do ring gray 500, and then small, it's going to be text small, and then on small screens and up, we're gonna do a leading of 6. Leading of 6. All right, nice. All right, so now after this, we gotta add a comma, because now we're gonna edit the disabled state of this input. So make sure you add a comma there, and now we're gonna do if it's disabled, do the and opacity. I want the class name to be opacity 50, and then we're gonna do cursor default like that. All right, I think I go over this every time I do a project. So this is called, I think this is called short circuiting, like a short circuiting technique. Basically, you could write it out as a ternary operator. So if it's disabled, do a question mark, then run this these class names, and then you do your else, which you could just probably return like null or something. But when you do the and basically if it's disabled, that's when the second half of this it's gonna fire. It's gonna render out. But if it's not disabled, that's when it's just gonna short circuit out and don't even run this these class names. So that's a little cool little method there. All right, so we need our interface and do input props, and the label is going to be a string. ID is ID is going to be a string. Our type is going to be a string, and then disabled is going to be optional. That's going to be a boolean. All right, let's go and add it to our component. React.sc brackets input props. Nice. All right, so we got our label. We got our input and we got our button UI components. So now let's go ahead and start our sign in and sign up forms. Okay, so inside of our app in our auth folder, we're going to create a folder in here called components. So this will be all of our authentication components. So it's going to be our sign in and sign up form inside of this folder. So let's go ahead and create those files now. We're going to type in sign in form.tsx. And then we're going to do sign up form.tsx. All right, let's go ahead and export them. All right, and head over to, we're going to work on the sign up form first. So in here, let's go to import that. So I want a div. I'm gonna give this div a class name of py5, and then this is where we're gonna render our sign up form. All right, so we can actually go and click on sign up, and there we go. We got our sign up form there. So now we can go ahead and start styling this up. We'll head over to the component and let's get started. All right, so first things first, we got to make this a client component, and try to think if we should just, I say we just go ahead and get the styling done, and then there's a few packages that we're gonna have to install. So we use React Hot Toast, and if you guys don't know what that is, basically I could show you guys right quick. React Hot Toast, it's like notifications that pop up. It's really cool. It's my first time using it in one of my projects, but we're gonna be using this so whenever a user's created, if you're successfully signed in, you know, you get that little toast right there. Then if you get an error, toast gonna pop up, and they got a bunch of other stuff here that I found, like they got notifications. Pretty cool. All right, so yeah, we're gonna be using that, but let's go ahead and style up our form first. So turn some JSX, let's get it. So we're gonna do a div, a class name, and do a margin top of 8, small screens, and do an mx of auto, small, and do a width of full, small again, max width 2XL. On medium screens and up, we want it to have an outline, and then we have an outline 1, and then we also want the outline to be gray 200. All right, and inside this div we'll have another div. It's gonna have a class name of px4, a py of 8, small screens and up, it's going to be rounded lg, and small screens and up, a px of 10. All right, and inside this div, this one will have another div, and this one's gonna have a class name, medium screens and up, it's gonna have a text of 4XL, small screens and up, it's gonna have a text of 2XL, a margin bottom of 5, uppercase, a width of full, text center, flex, item center, a text of white, a gap of 1, justify center, and do a BG of gray 700, a PY of 4, and then a rounded MD. Whew, man, bunch of class names on that one. All right, and inside of this div, this we're gonna have an H1, and it's going to say join the DT squad. It's kind of cringy to be honest, but whatever. Join the DT squad. Let's take a look at that. There we go. Nice. All right, and we're gonna have our TB brackets. TB. Let's see if it auto completes. TB bracket angle. That. Our little logo icon there. Nice. All right. So underneath this div, this is where we're gonna have our form. Not that div, this div here. So we're gonna have our form, space Y6, and a margin bottom of 3. All right. Now we can go ahead and render all of our input, and our inputs UI component and our buttons. Let's go input. Give it auto import input. It's not auto import, and let's go ahead and import it, I guess. Import input from / components / UI / input. All right, so let's head over to that. Something's up. Okay, we forgot to export both of these. So let's do export default button, and for the input we gotta export it as well. Export default input. All right, save that. Get back up to our sign up form. All right, and now we got our input. For our first input is going to be type, and the first one's going to be type text, and then the ID for this one is going to be name, and then a label is going to be name with the uppercase M, and then disabled is going to we could just do disabled for now, but it's going to equal to is submitting, but we didn't set that state yet. But so for now, I'll just put disabled. Actually, we could just type it in, is submitting. All right, we might get an error, but we got our input there, and yep, we got an error. So let's go ahead and set that state, I guess, right now, so that way we can see everything working. We're gonna do a const is submitting, and then set is submitting. That's going to equal use state, and default is going to be false. Right? And we gotta go ahead and, okay, we already imported use state. Give this a quick refresh. We can actually copy this input and just change up some of the props that's sent over. So it's going to be 3 inputs, so 1, 2, 3, and the second one's going to be email for the type. For the ID, it's going to be email. For the name, for the label, it's going to be email with the uppercase E, and disable is submitting. Third one is going to be type password. The ID is going to be password, and the label is going to be password. Uppercase P is submitting. Let's give that a save. And there we go. We got our inputs there. Now we need our button. Let's run underneath here and render our button UI component. There we go. And this takes in a type, which is going to be submit. And we also got to render our children inside this, so we can just type in create account. Good look. Nice. All right. So if we already have an account, we want a way to send the user to the sign in form. So right underneath this form, we're gonna have a link. Make sure we import it from Next. And this link is going to send us, so href is going to send us to the sign in page. Right. And inside this link, we have a span with the class name of margin top 3, a hover of underline, and it's just going to say already have an already have an account question mark sign in. And I use a HTML entity for like this little arrow, and it's basically the and sign, the pound sign, the number 8594, and press enter. And as you can see, I got that little arrow there. We click on it, it's going to take us to the sign in page. Let's see. Sign in. Perfect. So we got sign in page, but we want to go back to the login page because we're going to finish this. All right, so I think the styling's done. We exported it. So now let's go ahead and add let's create our server action that we're going to be using on this sign up form. So we're going to head over to actions, and we're going to create, and we could create this, we can name this whatever we want. But I'm just going to name it auth actions. Auth actions.tsx. All right. And I'm going to be using use server. I got to import a few things. We're going to import Prisma from our lib folder. /lib/Prisma. And we also import revalidate path. That's from next cache. And we're also going to import bcrypt. Bcrypt from bcrypt. All right. So let's go ahead and create our function now. So we're going to export async function. It's going to be create user. We got to take in form data. And it's going to be form data. And we got to do our try catch. So we're going to try const email. That's going to equal to form data dot get, and it's going to get the email and as a string. And now we need our name and password as well. So I'm just going to just copy this, paste it 2 more times. We're going to need our name, and this is our name, and we need our password. This is going to be password. All right. So basically, whatever we named our inputs, that's where this data is coming from. So if, for example, if I head over to my sign up form, if I have an input and the name or the ID is I don't know, phone number or telephone number or something, then inside of my server action, this would be, you know, this here, this dot get would be this telephone number. You know, it's whatever you name your inputs. That's where we're getting this data from. All right. So after this, still inside of the try, we do another try. First time ever doing a try catch inside of a try catch. So we're gonna do a const existing user. That's going to equal await Prisma dot user dot await. Oh, I spelled await wrong. I was wondering why we had the error. Dot find unique. Find unique. And we're going to tell it where to find it. So where it's going to be email. All right. So that's if the user exists. So if we input an email that already exists inside of our database, it's going to be saved under existing user. All right. And if we get existing user. We're going to just throw a new error. And you can just do you're already a member. All right. Cool. So after this, I'm gonna do const hashed password. I'm gonna do await decrypt dot hash and do password comma 12. All right, that's our hash password. And right after this, we're gonna do await Prisma dot user dot create. And we gotta send it over our data. It's going to be email. It's going to equal to our email input that the stuff that we get from our email input, and then name. It's going to be name, and then hash password. It's going to be our hash password, like that. All right. We are getting error name. Oh, I forgot the comma here. All right, cool. So after this, we have to revalidate our path. All right. Now let's do our catch statement. So we did 2 tries, so we gotta have 2 catches. So we're gonna do catch. So the first one, we're just catching the existing user. And we're just going to return existing user. And we could type in you are already a member. Please sign in. All right. And so now we got to do our next catch. Do 2 go here and catch error. And we could just console dot error. I guess error. Do it like that. Perfect. All right, so we got our server action. If you guys don't know what this is, I got a video on server actions. Personally, I like it, but you can't really use it all the time. If you want to overcomplicate things, you can, but sometimes, as you can see in this project, you can use it sometimes, and then you can also reroute back to the old ways of doing things, which is, you know, your get and your post requests and stuff like that. So yeah, so this is our server action. Let's go ahead and close out of this. And close out of that, and head over to our input form. So there's a package I want to install first. Let's go ahead and install Toast, React Hot Toast. So open up your terminal, close it out, and let me get so it's npm I react -hot -toast. Okay, so that's installed. We can go ahead and start up our server again. Cool. So for React Toast to work, we actually got to make a file inside of our contacts folder. So let's go ahead and close out of that, open up our contacts, and we're going to create a file. Let's see, contacts. It's going to be called Hot Toast Context. toast context tsx. All right, and here we're just going to do a use client, and then we're going to import toaster from React Hot Toast. Then we can do a const toaster context and we're just going to return toaster. It's going to export default it. All right, we're going to close out of that and head over to our layout, and here we're going to import it here and wrap our project with it. So import toaster context. So right underneath Auth Context, that's where we'll have our toaster context. We're going to wrap our navbar and our children in it. All right. All right, my apologies. We don't need to wrap the whole entire application with it. It's just a self-closing tag. So like that. All right. And let's head back over to our sign up form. So yeah, I made this project, I want to say maybe like a month ago. So I'm already working on 2 other projects, and so a lot of this code, I'm going off of my GitHub, and you know, that's why I'm typing a little slower and trying to see, you know, a good path to take on creating this, because like I said, I made this like a whole month ago, and I was just trying to pile up a bunch of projects for the new year so that way I can have a bunch of content coming out. So but yeah, we're gonna get through this. Hopefully you guys following along, and it's actually good that, you know, I'm going a little bit slow so you guys can get everything perfect, and this is a really good project. I really enjoy making this one. All right, so we got our sign up form. Now we need to do our submit for our form and add our server actions in here. So a few things we got to import. So we're going to import our server action. So that's going to be create user. That's coming from our actions / auth actions. And then we're also going to import use ref and use effect. All right. And we're also going to import useSession from NextAuth. And we're going to import, I believe that's it actually. Oh, actually one more. We're going to import toast from React Hot Toast. All right. Let's get rid of that one. All right, cool. So it's going to be a bunch of stuff going underneath this use state. All right. So first we're going to do a const session. It's going to equal useSession. And then we're going to do a const ref equal use ref. Default null. But for TypeScript, in here we got to do brackets HTML form element. Right, like that. And then we're gonna do a const router. So we forgot to import this. Const router. That's going to use router. And do not import use router from next router. We're going to be using next navigation. I still don't know why they have this import in there if this is the one you have to use. So use router from next navigation. And that's going to make our use effect. So the whole reason why we're doing a use effect, because we want to see if you're already authenticated, if you're already logged in, we don't want you on this page. We want to push you back to the home page and say that you're already signed in. So that's why we're making this use effect here. So that's the first thing we're going to do. We're going to do if our session dot status triple equals to authenticated. We're going to do a toast dot success, and we're just going to say you are already signed in, like that. All right, and then after this, we're going to do a router dot push, and we're going to push you back to home page. Right. So after this, hold on. Did I do oh, I did parentheses. We gotta do brackets. Sorry. For the use effect, so brackets here like that. All right. We do router.push, and then we need our dependency array, which is just going to look out for our session dot status, and then also our router, like that. All right. So basically, this is just checking to see if we're already authenticated. If we are, it's going to push us back to home. It's going to give us a nice toast message at the top saying that we're already signed in. Probably should be toast.error, right? I mean, I guess it could be a success. Now let's go ahead and make our handle submit for our form. It's going to be cons handle submit, and this is going to be an async. We're taking in our form data. All right. So first thing we're gonna do is set submitting. Wait. Something's oh. Async set submitting. So we're gonna set is submitting to true. And then we're gonna do a const result. It's going to equal await create user. And we're gonna send it over our form data. All right, and now we're gonna do an if check. So if our result dot existing user, I'm gonna do a toast dot error. Toast dot error. I'm gonna do result dot existing user. So that message that we wrote inside of our server action. And then we're gonna do an else. We're gonna do a toast dot success and say welcome. Please welcome. I'm gonna do please sign in. All right. And then after this, we're gonna do a ref dot current dot reset that reset in the form, and then we're gonna do a router dot push, and then we're gonna push our sign in page. Sign dash in like that. All right. Nice. And last but not least, we're gonna set is submitting to false. Okay. Let's head back down to our form and add this on submit to it. All right, but first we gotta add our ref so we can get that form reset that we added to the handle submit function, and do on submit. I'm gonna do an E for event, and e.prevent default because we don't want the page to refresh. And we're gonna do a const form data. That's going to equal new form data e.current target. Sorry. All right. And then we also going to run the handle submit, and that's going to be our form data. Give that a save, and we should have a working form now. So what I want to do is actually head over to our MongoDB database and see if once we create our account, will it pop up in here. So let's go ahead and create our account. So I'm just going to do, my name is Antonio. My email is going to be, I'm going to do an admin account. So that way we can sign in and sign out with this. So I'm going to do admin at dt.com. And then my password, so it's going to be admin123. Click on create account. If this works. All right, guys, so I found the issue. Remember that change that we made when we was creating this, our API route for NextAuth? And we made that change to the adapter where we installed NextAuth /Prisma adapter. So we actually need to reroute back to what we had. And we're going to get a TypeScript error. And to get rid of that error, we're just going to do as any there. Just to get rid of that error. So make sure you just go back to import Prisma adapter from auth /Prisma adapter. All right. And let's test this out. Head over to your sign in form. And then I'm going to do name. It's going to be Antonio. My email is going to be admin@dt.com. And my password is going to be admin1234. Click on create account. As you can see, we got our welcome toast there. And we got pushed to the sign in page because now we have to sign in. And let's refresh our database. And hopefully we got our user in here. Yep, we got our user, we got our ID, we got our name, our email, our hash password, and we got the time our account was created. Nice. So now let's go ahead and create our sign in page so that way we can be authenticated and get access to a bunch of other features that we're going to add. I'm going to head over to auth, and I'm actually going to head over to the sign in page, and I'm going to import it here so that way we can see all the changes that we're making. I'm going to do a div. I'm going to give this div a class name of py10. And then I'm going to import the sign in form. All right. And I'm going to close out of that and then head over to the sign in form component. And let's go over here at the sign in form. And let's go and import a bunch of stuff. So first we got to make this a client component. And we're going to import toast from React Hot Toast. We're going to import sign in. And that's going to be coming from NextAuth React. Make some space here. Then we're going to import our input from our UI component folder. We're also going to import button. Import button. We're going to import use router. Router from next navigation, not next router. And last but not least, I believe that's it actually. So we got toast, sign in, input, actually use ref. Use ref. And that's coming from React. All right. So our sign in form, first thing we're going to do is do our cons form ref. and that's just going to equal to use ref null. And just like we did inside of our sign up form for TypeScript, we're gonna make this an HTML form element like that. All right, and next we're gonna do const router, and that's going to equal use router like that. All right, cool. So let's go ahead and do our handle submit. Actually, let's just go ahead and style our form first. All right, so let's write some JSX. It's going to have a div, have a class name of margin top 8, small mx auto, small width full, small screens and up, max width 2XL, max width 2XL, medium outline, give it an outline 1, and then an outline grade 200. All right, and then in here we have a div, we have a class name of px4, a py of 8, small screens and up. We're gonna give it a rounded LG, and small screens and up px10. Have h1 in here, and it's just going to say sign in. As h1, we're going to have a class name of text2xl, and text2xl, and a margin bottom 5. All right, let's give that a quick save and take a look. All right, okay, there we go. We got sign in. All right, underneath this h1 is going to be our form. Form, and we're going to do ref. It's going to equal to ref form. Form ref, sorry. Form ref, and we didn't make the on submit yet, but we're just going to give it a class name for now of space y6. Space y6. If you guys don't know what this is, I believe this give top and bottom margin to all of the children inside of the form. So we're gonna do a margin bottom of 5 and input. All right. Let's do our types. So first one is going to be email, type email, ID, it's going to be email, and then the label is going to be email. All right, and like before, we're just gonna go ahead and copy over this, but we only should copy it one more time because we just need an email and password to sign in. You don't need our name. So the next one is password. ID is going to be password, and then a label is going to be password. All right, and then we need our button, and this is going to have a type submit, and keep forgetting that it takes children, so we just got to put login like that. Take a look. There we go. We got a nice sign in form. But just like our sign up form, if you already have an account, you can click on a link and it pushes you to this page. But if you go to this page and you don't have an account, you will want to get pushed to the sign up page. So after this, we're gonna do a link, and this link will take you, oh man, all right, this link will take you to the sign up page. All right. Wait, did I import link? Okay, we didn't import link. Import link from Next. All right, and inside of this, we're gonna have a span, and it's gonna have a class name, a margin top 3, and then same thing, a hover underline. And this one's gonna say, don't have an account, create one. It's gonna have that little arrow, HTML entity right there. I'll give that a save. And there we go. So this should take us to the sign up page. And then we got the sign in page. Nice. All right, so let's go ahead and do our handle submit. So we can get signed in and authenticated. I'm gonna do a const handle submit. All right, and this will be a async function. It's gonna be async, and this will take in form data. Actually, we'll take in so yeah, we're not sending over the form data because I forgot we didn't use server actions in this component, but it will take in an event, and this is a React form event. All right, first thing I'm going to do is e.prevent default, and then we're going to do a const form data. That's going to equal new form data form ref dot current. All right, and just to get rid of this TypeScript error, we're going to exclamation point right after that, and then we're going to do a const email. That's going to equal form data dot get. Same thing, we're going to get the email. That's going to be as string. All right, let's grab the password now. Password and password. All right, and now we're going to do our try catch. We're going to try const result. It's going to equal await sign in. This is coming from NextAuth and credentials, comma. First we gotta give it a redirect of false, and then email, comma, password. All right. Then we gotta tell it what to do if we get an error. If result dot error, we're just going to throw a new error. Result dot error. All right, and we could do, because this could possibly be undefined, so make sure you put a question mark there. And so if there's no error and we're able to sign in, we just want to give it a toast.success authentication successful, or we could just do successfully signed in. Successfully signed in, like that. And then after, I probably spelled successfully wrong. That don't even look like that. Let's see how to spell that. Successfully. Okay, I spelled it right. Okay, I know how to spell. Successfully signed in. And we're gonna do a router dot push. We're gonna push home, and we're gonna catch an error. It's gonna be any. Then we're gonna do a toast dot error, and we're just going to say we could just do invalid credentials like that. All right, let's give that a save, and let's try to sign in with the account that we already made. So if you head over to our database, we made this account, admin DT, and the password is, I believe I made it admin1234. So let's go ahead and try that. So admin DT, admin1234, press enter, and it doesn't look like we signed in. Maybe I changed, maybe it's not the password. 1234. Okay, let's create another account. Maybe that wasn't the password. So Antonio, I'm gonna do admin at antonio.com, and then the password is going to be admin12345. I'm gonna click on create account. Welcome, please sign in. All right, so admin and at Antonio, admin12345, enter. Oh, okay. So we forgot to put the on submit on the form. Now it makes sense. So on submit, and that's going to be it's going to be handle submit. All right, and now let's try the old one. Sorry, admin DT and admin1234. Ooh, we get an error. Okay. All right, small mistake, guys. Thank God for Stack Overflow. So inside of the API / NextAuth folder, we actually got to make another folder, and then we're going to put this NextAuth inside of that. So make sure you click on API and make a folder in here, and it's going to be called Auth. Okay. And now we're going to drag this NextAuth folder inside of there. All right. So it should be API. So inside of the auth, it should be API, auth. Then we got the spread operator with NextAuth in the brackets. And then we got our route. So make sure you do it like that. All right. And let's try this again. Let's close out everything. And let's see if this works now. So do admin 12345, enter. Thank God. Perfect. We got our, so we're on home, and let's see. We got access to the user menu. We don't have access yet, so there must be something in our navbar that we did wrong. So we'll go back and fix that, but we should be successfully signed in. Let's check our database, make sure everything is. So we should have 2 users since I made 2 users. All right, cool. All right. So now I say we go and do our hero section, which is we're going to use Swiper.js to make a slider. Really easy to use. My first time using it in this project. And yeah, so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so before we start the hero section, you may notice that once we signed in, our user menu doesn't show up. And that's because if you check the terminal, we are getting an error. It says decryption operation failed and a bunch of other stuff. So if you head over to our API auth route with NextAuth and scroll down, as you can see, our secret has this process.env NextAuth secret. So we got to go add this NextAuth secret inside of our .env file. I was supposed to do it whenever we finished that, but I totally forgot. So we're actually going to add 2 things. So we're going to do NextAuth underscore URL, and that's going to equal to HTTP / localhost 3000. All right, and then we're gonna do our NextAuth secret, NextAuth _ secret, and that's going to just, you can literally do this, you can do that and it will work, but we're gonna be a little bit organized and just name it NextAuth secret like that. All right, so yeah, I think we have to sign in again because remember that use effect that we put on this page was supposed to bounce us back to the home page and say that we already signed in. So I don't think we're currently signed in right now. So let's actually go and log in. And I'm gonna sign in with this one here, admin 12345. Admin, maybe okay, I got caps lock on. All right, so authentication successful. Page a quick refresh, and let's see if we got access now. Yep, perfect. So we got access to the user menu now. So orders, wish list, and sign out. Nice. All right, so before we start the hero section, what I would like from you guys is to go download all of the images that we're going to be using for this project. There will be a link in the description. You can either go to the GitHub, but I highly recommend using the link because the link is going to provide you with the product images as well. And those are the product images we're going to be adding to Stripe and fetching those products. So I highly recommend going to the Google link inside the description and downloading the whole folder. And here are the site images we're going to be using. So close out of that and let's go ahead and start the hero section. There is a package we had to install, so we're going to go ahead and do npm install Swiper and let that install, and we're going to start back up our server. All right, and get this page a refresh. Let's go ahead and create our component. It's going to be called hero.tsx. All right, it's going to export it. Computer's going slow right now. It's refreshing that page. All right, and we're actually going to go ahead and import it on our home page right here. And I'm going to import hero, our components. Let's go ahead and put it down here. I'm gonna do fragments because we're gonna have a bunch of other components coming here. Hero, like that. All right. So we should see hero now. Once this page, it takes this. Whenever I start my server up, it takes a while to load. My computer, my MacBook is. I need a new one. And yeah, that's. I'm saving up for one. All right, so we're gonna head over to, let's close out all of this stuff and head back over to our hero. And we're gonna start importing some stuff. But first we gotta make this a client component. And then we're gonna import Swiper. Gonna be coming from, I think we have to install Swiper/React actually. Now that I'm thinking about it, let's see if it already, okay, still, I think it'll still work. We'll see. And then Swiper slide like that. Is this page still refreshing? Okay, we're good. And then we gotta import this Swiper CSS. So import Swiper/CSS, and then we gotta import Swiper/CSS/autoplay, and then import Swiper/CSS/pagination. All right. And this is my first time using Swiper in any project. I could say they got some really good documentation and really easy to use. I would highly recommend, if you want to make a quick slider or something, highly recommend using it. We're going to import autoplay. It's going to be coming from Swiper modules. And then we're also going to import pagination. All right. And let's go ahead and write some JSX. So get rid of this. And then we're going to return a div with a class name of margin top 2. And another div with the class name of main-container. And then in here is going to be our Swiper slider. All right. And this Swiper slider is going to have a bunch of stuff. So get ready. So we got modules. That's going to equal to, make sure you do brackets, do autoplay, and pagination. Then we got autoplay. I did 5 seconds, so we're gonna do delay, and then you do 5,000 for 5 seconds, and then speed. I'm gonna do 500. Pagination. We're gonna do clickable, and that's going to equal to true. Space between, that's going to equal to 10. Slides per view, sorry, it's going to be 1. And then on slide change, it's going to be a function, and it's going to return. I don't think we need that actually. This is all in the docs. So basically, this on slide change, you can have it return something. In the docs, it has just console login at the slide change, and we don't really need that. But we are going to add a class name to this, and it's going to be height of full, and then a width of full. All right. We shouldn't see anything because we don't have anything inside this slider yet. But whenever you add a Swiper slider, you got to make sure you add a Swiper slide. Swiper no swiping. Swiper slide. All right. And in here it's going to be our image, and I'm not going to use a Next.js image tag. I'm going to use a regular one in this one. I was having issues with it. And the source, it's going to be slash slider dash image dash one dot png. And then the class name is going to be height full, width full, object cover. All right. We can actually copy this whole entire Swiper slide and make another one because we're just doing 2 images. And the next one is just going to be number 2. And get that a quick save. Got it working. So there we go. We got our slider. And that's really it for the hero section. Now we're going to do that info section at the bottom here with the icons and all the information about payments and stuff. So inside of the components, we're going to make another file. So it's going to be called info.tsx. All right. And this one isn't too long. We're going to import a few React icons. I'm going to copy these imports over, paste them here. So we got BI world, we got FA arrow rotate, we got IO lock, we got GI trophy. So just go ahead and import those. And I'm just going to export this while we're here. And then we're going to import this inside of our home page. It's going to be right under here. So info. All right. Hit back and let's go ahead and write some JSX. So we're going to do a div, And this div is going to have a class name of margin top 2 and a py of 5. And do another div. It's going to have a class name of main container. Flex. Justify between. On max MD, we're going to do a grid crowd2. And on max MD, we're going to do a gap X of 20. And then on max MD, we're going to do a gap Y of 10. All right. And all right, cool. And then now we're going to do a div, and then we're going to give this a class name of flex item center gap of 2 uppercase uppercase, and then a text small. Inside this div, this is where we're gonna have our first icon. I'm gonna do bi world. We're gonna give this a class name of text 3xl. Now underneath here, we're gonna have a span, and it's just gonna say free shipping worldwide. All right, give that a save and let's take a look. Might gotta refresh. Nice, so it's right there. All right, so we could just copy this div and just change up the content. So let's copy that, and we're gonna paste it 3 more times. 1, 2, 3. So the icon for this one is going to be FA arrow rotate left, and instead of it saying that, we want it to say money back guaranteed. Right, and then the next one is going to be iOS lock, and it's going to say secure online payments, which we're really going to add secure online payments because we're going to have a Stripe checkout directly on our site. So GI trophy is next, and it's going to say best premium quality. Nice. All right, let's take a quick look. Perfect. All right, so now it's time for the fun part. We're going to go ahead and add our products. We're going to create a Stripe account, add all of our products, and start fetching those products and making our cart and wish list and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so now it's time to add Stripe to our projects. Let's go ahead and open up our terminal, and we are getting an error, and that's because we forgot to add a key prop to our whenever we're using map. We're gonna go back and fix that in our navbar before this project is over. But for now, let's go ahead and close out our server. I'm gonna go ahead and clear the terminal, and I'm gonna go ahead and install Stripe, React Stripe.js, and just Stripe itself. So we're gonna do npm install --save at stripe /react --stripe-js space at stripe /stripe-js. I'm gonna go ahead and press enter. All right, so those packages are now installed, and I'm also going to run an npm I stripe like that. All right. Nice, so now Stripe is installed. So I believe we can go ahead and start up our server again. Let's just go ahead and start it up. And now let's head over to our browser. I'm gonna give this a refresh, and we're gonna head over to Stripe. And if you don't have an account, just go ahead and create one. And whenever you create one, just gonna go click on new account, and I'm gonna name this one DevThreads -YT, and I'm gonna click on create. All right, and now we got our DevThreads We can ignore this. We're not going to activate any payments. The account is in test mode. Okay, that's what we want. We're going to go over to settings, and we're going to head over to, actually, we're going to head over to home and API keys for developers. And here are the keys that we're going to be needing. So let's head over back to our project, and inside of our .env, we're going to paste this key in here. So we're going to need the next. We're going to name this one next underscore public underscore stripe underscore publishable key. All right, this is going to be the publishable key here, so I'm going to copy that and just paste that in there. And then next is going to be our Stripe secret key. I'm going to do Stripe underscore secret underscore key. All right, let's go back and copy this. I'm gonna paste that in there. All right, nice. All right, and let's give it a quick save. Oh, sorry about that. Hit my mic. All right, so we can go ahead and now we can actually just add our products. So what we're gonna do is, I say we go ahead and add we're gonna add 4 top products for our home page. So if you guys seen the preview, down here is underneath this section, it's going to show our top rated products. So let's go ahead and add those now. So inside of, I think we go here on more, product catalog, and then we just add our product here. But there is a catch to it, so don't click off this video and start adding products. So for the top products, I'm just going to choose any one. You could choose any 4 you want. I don't know which 4 did I use on my, I believe it was this one. Throw that. So make sure you guys download the t-shirt, the product images as well inside the description. And I'll just name this one Stack Overflow Shirt. And the description, we don't need a description, so just don't put anything in there. You're gonna do one-off payment, and this one's going to be $24.99. And so for us to tell our database that this is a top product, top rated product, we're gonna add some metadata. And the only thing we're gonna do here is do top rated, and we're gonna do true, like that. All right. So now, like I said, we're gonna add 4 products, so you guys can pause the video and just go ahead and add those 3. But I'm gonna cut this part out, just me adding 3 more products, doing the same exact thing we just did. So I noticed I was zoomed out a bit, so I'm gonna add this last one as I'm zoomed in. So we're gonna click on Add Product, and I'm gonna drag over the image inside that upload. And I'm gonna name this debugging shirt. No description. We're gonna do one off, $24.99. And for the metadata for these, we're gonna do top rated. It's going to equal to true. And click on Add Product. All right, so we got our 4 top rated products. So let's go ahead and try to fetch these products and place them down here underneath our info section. So we can actually keep Stripe open. We're gonna keep our database open. I'm actually gonna give this a refresh and see if anything changed in here. All right, so we got our 2 users, which is good. All right, so let's go head back to our VS Code, and we're gonna create some components inside of our components folder. So the first one is going to be called products.tsx, and the next one Actually, let's export it just so we don't forget. And the next one is going to be called ProductCard ProductCard.tsx. Let's export this as well. And last but not least, we're going to do top rated component. So top rated.tsx. Now we need an action to actually fetch our products from our Stripe. So inside of our app, we made a folder called actions earlier. Well, I thought we did. We're going to create a folder called actions because we made one for auth. So this is all of our auth stuff. So I want all of that to be separate from this. So we're going to create another folder inside of our app. And this was going to be called actions. All right. In this folder, I'm going to create a file and it's going to be called getStripeProducts.tsx. All right, and this is a pretty lengthy action. There's a bunch of stuff going on here. Try to explain it the best I can. So only import we're going to have is going to import Stripe from Stripe. And then we're going to do an export const fetch products. It's going to be an async function. And we're going to do const get products. It's going to be async. And then we got to do const stripe. That's going to equal new stripe. All right, and in here we got to do process. We got to send over our .env stripe, our stripe secret key in our .env file. So we do process.env stripe stripe underscore secret underscore key. Right, and then we got to do a comma, and we got to give it an API version. API version is going to be 2023 1016. Perfect. And we're getting an error because argument of type string undefined is not assignable to parameter. So what we can do here, just do add string, and that should get rid of that error. Nice. All right, so underneath here we're going to do const products equals await stripe dot. So the good thing about TypeScript is, what I like is, once you like click dot and you have access to all of this stuff, it feels like when I say I'm trying to think of the word, it just feels like I'm doing something right when I have get access to the stuff. But as you can see up here, we did const stripe equals new stripe, we get the API version, and we gave it our stripe secret key. So if I would have clicked dot and nothing showed up, then something would have been wrong. So we don't do stripe.products.list parentheses, we're gonna do brackets. So this got me stuck when I was creating this project. So by default, Stripe only allows you to render out 10 products at a time. But to bypass that, all you have to do is do limit, and we're gonna do 99, just so we can have all of our products show up. That took me a while to find. I spent like a couple days trying to figure this out. And then we're gonna do a const price map. It's going to equal new map. All right. And to retrieve the price from Stripe, it's really complicated. Can't just be like, product.price. You gotta do all this extra stuff just to get the price. So we're gonna do const prices equal await Stripe dot price prices dot list, and same here, we got to make sure we give it the limit of 99, or it's just going to render out the first 10 product prices. We don't want that. And then we're going to do prices dot data dot for each price. So we want to do if our price dot product. Inside this if statement, we're gonna have another if price map is not price map that has our price dot product. We're going to do price map dot set our price dot product. All right, and we're getting an error because we got to also do price there as well. All right, and now we need our else. Just gonna go right after this. We're gonna do else, and then we're gonna do const existing price equal price map dot get our price dot product. All right, and now we're gonna do a if check. So we're gonna do if our price dot created is greater than existing. Sorry, it's greater than our existing price dot created. We're going to do price map dot set our price dot product, and then comma price. All right. That was a lot of work there. All right, so that's all just to get the prices from Stripe, and we're still not done. All right. So after trying to see where all this in at. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So here, we're gonna do const all products. That's going to equal products dot data dot map. I'm gonna do product, and we're gonna turn const price equal price map dot get product ID. All right. But now all we have to do is just return our the stuff for our product. So right underneath here, trying to see here. Hold on. Okay. So still inside this return statement. So right underneath here, still inside this all products where we're mapping through the products.data. We're going to return our ID, which is going to be product.id. And return our name, so the product name, so product.name. We're going to turn a price ID, price underscore ID. And you would think you just do product.price underscore ID, but nope, we got to do price. So if it's price, we're going to return price.id. Otherwise, it's going to be null. All right. And for unit amount, which is the price, the actual price. So we need this price ID for what is it? We're using useShopping cart. We haven't installed it yet, but we will after we start adding products and stuff and start working on our shopping cart. We're using useShopping cart.js, so I had to add this price ID in because it requires that. So we're gonna do price. So this price, we're gonna return price dot unit underscore amount, else we'll return null. And we also return an image, which is going to be product.images. And we got to make sure we do index of 0. And we forgot a comma here. All right, so image, and we also need our currency. That's going to be price. If it's price, it's going to be price.currency. Else null. I keep forgetting the comma. And 2 more, then we're done. Description. Actually, we don't even need the description, but I believe we added it inside of our Prisma, so let's just go ahead and add it in here. Because at first I was going to add dynamic routes, but the way I got it set up is it works so perfectly without having dynamic routes. You can add the cart, you can choose the size, all within the same page. I just think it works better like that. So description and metadata is going to be product.metadata. All right. Nice, and now all we got to do is just return all of our products. So return all products. All right, and right underneath here, we're going to do a const products equals await get products, like that. And now we're just going to return products. All right, cool. So that is initially our fetching products from Stripe. If you guys know a more simpler way to do it, this is the way that I found out how to do it. And I know it's pretty complicated, but yeah, we got our products now. So now what we can do is inside of our top products, our top rated products, and I meant to change this to top products, not top rated. So we're gonna do top products. Make sure you guys change that. I'm going to change the export as well. Top products and top products. All right. Let's see. So now here, what we can do is we can go ahead and import our fetch products. Fetch. Oh wait, we're doing something wrong. Oh, there we go. All right. Fetch products. And then we also going to import our product card. And we're going to import link as well from Next.js. All right. So here's where I want to actually fetch the products, and then we're going to send all of the data that we get from all of our products. We're going to send it over to our product card. So we're going to have to make this an async function, and all we have to do is do a const products. That's going to equal await fetch products, like that. All right, but we can't just do it that way because this is fetching all of the products. We want to just fetch all of the products that have that metadata that we added, the top rated metadata, because this is the top rated component. So to do that, what we're going to do is do a const top products. That's going to equal products dot filter, and then take in a product, and all we're going to do is just return our product dot metadata dot top rated triple equals to true. These are the only products we're going to show as if the metadata top rated equals to true. All right, and we could put a question mark there because it possibly be undefined. All right, cool. Let's see. So now let's go ahead and return some JSX. Do a div class name py of 10, a border t, and then here we have a div with a class name of main dash container, and another div in here with a class name of flex, just not flex, justify between, and item center. And then we're gonna have an h1 with the class name of text XL, uppercase, a border B, a border grade 900, and then a text gray 900. All right. And this is going to say top products. All right. And then right after this h1, we'll have a link. All right. And this is going to have a href, and all it's going to do is just take us to our shop page that we haven't created yet. And it's going to have a span in here that says view more, and we're using the HTML entity again. I believe it's the same arrow that we used before on our sign-in form. Not sure. All right, let's give that a quick save. So we won't see anything because we don't have the top rated imported inside of our home page yet. So let's go ahead and do that. It's gonna be right underneath this info bar, top products, sorry. Gotta save. All right, make sure our server started. All right, server started, nice. All right, perfect. We got our top products, we got view more. I do want to add a class name to that view more that I think will look nice. Top product. Let's give this link a class name of hover underline. Let's save that. When we hover, I think it looks nice. Whenever we hover, come on, there we go. Perfect. All right, and underneath this link, well, underneath this div here, we have another div. And this is going to have a class name of grid LG. We're going to do grid cal4, gap of 5, and by default it's going to be grid cal1, 2. All right, and here's where we're going to map through our top products. So we're not mapping through our products, we're mapping through our top products. So this is what we did up here. We're filtering out through the products. So top products dot map, and then we're gonna do product. We might get some TypeScript errors, and we're gonna return a product card here. And then we're going to send it product equals product. We're going to send over the products to here. All right. And I believe we did products card like that. Give that a save. All right. Now let's go to our product card. And this is a pretty long file here. Yeah, it's about 100 lines of code here. So So yeah, let's get it. Some of this stuff we can't do yet because we don't have useShopping cart installed, but we're gonna make it work. I think I can make it work. All right, so we're gonna do a use client, and then we're gonna import use state. We're also gonna import image from Next.js. We're gonna import two icons. I'm just going to copy this over. So we're going to import FA heart circle plus and FAI, and that's coming from React icon slash FA6. All right. And we're also going to import toast from React hot toast. So there's going to be a few more imports that we haven't created yet, but for now, I believe we can make this work. All right. So let's go ahead and return some JSX, but first we got to accept our prop in here, which is product. All right. And we will get a TypeScript error. We'll fix that later. So we do want to set some state here. We're going to do a const selected size. Actually, I don't want to do this right now because I'm going to add the useShopping cart and stuff first. So let's just try to style this up the best we can. Then we'll go ahead and add, whenever we finish our cart, we'll go ahead and add all that in. So we're going to do a div here. Class name of relative. Flex call, and item center. Do another div, and this is going to have a class name of relative group, like that. And then in here we have an image, a self-closing tag because we're using Next.js image tag, and the source is going to be product.image, and we're going to do a width of 300, height of 300, and then alt. We're going to do brackets, backticks. We're going to do image of $ brackets product that name. All right, and it's also going to have a class name of cursor dash pointer. All right, give that a save and let's see what happens. So it is showing 4. That's what we want. We should get an error now that I think about it. Yep. So we have to, whenever you're using images outside of Next.js, so whenever you're like fetching images from somewhere else, you got to go ahead over to your next config file, and we got to edit this file a little bit. Let me go ahead and open it up here. DevThreads and next config. All right, so what we got to do first thing is we're going to do React strict mode, because by default React strict mode is set to true. And then we also going to do images, remote patterns, and that's going to be array. And then now we got to do brackets and do protocol HTTPS, and then host name is going to be files.stripe.com. Give that a quick save and go ahead and refresh that. Actually, let's see. Oh, okay, there we go. Restarted the server. Normally you have to restart it, but I guess with the new update, if you make any changes to your next config, it'll just automatically restart the server, which is nice. All right, so I'm gonna close out my terminal, and then I'm gonna head back over to my product card and So right underneath this image here, we're going to have a div. And this div is going to have a class name of hidden absolute, a top of 5, item center, justify center, a group dash hover, and that's going to be flex call, a gap of 3. All right, go underneath here, we're gonna have a button, and it's gonna have a class name of mx2, a bg of gray 900, a border, text white, a padding of 2, a rounded MD, hover, I have a BG of gray 900. All right, sorry about that, guys. I've restarted my computer. Hopefully it moves a little bit faster now. So we left off here. So it is showing our product images, and whenever we hover, as you can see, we got this little box there. That's what we're working on right now. So whenever we hover, you want it to be BG gray 900 /75. All right. And in this button, we're going to have, let's see. So for now, we're going to add FA heart circle plus, but we're going to make our own wish list button component. But for now, we're just going to add that in there. And I'm actually going to copy this button. And I'm going to go ahead and paste it again. But I'm just going to change this one to FAI. Give that a save. And let's take a look. Let's give it. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So we got our add to wish list button and we got the view. But like I said, I didn't add dynamic routes in, so this view button is not going to have any functionality, but to add to wish list will. All right, so underneath this button, then we got 2 closing divs here. We're going to have an H3, and this is going to have our product.name. And this H3 is going to have a class name, a font bold, and a tracking wide. All right, save that. Underneath this H3, we're gonna have a span, and this is going to be our product.unit_amount. And it might look a little weird just because we haven't made our formatPrice util yet. So it's going to look like this without the $sign and a dot in between the 24 and 99. So, but we're going to come back and fix that. And now we need our drop down menu to choose our size. We're going to have a select. All right. And in here, we have our value is going to be selected size, but we haven't created this state yet, but I guess we can create it now, whatever. Selected size, and then our on change is going to be taken event, and it's going to set our selected size to our e.target.value. All right, let's go ahead and set that state so we don't get any errors. So scroll up, and then we're going to do a const selected size, set selected size That's going to equal useState. And by default, it's just going to be empty quotes like that. All right. Scroll down. So we got our value, selected size. And we're just also going to need a class name of my2, a pattern of 2, order, and a rounded MD. Click save. As you can see, it's right there looking all sexy. All right, so in here, we're gonna have 4 options. I actually might just copy this over. 4 options in here. All right, so the first one is going to be empty because that's our default state. And it's going to say select size and then a value for the small. It's just really simple, small and then medium and then large. And you can see we got the values here. All right, and just a quick summary. I'm pretty sure all you guys know this already, but this is basically just setting whenever one of these changes, it's just setting the state. Selected size is setting that to whatever the value is. So if we change it to medium, selected size value is going to be medium. All right, and now all right, now we need our add to cart button. I'm just going to do a button for now that just says add to cart. All right, nice, perfect. So we are getting some TypeScript errors, as you can see. To fix that, we're going to create a file or a folder inside of our root, and it's going to be called types. All right, and in here we're going to do product types.ts. All right, and we're going to import Stripe in here. Import Stripe from Stripe, and then we're going to export interface product type. So our product, it has a string, ID, which is a string. Of course it has a string, come on. A name is going to be a string. A unit amount, underscore amount, and that is, we're going to do any. Image, it's going to be a string. A price, underscore ID, that's optional. I'm going to do a string. All right there. All right, and our currency, which could be possibly undefined. Currency, that's going to be any. Description, I don't know why it's not, my select button not working. My enter button. Description, we're going to do a string, or it can be null. And our metadata, possibly undefined. This one's going to be Stripe.metadata. And last but not least, our quantity, and that is a number. All right, so that's our product types. Let's go ahead and close that out. We can close out the config. We don't need that anymore. And now what we can do is import that product type up here. Product type. And let's go ahead and set our type for our prop here. Do brackets, product, and that's going to be product type. All right, Give that a save. All right, perfect. All right, cool. So now inside of our top products, I'm surprised we're not getting any errors in here. So I guess we're good. I think that's because we're setting the type inside of our product card. So that's good. All right, so now it's time to start building out our cart functionality. So what we're gonna do is let's go ahead and close out everything just so that we can have a nice fresh start. And there are a few packages that we have to install as well. So what we can do is, before we do that, let's go ahead inside of our app. We're going to create a folder and we're going to do parentheses and then we're going to do shopping cart. So this is where all of our cart stuff is going to go, our components for our cart, our API routes for our cart, and everything. So in here, we're going to create 3 folders. One's going to be called API. And then we're going to create another folder. It's going to be called components. And then last but not least, we're going to create one that's called cart. All right. And let me just verify that. Okay, perfect. So inside of this cart folder, we're going to do a page.tsx. So this is going to be our actual cart page. And then inside of our components, we're going to have a folder in here. It's going to be called UI. And then we're going to have 3 components. So not inside of the UI yet. So this is inside of components. Let me just make sure. All right, components. So we have a cart.tsx. And then we're going to have a checkout.tsx. And then we also want to have a checkout form.tsx. All right. And then inside of the UI, we're going to have our add to cart button. So we'll do add to cart.tsx. And then we also gonna have our cart icon, which is this up here. So cart icon.tsx. All right, cool. So that's our components. And inside of our API route, we're gonna have 3 API routes. We're gonna have one. It's gonna be a folder. This is going to be create-order. And inside of this folder, make sure we do our route.ts. Route.ts. All right, 2 more. So we're going to have a order ID. Order ID. And we're going to do a route.ts in here. And then we're also going to have another one, another folder. It's going to be called update-order-status. All right, and this is going to have a route.ts as well. All right, cool. We can go ahead and close out all of this because now it's time to actually install our state management library, and we'll be using Zustand. We only need a little bit of state to be managed and pass along some of these components. So let's go ahead and install Zustand. So we're going to do npm I zustand. All right. And now we can go ahead and create our store, our Zustand store. I'm going to open it up on my other monitor. I thought I had it open. Okay. All right, and so it's gonna be a folder inside of our root. It's gonna be called store. All right, and in here we're gonna have a file, and it's gonna be called use checkout store.ts. All right, so we gotta import two things. We're gonna import create. Gotta go in brackets. Sorry, brackets create from Zustand, and then we're gonna import persist, and that's going to be coming from Zustand middleware. And then we're gonna do an export const use checkout store, and we're gonna equal it to create, do parentheses, and we're gonna do another parentheses, we're gonna do persist, and then do another parentheses, and this is where we're gonna set our initial state. So we're gonna do a set parentheses brackets. So our initial state, our payment intent is going to be empty, and then our on checkout is going to be cart, and then our cart, actually we're not adding a cart because we're using use shopping cart. All right, and now we set our state here. So let me just put like a comment. So we're gonna do initials set initial state. This is initial state. All right, and then down here is where we're actually gonna set our state. So do a comma there, we're gonna do a comma there, and now we're gonna set our state here. So set state. This thing is so easy to use. So set state. All right, and we're gonna do a set payment intent. All right, so we're gonna take in a value, and then we're gonna return set parentheses brackets payment intent value. So whatever this value that we're taking, we're just going to set payment intent to that value. Really simple. And then same with the checkout. I'm just going to copy this over. So we're set checkout. This is basically like use state. So we got our initial state, then we're setting our state. So same here, we're set checkout, taking a value, and then we're just setting on checkout to that value. Really simple. And after this, we're gonna do a comma. Make sure I added all the commas here. We need a comma there. Do not forget these commas because this thing will break. And we gotta have a name for our store. I think you can name this anything we want, but I'm just gonna do checkout dash store. All right, and we are getting some errors because value got any type, so let's go ahead and set our types. We're gonna do type checkout state, and then our payment intent is going to be a string. Our on checkout, I don't know why. Okay, on checkout is going to be a string, and our set payment intent is going to be a function that's going to take in a value, which is going to be a string, and just going to return void. All right, and same with our set checkout. I'm taking a value, and that's going to be a string and return void. All right, And I believe that is it for this. We just gotta set our so right in between this create and this the parentheses here, we're just gonna do brackets and then check out state like that. Nice. So that's all we get. That's all we need to do for our statement. Actually, we do have one more. We got use wish list store we're gonna create, and that's for our wish list. But we're not gonna do that now because we're focusing on the cart. All right, so I think it's time to install useShopping Cart. So head over to useShoppingCart.com and we're gonna copy over this code. And they have some pretty decent docs, pretty straightforward how to use it. It just saves us some time from creating our own cart. So if you guys want to check them out, check out some of the docs. We'll be using most of this stuff in here, but yeah, definitely check them out if you're creating a store. I'm gonna head over and paste that code inside my terminal, and then I'm gonna start back up my server once it finish. All right, npm run div. I'm gonna give this page a refresh. Close out of that, and I say we go ahead and work on our add to cart button first, and then we're gonna work on our cart icon. And then that's when we're going to start styling the cart once we have some items inside of our actual cart. Because I don't see the point of styling up our cart and we don't see anything. So as you can see, it says add item, and this is how you add the items to the cart. It's pretty straightforward. We got remove item. We can increment it. We'll be using that one. We'll also be using decrement item. We won't be using clear cart or low cart. Here's a few more stuff. We'll be using total price, cart count, cart details, formatted total price, and stuff like that. So we can actually close out of use shopping cart, and let's head over to our app, shopping cart, components, UI, add to cart. All right. So first we're gonna make this a use client. Then we're going to import use shopping cart, use shopping cart. I'm not sure why I'm not getting the autocomplete. Hopefully it installed. All right, there it goes. Use shopping cart. We're also going to import product. That's going to be coming from use shopping cart /core. This is for TypeScript. So that way we can add types to our props that we're going to be getting from this inside of this add to cart. And we're also going to import toast because we want a nice toast whenever we add an item to cart. And do const add to cart. All right, so this add to cart button is going to take in a bunch of stuff. We're just going to have a currency. Taking a name, image, price, ID, a size selected, a size select, sorry, and an on click. All right. And all of this is going to add type now. So this is going to be our product. But our on click is not part of our product. So, oh, I did something wrong here, I think. Okay, yeah, product. And then we're going to do in brackets, be on click. And that's just going to be a function that returns void. All right. And after that, we need our return like that. Perfect. All right, so we're going to do a const add item, and that's going to be coming from use shopping cart. Right, and then we also need a const product ID, and we're going to equal that to backticks brackets actually $, brackets, ID. Then we're going to do a dash, $, brackets, size. So the reason why we're doing it like this is, say for instance, you want to add a small shirt and a small GitHub shirt inside the cart, right? And then you also want to add a medium GitHub shirt inside the cart. So if we don't have it like this, it's going to, oh, we forgot the dash, we put equal. It's just going to add a quantity. The quantity is just going to increase by 1 instead of adding a small and a medium inside the cart. So that was an issue I ran into, and I got stuck for a few days on that as well. And this is the fix that I figured out. So now with this, if we add a medium to the cart, it's going to have a GitHub shirt medium, and if we add a small, it's going to have a GitHub shirt small inside of the cart. All right, and now we need a const product, and that's going to equal currency. Let me just copy all of this over. So basically all of the props that we just took in. So currency is going to be currency, name is going to be name, image, price. ID is going to be product ID. So just make sure you do that. And then size is going to be size. All right. So now we can go ahead and write our return. And then we're just going to return a button. And on click, gonna be a function, and we're gonna do an if check. So if our size select, so if it's not size select, and on click, we're just going to return on click. All right. Else, we want to go ahead and add our item. So we're going to add item, and we're going to add product, and just do as any. And then we're also going to have a toast.success, and we're going to do backticks, $, brackets. We're going to do name has been added to cart. Right. All right, and in between this button, we're just going to say add to cart. Oh, for case. Actually, just keep it like that. Add to cart. No, I think it looks better when it's like this. Add to cart. All right, cool. So let's go and export this. Export default. Add to cart. Nice. Let's go ahead and import this inside of our product card. We're going to open that up. Okay. And import that here. Import. Add to cart. So down here, wherever we wrote this button, we're just going to remove that. And have our AddToCart component in there. So I got to take in a bunch of props that I'm just going to copy over and paste it up in here. All right. So we got our name, which is going to be our product name, image, product image. All this is straightforward. Until we get here is where it gets a little weird. So we got our on click is selected. If it's not is selected, so if it's false, it's going to show toast. Else it's going to be undefined. So we didn't create this show toast yet. So let's scroll up. And right underneath this use state, so we're going to do a const is size selected. That's going to equal selected size when it's not empty. Okay. And then we're going to do a const show toast and that's going to return a toast.error, and it's going to say please choose a size first. So what we just did was basically if somebody tried to add an item to the cart without choosing a size, it's going to throw an error, and we are getting an error here. Add to cart, did it? All right, so as you can see, we are getting an error here, and we're getting an error that says undefined read in dispatch, and that's because we forgot to make a cart context, and we got to wrap our whole application up with a use shopping cart. So inside of context, we're going to create another file. It's going to be called CartContext.tsx. All right. And this is going to be use client. And then we're going to import React node. And then we're also going to import cart provider. And we're going to do it as cart. All right. And then let's do it and make our export default function cart context parentheses brackets, and we're taking in our children. Going to give this children a type, which is going to be React node. We're going to do children, going to be React node. All right, and let's go ahead and write our return statement. So we're going to do return and return cart. All right, and we got to give this cart a bunch of props. We're going to do mode. Going to be payment. Cart mode is going to be client only. Stripe is going to be process.env.next public Stripe underscore publishable underscore key, and let's make sure we do as string before we get an error. As string, and we also need a currency. This is all in the docs as well, by the way. Currency. We don't need any billing address collection because the cool thing about use shopping cart is you get access to Stripe, but it's going to be on a whole different page. We want the checkout form to be directly on our website. So, but if you want to, it's so easy to integrate it. You just click checkout and it just takes you to the checkout page by Stripe, but we want the checkout form to be directly on our website. So we do should persist, and that's going to be true. And we also need a language. It's going to be en_US. And we are getting some errors. I believe we got to do like, I think we also got to give it like a success URL and stuff like that. What can be, it can just be home and then cancel URL. Let's see if the error goes away. It can be home. And maybe billing address can be false. All right. Oh, okay. Maybe that's why we didn't put our children in. All right, there we go. So I don't even think we need the success URL. Oh, maybe we do. Billing address. Don't need that. Cancel URL. All right, so I guess we still have to put success URL and cancel URL, even though we're not using the checkout form that's given to us by useShopping. So just still put it and just make the cancel and success URL the route to be our home page. All right. So we can go ahead and close out of that, and we're going to head over to our layout. Let's go ahead and wrap our application out with this. Import CartContext. So right underneath here, we're going to do CartContext. And wrap all of that up with that. And hopefully this error goes away. Perfect, it went away. All right, so let's go ahead and try to add something to cart without choosing a size. Okay, it says please choose size first. That's perfect. Now let's go ahead and add small, and now it says debugging shirt has been added to the cart. So before we do the page for our cart, we're actually gonna create our cart icon. So head over to CartIcon.tsx. We're gonna do import. It's going to be a link from Next. We're also going to import a React icon, AI outline shopping cart. I believe this is the same icon we used inside of our navbar, so that same exact icon. And then we're also going to import useShopping cart from useShopping cart. Let's go and do a const cart icon. And first things first, we're gonna do a const cart details, and that's going to come from useShopping cart. And then we also can do a const cart items, and that's going to equal object dot values. And it's going to take in our cart details, 2 question marks, and then empty brackets like that. All right. And now what we're going to do is do a return. I'm going to do a link, and our href is going to equal to cart. And our class name is going to be relative. All right. And it's going to render our AI outline shopping cart. All right. So we want a number to show up inside of our cart whenever we add an item to show, how many items are in our cart. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to do cart items dot length. So if our length is greater than 0, we're going to do and we're going to return a span with a class name of absolute, a left of 3, a bottom of 3, a rounded full, a text small, font bold, a width of full, a 4, a height of 4, and a BG gray 900, text white, and then we also can do flex item center. All right, see if there's anything else. Pretty long class name here. Item center, and let's do a justify center, and also a padding bottom of 1. All right, and in here we're going to render out our cart items length. Let's see if that circle's there now. So the circle's not there. We're going to do cart items length. Oh, I forgot. We won't see anything because that's not our cart icon. Let's head over to our navbar. and look for our cart icon, which is here, this AI outline shopping cart, and we're just going to render our cart icon instead. Oh, we forgot to export it. Let's just go export it right quick. Export default cart icon. Give that a save and then head back over to our nav. Okay, there we go. It's showing 1. Nice. So we got 1. Let's go and add another item. I'm gonna add a large. And we got 2. And what I want to do is actually test this out. We're gonna add another large. So it still should be 2 items. Perfect. And let's just add a medium of the same shirt. And it should be 3 now. Perfect. All right. Let's actually click on this and it should take us to our cart page. Now we can start styling up our cart page. So inside of our app, shopping cart, cart, actually it's gonna be components and then cart. And then we're gonna export this. And we're gonna go to import it here. So just cart. All right. Save that, and you see it switch to cart. So now let's start styling up this cart component. It's gonna be a bunch of imports, so I'm gonna make some space here. So first we're gonna make it a client component, and then we're gonna import image from Next.js. We're gonna import useShopping from useShopping, and now we're about to start using our Zustand store. So we're going to import useCheckout from our Zustand store we created, and we're also going to import we didn't create this yet, but let's go ahead and export it now. So let's head over to checkout, and we're going to export it because we're going to have to import. We're going to import it here. Checkout, and we're going to import our button from our UI component, and we're going to import 2 React icons, one for plus and then one for minus. I'm going to let you guys guess what those are for. All right, and let's go ahead and get going. So the first thing we're going to do a const. We're gonna do brackets, and we're gonna grab all of this stuff from useShopping. So if you guys went over the docs, you guys know that you have access to all of this stuff from useShopping. So you got the cart details, you got access to a remove item, total price, decrement item, and increment item. All right, and that is going to equal to useShopping cart, like that. All right, and now we're gonna do, we also got to do our store. So we do const checkout store, and that's going to equal useCheckout store. All right, let me make some space here so you guys can see everything. All right, and we're gonna do the same thing we did inside of our AddToCart. We're gonna do const items, and that's going to equal object dot values, and we're gonna take in our cart details and empty brackets like that. All right, so let's go ahead and write our return statement and start writing some JSX. There's a bunch of code. All right, so let's get started. So we have a div, and we have a class name of py20, and I actually think we need to actually, I don't think we need to do that. We'll see though. I'm gonna have a div, another div inside of here, and this is gonna have a class name of main dash container, and then now we're going to render stuff out conditionally. We're going to render out, so if our checkout store dot on checkout is equal to checkout, so we're going to do if our checkout store dot on checkout, so this is the Zustand store, so if that equals to checkout, I'm going to do and we're going to return a button, and this button is going to have a class name of text small, font bold, and a margin bottom of 5. All right, and it's also going to have an on click, so whenever we click on this button, we want to change set checkout back to cart. So we're gonna have an on click, so we're gonna have return checkout store dot on checkout, and we're just gonna change it back to cart. Sorry, my cord fell. Alright, we're gonna change it back to cart on checkout. Oh, set checkout, sorry. Set checkout. Alright. And inside this button, it's just going to say, we're going to have the HTML entity again with the arrow, but this time it's going to be going left. And it's going to say back to cart, just in case you want to add some more items to your cart. All right, so we shouldn't see this because by default, our on checkout is set to cart. Okay, so we only see this whenever our on checkout is set to checkout, but I believe there's a way we could change it. So we head over to checkout store, and as you can see, it says on checkout. Let me zoom in some. Let's see, let me scroll up some. So as you can see, we got a payment intent, and that's empty. Well, let me just show you guys how I got here, by the way. So you just, click inspect dev tools, and you head over to application, and you just head over to localhost 3000, and as you can see, we got our NextAuth, we got our LE supports cache, we got our checkout store, and our persist route. So a checkout store is what we created in Zustand, and as you can see, it says on checkout is cart. So let's actually change this. What if we can change it? Let's see. Maybe we could change it here. I thought there was a way we can change it. Hold on. Let's see. Maybe here. Okay, here we go. There we go. So we can change it to checkout. All right. So if we do that, and not give it a save. We don't gotta save it. This isn't VS Code. All right, so we get our on checkout to checkout. We should see that back to cart button, right? I mean, give it a refresh. But there we go. So we got our back to cart, but we get errors. Yeah, we could just ignore this. We kind of messed up our own site there. But as you can see, back to cart, and once we click that, now it should be back to cart. Let's give it a refresh, and hopefully we don't get any of those errors anymore. All right, so we got our back to cart button there, and now we want to render out a message if our cart is empty. So right underneath here, we're gonna do brackets again. We do items dot length. So if it's less than 1, do and our checkout store dot on checkout is equal to cart, because we don't want this showing if our on checkout is equal to checkout. We're going to return a div with a class name of height screen, flex, item center, and justify center. And in here we have a span with the class name of text2xl, uppercase, and it's just going to say your cart is empty. You can do like that. Let's give it that a save. We will get an error because we don't have our else. So else we could just return null like that. All right. So our cart isn't empty, so we're not going to see this message, but we can actually empty our cart. Let's go to inspect, go to application, and all we got to do is delete this persist route. Delete it. All right, and I'm gonna refresh, and now our cart is empty. Perfect. Maybe I should give, let's see if this works. Margin bottom 20. Bring it up some. All right, so we got that, and after this null, now we're gonna actually render out our products. So we only want to render out our products if our checkout store dot on checkout is triple equal to cart. And do and we're going to return fragments. And in here we're gonna do items dot map, and we're gonna take an item and return a JSX. So what we can do is let's actually change this to UL, and we're gonna return an li with a key of item dot ID, and it's also going to have a class name of flex and a py of 6. All right, so inside of this li we're going to have a div, and this is going to have, close out of this quick. Okay, this div is going to have a class name of height 24, width 24, flex, justify center, item center, an overflow of hidden, a rounded MD, a border gray 200. Spelled border wrong. All right, and inside here we're going to render our image for our product. All right, and the source is going to be item.image, and the alt is going to be we can do brackets, backticks, $, brackets, actually let's do image of $, brackets, item dot name. All right, and we get an error because, let's see, so string undefined is not assignable to string static import. So all we got to do is just do as string here, and I should get rid of that. We're gonna alt, and we're gonna do a width of 100, a height of 100, and let's go ahead and add some products to our cart so we can see these products. So I want to add a medium debugging shirt, a stack. Oh dude, this shirt right here, dude, these two right here, the looking for someone who can commit, this shirt goes too hard, bro. Like I'm actually thinking about buying this shirt. So we're gonna do a large in this, and I'm gonna do medium in this. I really like this one too, the Stack Overflow. And let's check our cart, and as you can see, we got our images there. And so right underneath this div, I'm gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class, a class name of margin left 4, a flex, a flex1, and also a flex col. All right, in here we're gonna have a div, and in that div we're gonna have another div, bunch of divs. I have a class name of flex, justify between a text base, a font medium, and then a text gray 900. All right. Inside this div, I have another div that's going to hold this h3, and this is going to be our item dot name. All right. And then we're going to have another h3, and this is going to be our item dot size. All right. This h3 is actually going to have a class name of text small. And let's go ahead and save that and see if everything pops up. Perfect. Looking good. All right. We got our item.size. So we got our closing div here. And now we're going to need our p tag. And this is going to have a class name of margin left 4. And this is going to show our price. So we're going to do item.price. All right. And we still haven't made that formatted price util yet. We're going to do that here in a second. All right. So P1, 2 underneath this div. So 2 divs down. So 1 closing P down and 2 divs down. We're going to have another div. And it's going to have a class name of flex, a gap of 5, and a margin top 3. All right. This is where our increment and decrement button is going to go. It's going to have a button. And inside this button, it's going to show our fi minus React icon. And we're going to have an on click. I got to return our decrement item. Decrement item. That takes in an item ID. And you also tell it how much you want to decrement it by. So you can decrement it by any number you want. We're just going to do it by 1. So count is going to be 1. All right. So now we need our increment button, but I'm just going to copy this, save some time, and I'm going to paste it right underneath this button. And we're just going to change it to increment item, and then change the icon to IO MD add. Let's take a look. All right, there we go. And now we need somewhere to actually see our quantity. So right underneath this div here, so we scroll down some. I have another div, and this is going to have a class name of flex, of flex1, items in, justify between, and a text small. I have a p tag in here with a class name of text gray 500. And this is going to be our quantity. So we can do QTY, and that's going to be items.quantity. Quantity. All right. Item.quantity. Did we do? Okay. Perfect. We got 1, and once we click, as you can see, the number goes up. And once we go down, it should just remove the item. Perfect. All right, so we gotta keep going here. So like I said, this is a pretty long, this is probably the longest component that we have. Right underneath this p tag, I'm gonna have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of flex. And here we're gonna render out a button, and this is going to have a type of button. And it's gonna have an on click, and we're gonna remove item, and that takes in an item ID as well. And we also give it a class name of font medium. Font medium. There we go. All right, and it's just gonna say remove like that, and that should just remove the item from our cart. I'm just gonna remove it. Perfect. All right, and now we need to render out our subtotal and our checkout button. So I'm trying to see how many divs down. It's a bunch of divs. So we got one button and 1, 2, 3, 4, and then that. So still inside the UL, we're gonna render out and do items dot length. So if it's greater than 0, do n parentheses. We're gonna return a div. It'll be class name border t, and then we're gonna do a border gray 200, a px of 4, a py of 6. On small screens, we're gonna do a px of 6. All right. Scroll down some. Inside this div, we have another div. Have a class name of flex. Justify between a text base, font medium, and then a text gray 900. All right. And we have a p tag in here. And this is just going to say sub total like that. And then after that, we're going to have another p tag, and this is going to show our total price. Total price. So yeah, let's just keep it like that for now, because we still haven't done the formatted price yet. So total price. And so after that div there, we're gonna have another p tag, and this is gonna have a class name of margin top 1, a text small, and then a text gray 500. And this is just gonna say shipping and taxes are calculated at checkout. Alright, give that a save. Perfect. Alright, and now underneath this p tag, I'm going to render our checkout button. So we have a div, class name of margin top 6, a width of full, flex, justify center. And here we're going to have our button component. Button. All right, and remember, our button component takes a bunch of props. Actually, well, we made most of those props optional, but in this case, we're just going to have an on click on this. And first thing we're going to do, we're going to take in an event, and then we're going to return e.preventDefault. And we're also going to do checkout store dot set checkout, and we're going to set it to checkout. All right, and oh, it does take children, so we got to make sure we just change this to checkout. All right, nice. We got a checkout button. So once we click, it should change our checkout store to checkout, and now it says back to cart. Perfect. All right, and underneath here, so underneath right here, so 2 closing divs up. Don't want you guys to get lost, because I know it's hard. It's really easy to get lost whenever you're dealing with a large file like this. I don't want you guys to put something inside the wrong div and then you got to backtrack. So 2 closing divs up, we're gonna do checkout store on checkout. So if it equals to checkout, we want to render out our checkout component. Right? And we're going to send over items to our checkout component. So our items in our cart, and we're also going to send over our total price. Okay. Perfect. Items is items. Okay. Nice. All right. So that is it for our cart. Really simple cart. Let's go ahead and add some more items. I'm gonna add a large, add a Stack Overflow shirt. Oh, we gotta choose the size first. Small. All right, cool. So now I say we go ahead and do our API routes, because we have to do that before we actually do our checkout page and before we do our checkout form. So let's head over and do that now. Let's see, let me go ahead and open it up. We got DevThreads, and then we're going to go to app, shopping cart, API, and we're going to do create order first because that's the largest one. All right, so let's head over to there, create order, API route. Perfect. All right, this one's pretty long as well. All right, so here we're going to import next request, and we're also going to import next response. All right, and we're going to import our getCurrentUser action, import Prisma from our lib, so @/lib/Prisma. All right. And we're also going to import Stripe. And last but not least, we're going to import cart entry. And that's going to be coming from useShopping/core. All right. So first, we got to do a const Stripe. It's going to equal to new Stripe. Process. .env .stripe _secret _key, and just to get rid of that TypeScript error, as string. All right, we're gonna do a comma, and we also gotta do an API version. Okay, I did it wrong, sorry guys. No closing parenthesis there. I'm gonna do a comma, and now we do our API version. Comma, then brackets, then API version, and this should autocomplete once we put the quotes. So 2023 10/16. All right, and we need a closing parenthesis there. All right, so now let's create our manage Stripe payment intent function. So we're gonna do a manage Stripe payment intent. It's going to be an async function, and we're taking in a payment _intent _ID, which is a string, and we also going to take in our total, which is a number. All right, and it's going to return. So we're going to do if, let me make some space here. So if our payment _intent ID, we're going to return, oh wait, Stripe. So once we click dot, we should get access to a bunch of stuff, and one should be payment intents, and we're going to dot update. So we're going to update the payment intent ID, comma, and also the amount and the total. All right, so what this is doing, what this function is going to do is basically, if we click checkout, it's going to create a payment intent ID. Okay, but if we click, so let's go ahead and click checkout, and then if we click back to cart, it's going to still keep that payment intent ID, but if we remove an item, it's just going to just update the amount. It's just going to change the amount on the order. And so it's not going to create a whole nother payment intent ID, because you know, you could just spam checkout, back to cart, checkout, back to cart, and then our database will just get filled up with different payment intent IDs. And we don't want that. So if our payment intent ID, we return that, and then after this we're going to do return await Stripe dot payment intent dot create, so amount is total, our currency is USD, and then our automatic payment methods is enabled true. All right, so that should be it for our manage Stripe payment intent function. Let's scroll down. Now we're going to create our manage order in database function. So this one's pretty long. We're going to do const manage order in DB function. So async, and this is going to take in payment intent, which is, we just do any, our total, which is going to be a number, our items, which is a cart entry, and it's an array of items, and last but not least, our user ID, which is a string. All right, scroll down some, and let's go do our return. All right, so first we're going to check and see if the order already exists in our database. So we do a const existing order. It's going to equal await Prisma dot order dot find unique, and we got to tell it where to find it. So we just got to check the payment intent ID, and that's going to be payment intent ID. I must have spelled intent wrong up here. Yep, intent, payment intent dot ID. All right, so let's just check in to see if the order already exists in our database. All right, so now we got to tell it what to do if the order exists in our database. So if existing order, we're just going to return await Prisma dot order dot update. So we're just updating the order instead of create a new order. So we're gonna do where, and same thing, we're gonna do payment intent ID, and that is our payment intent ID. We're gonna do a comma, and we gotta give it data. So the data is going to be user ID, comma, amount, and that's going to be total. Currency, which is going to be USD, comma, status. So this is really important. It's a cool little feature we added, and this is going to be awaiting payment. All right, and that's that one. And now, so if his existing order is just going to update it, and now we need to actually create the order if it's not already an existing order. So we're going to do const created order equal await Prisma dot order dot create, and we gotta do data, We're gonna user ID, comma, we got our amount, which is gonna be our total. Currency, it's gonna be USD. Status, it's going to be awaiting payment. Awaiting payment. And then our payment intent ID, which is going to be payment intent.id. All right. Cool. And now we want to attach the items that we order, or that was so whenever we click checkout, the items that's in our cart, we want to attach that to that order. So for example, if I click checkout, this debugging t-shirt will show up in my database, and it's going to be tied into that order specifically, and we're going to tie it in with the order ID number. So what we're going to do now is underneath here, I'm going to do a const order item. We just do const order item, I guess, and do items that map, and then async and item. I gotta do brackets like that. All right, so we're gonna do await Prisma dot order item dot create and data. All right, so we gotta give it an order ID, and that is going to be our created order.id. All right, and then we also want to give name, and that's going to be our item.name. Make sure we add the commas here. I'm actually just going to copy and paste all this over because this is all easy stuff. So we got our quantities, item.quantity, price, item.price, image, item.image, and size, item.size. Really easy. So underneath all of this, we're just going to do a wait, and we do a promise dot all, and then we're gonna order item, our order item function, and then we also want to return our created order. All right, so that right there is our manage order in database, and now we need to do our post request. So we're gonna do an export async function post brackets, and then we're gonna do request, and that is a next request. All right, and in here we're gonna do a const user, and that's going to equal to await getCurrentUser, and then we're gonna do if we don't have a user, we're just going to just return a next response.json, and it could just say something like, I'll do parentheses brackets, we do an error, and it could say something like not signed in. All right, we can also give it a status as well. Status, I think it's got to go in brackets. This isn't in my code, but something that we should probably get in the habit of doing whenever we're doing API routes. So status 403, and then we gotta, let me scroll down some. So we're gonna do a const user ID, and that's going to equal user.id, and then we gotta do a const body, and that's going to equal await rec.json, right? And we got to do const items payment intent ID and total amount, and that's going to be all coming from our body that we're going to send over from our checkout form. So this part all makes sense here in a second once we do our checkout component. All right, so we're just extracting everything that we send over from our checkout. So we're just going to be sending these 3 items: our cart items, our payment intent ID that's stored inside of our state that we made with Zustand, and total amount. All right, so we got our body, and then our const total is just going to equal to total amount. All right. Now let's go ahead and do our try catch. So we're going to try, do a const payment intent, and that's going to equal await, and we're going to do our manage Stripe payment intent function, and we're going to go ahead and send over our payment intent ID and our total. All right, so that one's done. And then we're also going to do our const order, and we're going to do await manage order in database, and same thing, we're going to send over our payment intent, we're going to send over our total, we're going to send over our items, and we're going to send over our user ID. All right, nice. And we can just go ahead and do return a next response .json, and we're going to return our payment intent like that. All right, so now we need our catch, so we can do catch error, and you can do whatever you want. We could just do console.error error. All right, I'll give that a save, and that was a bunch of typing. Whew, that was a large file there. Wasn't that long? I mean, it wasn't longer than our cart was pretty long. I think it was like, what, 150 lines of code in our cart component. So yeah, 140. All right, cool. So that is our create order API route. Let's just go back over it right quick. So here we're just managing our Stripe payment intent. I tried to name the functions as best as I could to describe them. So yeah, that's just managing our payment intent. And here, this is where all the magic really happens, is managing our order in our database. We're just checking to see if the payment intent exists. If it does, we just update the order that has that payment intent. If it doesn't, we create a new order. And here we're just adding the items that was tied with that order, and we're just creating another order item inside of our database, and it's tying into this order here, these orders that was created. And down here, everything just comes together. All right, so now let's go and create our order ID. Actually, I think we need to do our update order status first. So let's go ahead and do that. This isn't too long. So we're gonna go ahead and import Prisma. It's gonna be coming from @lib/Prisma. And then same thing, we're gonna import next request and next response. All right. And then I'm gonna export async function. It's going to be a post. I'm gonna do req request, and it's going to equal next request, like that. All right, so we're the same thing. I'm gonna do a const body. It's going to equal await rec.json, and then we need to extract stuff from that body. So we do a const order ID, and we're gonna take our status from that as well, and do body. All right. So now we're gonna do a try catch. I'm gonna do try, do a const updated order, That's going to equal await Prisma.order.update. And we gotta tell it where to update. So obviously we're going to use our order ID number, and the data is going to be status. All right. And we can also return a next response.json. We're going to return updated order, right? And then we need a catch. So catch error. And what we can do is we can just do a console.error and also return like that. All right. So that is our update order status. So this is basically once we check out completely, we want to update the order status to payment successful, and we're going to use this inside of our checkout form. All right, so now it is time to do our last API route for our shopping cart, and that is going to be our order ID. All right, so we're going to import our next response and also next request. And then we're also going to import Prisma. I don't know why this is the only thing that doesn't autocomplete for me. All right. So let's go ahead and do our export. And instead of a post, we're actually going to do a get. A state function. So get. And then we're going to do req. That's going to equal next request, comma, res. And that's going to equal next response. All right. Let's go ahead and do our try catch. So we're going to do try. And do a const latest order equal await Prisma.order.find first. Oh. And we're gonna do order by the created date, and we want it to be descended. All right, and then select. We're going to select by ID, and that's going to be true. All right, and underneath all of this, so if we don't get our latest order, so if latest order is false, we're just going to return. All right. All right, cool. Now underneath here, we're going to return a next response, not next request, next response .json, parentheses, brackets, and then our order ID is going to equal latest order .id. All right, and we also need a catch. So same thing, we can just do catch error and then just console.error the error and then we can just return like that. All right, so that is it for our API route. So now it is time. First, we're going to try to fix this, see what's up with that. I don't know why that is happening. But afterwards, we're going to work on our checkout page and then our checkout form, and then we'll be all complete with our cart. And then we'll go into the wish list. We'll focus on that. And then we'll just finish styling up the home page. We still got to do our footer. We got to add the rest of our products. So we still got some ways to go. So yeah, let's head over to this checkout page. All right, so it's time to actually build out the checkout page. So we're gonna make this a use client component, and we're gonna import a few things. We're gonna import load Stripe, and this is going to be from Stripe at Stripe / React / actually it's gonna be at Stripe / Stripe.js, and this has to go in brackets like that. And also we're gonna import Stripe elements options. This here, elements options. There we go. All right, and we're gonna import elements, and this is going to come from Stripe / React Stripe.js. We're going to import our checkout store, so use checkout store. All right, and use state and use effect. Use state and use effect, and also use router, because we're going to be pushing the sign-in form. If you're not signed in and try to check out, you got to be a member to check out, so that way you can track your order inside of your user dashboard. I'm gonna import, I'm gonna do use router, and that's going to come from Next Navigation, not Next Router. And we're going to import the checkout form, which we haven't, I don't think we exported it yet. So let's go ahead and export this right quick. So checkout form. And I'm going to import cart entry, but we're going to import it as cart entry. This is in a docs. This is the way they had it inside of the docs. So we're going to import toast from React Hot Toast, and that should be all of our imports for this component. So first things first, we're going to do a cons Stripe promise, and this is going to be load Stripe, and this takes our Stripe publishable key. So we're going to do a process .env .next underscore Stripe or public underscore Stripe underscore publishable underscore key. Right, and do an exclamation point just to get rid of that error, or maybe we just have to just write as string. All right, and now let's go ahead and work on our checkout component. First things first, let's accept the props, because inside of the cart, and this is why we was getting this error earlier. I was wondering why we was getting this error. So yeah, we just got to accept these props inside of our checkout. So we're getting total price and items. So items and total price. And now let's give these types. I'm gonna do brackets, and total price is going to be a number, or it can be undefined. And next items is going to be our iCart entry, but it's going to be an array. Right, and it looks like we're getting an error somewhere. Oh, okay, we don't have anything in our return. All right, so that got rid of that error in here, which is good. And let's go ahead and do const router. It's going to equal use router. And we got to do our const checkout store. And that's going to equal use checkout store. And last but not least, we're going to set some state. So we're going to do a const client secret. And a set client secret. And by default, it's going to be empty quotes use state. And it's just going to be empty like that. And made a mistake. All right. And now we're going to have a use effect. And this is going to be our create order function. And we're going to send a post request to that API route that we made earlier, just create order. And we got to send it over items. We got to send it the payment intent ID from our checkout store. And then we also got to send it over the total amount. So let's go ahead and do that now. Pretty lengthy, but it works. All right, effect, use effect. All right, so we're gonna do a const create order and that's going to equal async. All right, let's go and do our try. We're gonna do a const response. It's gonna equal await fetch. And we're going to fetch the API route. So it's let's do slash API slash create order, create dash order. And then we're going to do a comma. And we got to send it over a method. The method is going to be post, comma. And our headers is going to be, I'm going to do content type, content dash type, going to be application slash JSON. All right, let me scroll down some. All right, comma, and now we got to do our body. And it's going to be JSON dot stringify parentheses brackets, and now this is where we send over all of the data. So we're going to do items, going to be items, our payment underscore intent underscore ID is going to be our checkout store dot payment intent. And then our total amount is going to be our total price. All right, I forgot to add a comma there. All right, cool. And now we need to do some error checks. So we're gonna do if our response dot status triple equals to 403. We're gonna toast dot error, and we're gonna say please sign in. All right. So if we're getting an error. So let's see if we go check our create order, and as you can see, we made a status 403 if we don't have a user available. So inside of our checkout component, if the status is 403, we're gonna toast the error, and it's just gonna say please sign in. And why am I okay? That's because we didn't do the catch inside of the try. All right, and we also want to push the sign in page, so we're gonna do router dot push. We'll do slash sign dash in. All right. All right. And then I'm going to do checkout store dot set checkout. I'm also want to set that to cart. All right, because once we click checkout, our checkout store going to be set to checkout. So we want it to set it back to cart. All right, and then after that, we're just going to return. Okay. All right, and after that, we're going to do if our response is not okay, not IG. If our response is not okay, we're just going to throw a new error, and it'll say something like network issues. I don't know, you can put anything there. Network response not okay if you want. Network issues. All right, so now let's go ahead and do a const data, and that's going to equal await response .json. All right, and then we're going to do if our data and our data dot payment intent we're going to set the client secret to whatever our data dot payment intent is. So we're going to do dot payment intent dot client underscore secret. All right, because we're going to send this client secret over to our checkout form. All right. And then we're also going to checkout store set payment intent to our data dot payment intent dot ID. All right. That's that. All right, now we need our else. We'll do else, and we could just console.error unexpected unexpected data structure. All right. You can also add data in there if you want, like that. Now we just need our catch. Our catch is going to go here, I believe. So this is to try. Yep. So our catch is going to go here. So we're going to do catch. And we're just going to catch an error. And you can just console dot error the error. All right. And after all of that, we have to run this create order function because we're still inside of that use effect. So we also need our dependency array, which is going to go here. So we have to do a comma and do empty dependency array because we just want this to fire only once when the component is loaded. We don't want this to keep firing over and over again. So right over top of here, we're going to do create order like that. All right. So somewhere we messed up. Oh, maybe because this doesn't have anything in there. There we go. All right, let's give that a save. Make sure we don't have any errors. So that right there is our create order function. Make sure everything looks good. Perfect. All right, and now underneath this use effect, we're going to do a const options. So I don't think I showed you guys this website. So Stripe. So you have Stripe.com. This is what we added our products on. But then you also have another website called Stripe.js, or which is, I mean, it's still the same thing, but you just go to their docs and then it looks totally different. Looks like a whole different site. And here, you know, you can learn about all the stuff that I'm doing now, with about like the options, the Stripe element options, and the load Stripe and everything. So all of that is inside of the docs. All right. So if you guys want to check it out, they got pretty good docs. The only docs that I really don't like is NextAuth. Their docs is a little bit confusing, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, they got pretty good ones. Stripe does. All right, so we're gonna do a const options, and this is Stripe element options. Give that a type, and it's going to be our client secret, comma, and we're going to give it an appearance. So this is going to be our actual checkout form, and we can give it a theme. The theme is going to be Stripe, comma, and then labels, it's going to be floating. All right. Just gotta go in quotes. Okay. Perfect. And now let's do our return. We're gonna do if client secret and parentheses. That's when we're gonna render out elements. Elements, and just take some props. This is going to take our options, and is also going to take Stripe, which is going to be our Stripe promise. All right, and then in between here is going to be our checkout form. And this takes a prop. This is going to take our client secret. Perfect. Give that a save. So once we click checkout, nothing should happen. Let's see. Yep, nothing should happen yet, but it renders out our checkout form. So that's what we're about to go work on now. All right, so head over to the checkout form component, and first things first, we're gonna make this a client component. This was pretty lengthy as well. So we're gonna do import, we use state, and also use effect. All right, and then we're gonna import 3 imports from Stripe, React, Stripe.js. We're gonna do import. We're gonna import payment element. We're gonna import use Stripe. And we're also gonna import use elements. All right. And then our checkout store. There's checkout store. And then our use shopping cart. Use shopping cart. Use router. That's coming from next navigation. I always keep putting next navigation. And we also going to import toast from React Toast. And import our button. All right. Cool. So we need to accept this client secret prop that we made. So it's going to be client secret. All right. And let's go ahead and give it a type, which is just going to be a string. So we're just going to do brackets, client secret. And it's a string. All right. So let's go ahead and get access to all of our stuff. So we're going to do a const stripe. That's going to equal use stripe. We're going to do a const elements. That's going to use elements. Const checkout store. Checkout store. And that's going to be use checkout store. And now let's set some state. We have to set is loading, and we also got to set we also got to do an order ID. So let's do const is loading, and then a set is loading. By default, it's going to be false. Now for our order ID, const order ID and then set order ID. That's going to equal use state. And by default, it's going to be null. All right. Now let's grab some stuff from use shopping cart. So we want to grab the clear cart. So I guess I did use clear cart. I think I said I didn't use it. So clear cart and total price. And we're going to grab that from use shopping cart. All right, and up here we forgot to add our const router equals use router. So that way we can push back to the home screen once you have a successful checkout. All right, so we're going to do a use effect, and this part is all inside of the docs. We're going to do a use effect. And all we got to do is if it's not Stripe, we're just going to return. All right. And then we're going to do, after this, we're going to do a if it's not a client secret, we're just going to return as well. And we're just looking for any changes made with Stripe. Okay. And now let's do another use effect, and this is going to be our fetch latest order ID, and we're going to be making a request to our order ID route that we made. So let's go ahead and do that, and this is just basically just getting that order ID. That way we can use that and change the status of the order once it's completed. Because if you guys don't remember, by default, once you click checkout, you get a payment intent ID and the status is awaiting payment. So we want that status to change whenever we actually check out. So to do that, we're going to grab the order ID first. So we're going to do async function, and we're going to do fetch latest order ID. And do a try. Do const response. That's going to equal await fetch. I'm just going to fetch the API route. We'll do slash API slash order ID. All right. And I think it's undercase. That's really important because I don't think it'll work if it's uppercase. All right, we're gonna do const data is await response.json, and now we're going to set our order ID to that data.order ID that we're getting from. So we did a get request, right? Yep. Get, and we're just getting the ID. So we're saving that inside of our state here. All right, and now we need a catch. So we're gonna do a catch error. And we could just console.error the error. All right. So this is the use effect. Now we need our dependency array because we want this to fire as soon as the component mounts, and only one time. And we're gonna call it here. So we're gonna do fetch latest order ID like that. Let's give that a save. All right. And now we need our on submit for our actual checkout form. So we're gonna do a const handle submit async. I'm taking an event, and that's going to be a React.form event. First things first, we're going to do prevent default. And we're going to do if Stripe is false and elements, all we're going to do is return. All right. And we're going to set. So after that, if that doesn't, so this doesn't return, that's what we're just going to set is loading to true. All right. And we're going to do Stripe dot. So once you click dot, you should have access to a bunch of this stuff. I haven't used probably about 99%. Only used this one, and that is confirm payments. Confirm. I thought confirm payments was there. Oh, I spelled oh my god, I spelled okay, confirm payments. There we go, confirm payment. That's the only one I use. All right, and we're gonna do parentheses, brackets, and in here we're gonna have our elements, comma, and redirect is going to be if required. All right. And then we're going to do a dot then. I'm going to take in the result. And we're going to return an if check. So we're going to do if result dot error. We're going to do checkout store set checkout back to cart because we don't want it to stay on checkout. All right. Now let's go ahead and fetch our updated order route. Let's see, cart. All right. So still inside this if statement, we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and fetch that. We're going to do fetch slash API slash update dash order dash status. I'm going to do a comma, and I believe we did a post. Yep, we did a post request on there. So the method is going to be post, comma. We got to do our headers. Going to be content type. It's going to be application slash JSON. All right, let's go and send it over our body. We gotta make sure we add this comma here. The body is going to be JSON.stringify. And the only thing we're sending over is our order ID, and that's going to be order ID. And then our status, which is now going to be payment successful. All right, add that comma there. All right, cool. And now we have to set is loading. Wait, we did something wrong. All right, I see it now. So we just gotta remove that parenthesis there, and we're gonna add it down here like that. All right, and so underneath here, so make sure you do bracket parenthesis, and then a bracket. I want you guys to get lost like I did. So do set is loading to false. And then we're going to do a router push, and we're going to push our home page And then we also want to set our checkout store .set payment intent back to the default, which is just empty. And last but not least, we're gonna end it off with a nice toast success and say that your payment is successful. There we go. Perfect. So that is our handle submit function. All right, so now it's time to actually do our form. So I'm going to return a form, and we can get rid of this action and give this a class name of text gray 600, and go ahead and give it our on submit, which is going to be our handle submit that we just made. And in here, we're going to do payment element. That's a self-closing component. And we got to send it over some props. We're going to do options, double brackets, and we're going to do layout is tabs. All right. Now we're going to have an H1. And this is going to have a class name of py4, a text small, and a font bold. And in this H1, it's going to render our total price. But we're going to come back and format it. For now, we're just going to put total price. And then underneath this H1, we're going to have our button. I forgot this takes children. All right, so let's send this button over some props. So we're going to do disabled equals loading, is loading, or Stripe, or it's not Stripe, or if it's not elements, like that. All right, and then we want to on click here, and this on click is going to clear out our cart. Clear cart, and then let's give it a type of submit. All right, cool. And now inside of this button, we're gonna have a span, and inside the span, we're gonna do if it's loading. We have another span, and it's going to say processing ... else we want to span, and it's going to say pay now. All right, give that a save, and I believe that should be it for our checkout. So we can actually test this out, but before I do, I actually want to add some more products. Add a medium in my favorite shirt. Love that shirt. And I like 2. Click on checkout, and hopefully it renders out. All right, guys. So I spelled next public stripe publishable key wrong inside of checkout, and that was why this wasn't working at first. But now we got our checkout form. But before we actually test all this out, MongoDB is currently down, so we can't really see anything in the database right now. They're working on the issue. So I say in the meantime, we fix the pricing for all of our stuff. I meant to do that earlier. So to do that, what we're going to do is we're going to create a file, a folder inside of the root of our project, and it's going to be called utils. Let's go ahead and close out of all of this stuff, and we're going to create a file, a folder, and it's going to be called utils. And in this folder, we're going to create a file. It's going to be called formatPrice.ts. All right, and here we're just going to do, actually I might just copy this over. and just paste it in here. It's not too much. We just do const format price. We take it in amount, which is the number, and we return intl.number format and the style currency USD, and we do dot format amount 100/100, and then we just export it. All right. So now we're gonna head over to one of our components. So let's start with the cart. So let's go to app, shopping cart, components, cart. Let's go to import that in here. Import format price. And wherever we put total price, that's where we want to, I believe it's down here somewhere. So total price. So we want to, so we can't just do brackets or format price like this. Wait, I think we got to do brackets. Sorry. So we can't just do format price and then take in total price like that. Can't just do that. We'll get an error saying type undefined is not assignable to number. So to actually a workaround, what we can do is do brackets, and then we'll do total price. If it's not undefined, that's when we're gonna render our format price with our total price. But else, we just want to show null. Right? So now hopefully, and as you can see, it's got that $sign now, and also got the dot in between the 74 and 97, the cents and the dollars. Now we need it to do it here for the price. Let's scroll up. Where is it? Item.price, but I think we can do item.formatted value for this one. There we go. Item.formatted value. So that's built in from useShopping cart. All right. Let's see. So we did it there, and we also need to do it for our product card as well. Let's actually copy this. Where are we at? Copy this here because we might need to do that for this as well. So head over to components, product cart, and we do have an error here on click. Oh, I forgot we were supposed to come back and try to figure that out. We never came back for it. All right, so we're looking for price. Where are we at? Price. Product.unit amount. All right, so we're going to do format price, and then just take in the product.unit amount. All right. I should have switched that. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and fix this error right quick. So if you read it, it's saying that type undefined is not assignable to type void. The unexpected comes from property onClick, which is declared here. So type undefined. Okay, so it could be undefined. So we just gotta head over to our AddToCart button. So I believe that's inside of components, UI, AddToCart, and all we got to do is add a question mark here, and I should get rid of that error. Perfect. All right, so let's actually test out our stuff now because we're about to work on our wish list. So we got our cart, we got three items in our cart. We got 2 medium GitHub shirts and 1 debugging shirt. I'm going to click on checkout. Our checkout form is rendered, and we forgot to add the formatted price there, so we'll go do that here in a second. And let's go and check our database. MongoDB Atlas was just down, so hopefully it's working now. It was taking a while just like this. I really hope it works. But I checked the status. It said that it was having some issues. So hopefully this loads up. Come on. Let's start it over. Browse collections. Alright, perfect. It loaded. Alright, there we go. So now we got our ID. We got our user ID. So this user ID should be the same as the user ID if it loads up. I'm probably asking too much from it right now. Like I just said, it was just down. Probably should have just stayed on the screen. Okay. So we got our amount, we got our currency, and we got our status, which is awaiting payment. And now I'm getting that error that I was getting. So yeah, MongoDB was just down, and all right, but it showed. So now what I want to do is actually check out. So I'm gonna do 4242424, 424, 424, and 424, and click on Pay Now, and then we get processing, and now our cart is empty, and we get payment successful, and we get pushed back to home. So that's what we wanted. So now let's go in and check our database. And this should change to payment successful. You probably have to give it like a minute or two. All right, perfect. So now it says payment successful before it disappeared. So all I wanted to see, MongoDB, fix your shit. Okay, by the time I get back. All right, so now it's time to work on the wish list. So our cart is empty now. So our whole cart functionality seems to be completed. So let's go over it. We can add the cart. If we try to add the cart without choosing a size, we get an error. Okay. And we can add size small. We can add multiple sizes. And if we do that, it just adds twice with the different size instead of increasing the quantity. That was an issue that I was having, and that issue is fixed now. And we can also check out. We can also increase the quantity, decrease, check out. And so we got to fix this, fix that total amount right quick. So let's go ahead and do that. So let's head over to the checkout form. And I believe it's down here, total price. So I'm going to just paste that in. So we got the same thing we did for our check our cart. I'm just gonna go to import formatPrice. All right, and give that a save. Click back to cart, click on checkout. Perfect. And we can check out, and it's all getting tracked inside of our database. And to be honest, it's also getting tracked inside of our Stripe as well. So as you can see, it says incomplete, and this is the order that we just did. It's not completed yet, but if we go ahead and check out, which I'm about to now, 4242424, 424, 424, and click on Pay Now. Processing, cart empty, payment successful, push back to home. And now let's go ahead and refresh the Stripe page. And now that payment should be successful. Perfect. All right, so now I think it's time to start our wish list functionality. And to do that, we're going to head over to the store, and we're going to create another file. It's going to be called useWishlist store. And inside of the description, there's going to be a GitHub gist with this code here for the store, or you can head over to the GitHub repository just to save us some time. I will go over it and also added some comments in it so you guys know what each line mean. And once you paste, you will get a bunch of errors. That's just Zustand being a little bit buggy. To get rid of the errors, just watch this. You just get rid of one of the comments and then click Control Z, and then that's it. So yeah, it's a little bit buggy. But basically, same thing as we did inside of our use checkout. We did our types up here, and then you just set the initial state. which is our only initial state is going to be wish list. It's going to be empty array. And then here we do a function to add an item to our wish list. We take in the state, and we also check and see if the item already exists in our wish list. If it does, we'll just add a quantity to it. And if it doesn't, we'll just add it to our wish list with the quantity of 1. And down here is just a remove from wish list function. And we also got to name it down here. So really simple. Let's go ahead and close out of that. And now inside of our app, what we're going to do is create another folder, and we're going to do parentheses wish list. So in here is going to be all of our wish list components and wish list page. So let's actually start by creating the wish list page, or actually, let's start by creating the wishlist components. So in here, we're going to do a component folder. And inside this components folder, we're going to do a add to wishlist button.tsx. And we also going to have a wish list icon .tsx, and that's going to replace the icon inside of our navbar. And I believe that's it. Now let's make sure you click on wish list folder. Now we're going to have a folder in here. It's going to be called just wish list, and we have a page .tsx. Let me just make sure. All right, cool. So let's start with our add to wish list button and do use client. And we're going to import our React icon that we use inside of our product card, because this button is going to replace that button inside of there. And then we're going to import use wish list store. I'm going to import product type. And last but not least, we're going to import toast, because we want a nice toast once an item is added to our wish list. So we're going to do cons. I'm just going to do refe. Right. All right, so we're going to receive some props here. We're going to receive name. We're going to receive an ID, image, unit amount, quantity, right? And all of this is going to have a type of product type, right? Just going to get access to our wish list store. So I'm going to do wish list store, wish list store. That's going to equal use wish list. All right, so now we want to make a function. I'm going to do add to wish list. All right, and kind of the same thing that we did in our store. We're going to do a const existing item. And we're going to do wishlist store dot wishlist dot find, and it's going to take in a wish item and return our wish item dot ID equals ID. So that's existing item. And so if existing item, we want to do a toast dot error, and it's going to say backticks $ name is already in your wish list. All right, That's that. And then we need our else. Else, we're going to do wishlist store dot add to wishlist, and we're going to add everything in here. So we're going to add our name, we're going to add our ID, we're going to add our image, add our unit amount, we're going to add our quantity, which is going to be 1. And then afterwards, we want to have a toast success. And this was going to say backticks, $, brackets, name, add it to wishlist. All right. And then last but not least, down here, what we're going to do, we're just going to have a div. And this div is going to have our icon FA art circle plus. We're going to have the on click on this div. So we're going to have on click and add the wish list. Perfect. All right. So now we got to head over to our cart. I mean, not our cart, our product cart. And we got to add this in there. So do components, product card, and wherever we added that FA circle plus, I believe it's this here. So instead of this, now we're gonna have our add to wish list button. Now we can send it over all of these props that I'm just gonna copy over. So we send in the name, which is product name, image, ID, unit amount, and quantity. So let's give that a save, and let's head over to our project. And once we click this button, hopefully we get the confirmation that it's been added to our wish list. Nice. Get our wish list, and then let's see if we try to add it again, if we get that error, GitHub is already in your wish list. Nice. All right. So that is our wish list button. So now we need to update our wish list icon. This isn't too long. So basically the only thing I want is whenever there's an item inside of our wish list, I just want this to change the color to red. That was the whole reason why I did it this way, separated the icon. So we're gonna do import link, and then we're also gonna import AI outline heart coming from React icon / AI, and then we're also going to import our use wish list store. All right, RFE. All right, so since we already exported it, let's just go ahead and head over to Navbar right quick, and we're going to import it here. So instead of this AI outline heart, I'm just going to do wish list icon like that. All right, as you can see, it just messed up our whole entire nav bar, but we're about to fix that. I'm going to do a const wish list store. It's going to equal use wish list store. All right, and let's go ahead and return some JSX. We're going to do a link, and this link is going to take us to our wishlist page /wishlist, and we're going to have a class name. We're going to do brackets, backticks, $, brackets, and we're going to do wishlist store wishlist length is greater than 0. So if our wish store has any items in it, we want the text to be read 700, and then else we're just going to return null. All right, and inside this link we're gonna render our AI outline heart like that. Give that a save, and we should be presented with the red heart. There we go. Nice. All right, perfect. Let's see. All right, nice. Now we need to style up our wish list page. So once we click this, it should take us to our wish list. The default is a rare. Okay, that's because we didn't export this yet. This page. Let's go ahead and save that, and that should get rid of that error. All right. So first things first, we're gonna make this page a use client component. I mean a client component, not use client component. And then we're gonna import use wishlist store. Also gonna import image from Next, and also import our add to cart button from our shopping cart components folder. Do a const wishlist store equal wishlist use wishlist store. All right, and let's start styling up this page. So we're gonna have a div. It's gonna have a class name of py20, and then we have another div with a class name of main-container. And now we're gonna map through our wish list. Well, actually, we're gonna show a message if our wish list is empty. So we're gonna do brackets wishlist.store.wishlist.length is greater than 0. Oh, okay, we're only gonna show this if it's greater than 0. We're gonna have show our message at the end. So if our wish list store is greater than 0, that's when we're gonna return fragment and return a span, and just gonna have a class name of font-bold. In this span is going to say you have brackets wishlist store.wishlist.length items in your wish list. Give that a save. So we should have 2 items in our wish list. Okay, we forgot the else, that's why it's doing that. All right, for now we could just do else null just so we can see all our changes. All right, let's give it a save. And so we got 2 items in our wish list. We can just get rid of that. All right, cool. So underneath this span, we have a div with the class name of flex wrap, gap of 10, a max MD of justify center, and now we're gonna map through our wish list. So we're gonna do brackets wishlist store dot wishlist dot map, and we're gonna do product and we're gonna return a div. We give this div a key of product.id. Scroll down some, and inside this div we're gonna have an image. This is going to be our image of our product. Source is going to be product.name. Image, sorry. The alt is going to be product.name. Width is going to be 200. Height is going to be 200. All right, so underneath here, we're gonna have an H1 with a class name of font bold. And here is going to be our product.name. Give that a save. And then underneath here, we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex and a gap of 3. And here we're gonna have our add to cart button and also our remove from wish list button as well. So let's go and do our add to cart. Add to cart. And if you guys remember, just add to cart takes in a bunch of props. Pretty simple. So we got our name, our name, our image, price, ID, and also we're sending over our currency. Give that a quick save. And then we're gonna do a button. And this button is going to have a on click. And what it's gonna do is we're gonna do wishlist store.remove from wishlist. And we're gonna remove the product product like that. And it's just going to say remove. All right. Let's try it. Remove. Nice. All right. So now we need our else. Down here, instead of saying null, we're going to return a div with a class name of with full height screen flex justify center item center, and we're gonna have an h1 with a class name font bold and then a text XL, and it's going to say your wish list is empty. All right. Perfect. Sweet. Okay. That was weird. All right. So now once we remove it, now it says your wish list is empty. I don't know why it's all the way down there. We probably don't have to make this height screen. I don't know why I did that. All right. Perfect. All right. So now I say so our wish list functionality is working. We can go to add an item to our wish list. If it's already in our wish list, we get an error. We can add that one, and then head over to our wish list. And we get our items there. So our wish list is complete. So now I say we start styling up this home page and then start styling up our shop page and then our contact page. And then we'll be really done. And we still got the user dashboard we have to do. And it's perfect. So yeah, everything's coming along pretty well. All right, so now it's time to start styling up our website a little bit more. We got most of the backend functionality done. We still got to do the user dashboard where we can track all of our orders. And that's really about it. So let's go ahead and let's go close out all of this stuff so that way we can have a nice clean slate. And inside of components, we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called banner.tsx. All right, and we're going to export this. Export. And we're going to head over to our app, and inside of page, it's going to be right underneath top products. Later. All right. We didn't import it, that's why. Banner, there we go. All right, save that. And now we should see it inside of our project is our server. Okay, there we go. All right, so head back to banner, and this is really easy component here. We're just going to import image from Next, and we're just going to render out a div with a class name of main container, flex, justify center, and a my of 5. And in here, we're just going to render our image. And the source is going to be slash banner dash image dot png. The width is going to be 1400. The height is going to be 500. And the alt can be banner, t-shirt banner, or shirt banner. All right. Give that a save, and let's see if it shows up. Nice. This is my code in t-shirt. All right, cool. So now it's time to do the section. I say we do the footer, and then we're going to do the new product section for the new products. So it's going to be kind of like similar to this section here, the top products, but it's just going to be for new products. And so let's go ahead and do the footer. So inside of the components, close out of this, I'm going to create footer. Oh, sorry. Footer.tsx. All right. And this is going to be a client component. And we're going to import a bunch of icons that I'm just going to copy and paste over. So we import FA Square, X Twitter, FA Square Instagram, FA Square Snapchat, TB brackets, and FA Facebook Square. All right. And then we also going to import image from Next.js. All right. Let's go export this, and we're going to go ahead to our layout, and we're going to import it there. Go head over to layout, and we want it right underneath our children. So footer. Give that a save and head back over to our component, and let's start styling this up. So we're going to have a div with a class name of width full, a py of 5, bg gray 900, margin top 10. We have another div with a class name of main container. Main container. And let me go ahead and close out of this right quick. All right. And then we're gonna have another div in here. And this is going to be a class name with py5, margin bottom 5, a border B, a border gray 300, a border opacity 20, flex, justify between, item center. On max MD, we're going to do flex col. And let me scroll over. Bunch of class names for this div. MaxMD flex col, and also MaxMD a gap of 8. Okay. Do we put a? Okay, perfect. All right, and inside of this div, we're gonna have another div, and we're gonna have a class name of flex1, a gap of 1, item center, text XL, font medium, and also text white. All right, and here we're gonna have our h1, and it's going to say dev-threads. All right, and now we're gonna render our icon, our TB brackets angle icon like that, and let's take a quick look. There we go. It's our logo. All right, underneath this div, we're gonna have our UL, and we're gonna have a class name of flex, item center, justify center, a gap of 16, flex1, text white, on maxMD, we're going to do a flex col and maxMD gap of 5. All right, so this is where our link's going to go. So we actually have to import our main links as well. Main links from our constants, and we're going to import link from Next.js. I must have got lazy in my project and didn't do this, so all this is all off the brain right now. All right, so we're just going to render out our main link through our main links. We do main links .map, and we're going to take in a link, and we're going to return from JSX. So we're going to turn a link tag from Next.js. All right, and we're going to do href, and that's going to be link dot route. And in between here, we have our li, and that's going to be link dot label. All right, and we also need a key, so I think I might just do key. And what we can do is do link and then ID. I believe we can just do ID there, like that. Or maybe not. Let's see if it works. Alright, okay, perfect. Alright, shop, perfect, contact, about, nice. Alright, UL. So right underneath this UL, we have a div, and we're gonna have a class name of flex, a gap of 5, text white, flex 1, justify in, and then a text 2XL. Alright, and in here, this is where we're going to render out all of our icons. I'm going to copy and paste these. I must have didn't finish, just copy some of it. Alright, so 2 divs down. Right underneath here, we're going to have another div, and this is going to have a class name of with full, text center, text small, text white, flex col, a gap of 5. On medium screens and up, we're going to do a flex row, justify center, and also item center. In here, we're going to have a span, and it's just going to say all rights reserved, and then DevThreads.com. Right, and we're going to render our image of our payments. We're going to have an image, our payment methods that we accept, and the source is going to be /payment dash gateways. I meant to put gateways. I put gateways. Are you serious? So gateways .png, and the width is going to be 300. The height is going to be 100, and then the alt is going to be accepted payments. Give that a save, and let's take a look. It's looking really good, and we got our payments. Nice, and we can inspect. I'm zoomed in a little bit too much. See how it looks on mobile. Nice, it looks really nice on mobile. Ooh, looks beautiful. All right, cool. So that is our footer. So now it's time to do our new product section, which is going to go in between this footer and this banner. All right, so before we actually create that section, what we're going to do is head over to Stripe. And well, we was already on it. I don't know why I just did that. So head over to Stripe, and we're gonna add 4 more products to our website. And it's gonna be the same exact way we did the top rated ones. We're just going to add product. I'm gonna open up my product images. And I'm gonna go ahead and drag the ones that we haven't did yet. So I started from P1, P2, P3, P4, and now I'm on P5. So put that image in there, and it's asking for my password. Let that load up. So this is the software engineer shirt or software developer shirt. I think I just named it SD or developer shirt. Developer shirt. And so same way we did the top rated, we're gonna hit on the metadata and we're gonna do new equals true. All right, and one off. I'm gonna make this price $24.99 and then add product. All right, so we got our 4 more products there. If we head over to our project, we still got these 4 here. So all we gotta do is, like I said, it's literally the same exact way we did our top products. So we can actually copy this whole entire code, and we're just going to change up a few things. So we're going to create a new file, and it's going to be called new products.tsx. And you could do it a whole different way. You can actually map through your whole entire products and just choose 4 of them. But the way we're going to do it, we're just going to use the filter method. So top products. So let's see what we got to change. And let's actually render this out on our page. So head over to page. We're underneath our banner. Actually, hold on. Let's change the name first to new products. And change this to new products. Head over to our page. New products. See if it auto completes. Okay, there we go. All right, give that a save and head over back to the component. And like I said, we just got to switch up a few things. So we're still going to need our fetch products. Still going to need product type. We're still going to need link. Actually, I thought we would need product type, but I guess we don't. Product card and link. So we got our cons products, we're fetching them. So this is we're going to change this to new arrivals, and we're still filtering throughout our products. And products filter, product. So instead of metadata top rated is true, we're going to do metadata new is true. And then down here, we're just going to change this to new arrivals. All right, and just give that a save. And we also can change this to new arrivals. That a save. And as you can see, we got our new arrival. We got our 4 brand new shirts that we just added. It's that easy. And we can add these to cart. GitHub shirt has been added. Get our cart there. And it's inside of our cart. Perfect. All right. Now I say we can either work on our dashboard, user dashboard, or we can work on our shop page. I think we might go with our user dashboard. Let's go ahead and knock that out. All right. So, let's go ahead and do our dashboard. We're going to create a folder inside of our app, and this one's going to be called dashboard. All right, and in this folder we're going to have a page.tsx, do our RAFE, and now let's go ahead and head over to our dashboard. We're going to click on orders. And now we're at our dashboard. All right, so before we do anything inside of this dashboard, we're actually going to create a new action. So head over to the actions folder, And we're going to create one called getOrders.tsx. This was pretty small. We're just going to do import Prisma from our lib slash Prisma, and then we're going to export const get orders. It's going to be an async, and it's going to take in a user and do any, and then we're going to return const orders. That's going to equal await Prisma dot order dot find many. I don't know why that did that. Find many, and we gotta tell it where to find it. So where it's gonna be for the user ID, and that's going to equal user dot ID, and then we also want to include the items. Items is true. All right, we gotta add a comma there. So where and include items true, and all we gotta do is return orders. All right, so that's our get order action. So we can actually just close out of that and then head over to our dashboard, and we're gonna import that here and actually use it. All right, so first let's go ahead and import it. Get orders, make some space here. We're also going to import getCurrentUser. We're going to import image and also import formatPrice. All right, so let's go ahead and do const user equals await, and that's coming from our getCurrentUser action. And now we're going to send this user over to, oh, we got to make this an async function. So let's just do async like that. And now we're going to send this user over to our orders. So const orders, that's going to equal await get orders, and I'm going to send in our user like that. All right, and let's go and do our return. I'm going to do fragments. All right, so if we're our user, so if we're signed in, that's when I want to show all of this stuff. So we're going to do a div with a class name of main-container, and here we're gonna have another div with a class name of padding 8, flex, item center, justify center, a gap of 12, a text center, and that's it for that div. And we have another div in here, and this is going to hold our username and email. So we're going to have a little welcome message at the top. So we're going to have a p tag with a class name of text 2xl, a font bold, and italic, and it's going to say hello user.name like that. And this can be undefined, so we're going to put a question mark there. Let's see if this works. Oh, we don't have our else. For now, we could just do null, just so that we can see all our changes. All right, let's see. Hello, Antonio. Yay. All right, let's take off the bold. I think that's a little bit too much. Can keep it italic though. All right, there we go. Actually, let's take off the italic too. All right, perfect. Hello, Antonio. Maybe add a comma there. And underneath this p tag, we're gonna have our email. Have a p, and then we're gonna do user.email. Email should show up. So we're signed in as admin@antonio.com. All right, 2 divs down. We're gonna have another div, and we're gonna have an H1 that says orders, and this is gonna have a class name of font bold, a text XL, text center, and underline. Let's take a look at that. Nice. All right, so under this H1, we're gonna render out a message if we don't have any orders available. So we're gonna have orders dot length triple equals to 0. And we have a div, and it's gonna have an H1 that says no orders placed. All right, this is going to show when we have no orders, but if we do have orders, else we're gonna do fragments, and then we're gonna do orders dot map, and make sure you put a question mark there because it could be undefined, and do order, and we're going to return a div and do a key of order.id, and this is also going to have a class name of rounded LG, a padding of 8, my of 4, a space y2, a bg gray 200. All right, and inside of this div we're gonna have a h2, and this is gonna have a class name of text extra small and a font medium. And this is going to have our order number, order number. I'm going to do that. What we can do is like a little empty space like that. And then we're going to do order.id, order.id.replace, because our order number is super long and we only want to show a little bit of that number. So we head over to our database. Hopefully this is working now. Remember, MongoDB was down earlier. And refresh and see our order number is right here. So it's the ID. So we just want to show the numbers in here and not actually show all of that. So what we're going to do is do an order ID dot replace. And we're going to do /, where's the backslash on these keyboards? Backslash, uppercase D, / lowercase g, comma, empty quotes like that. All right. Let's actually take a look at that. There we go. See, it just shows the numbers from the order. All right. And underneath this H2, we're gonna have a P, and this is gonna have a class name of text XS. And we have our status, which is going to be our order dot status. All right. Underneath this p tag, we have another div, and this is going to have a class name of text small. On large screens and up, we have flex, item center, and then a gap of 4. All right. Take a look, payment successful, payment successful. And now we're going to render out through our items inside of our order. So we're going to do order.items.map. and this is going to be product. All right, and we have a div. We have a key of product.id, and this is also going to have a class name of py2. All right, scroll down some. We are almost finished with this. All right, so now we got to render out our product image, but we can't just do product image or inside of an image tag. We actually got to render it out conditionally, so we got to do product dot image and so this product, if we get one, it's going to render out image, our image tag, and in here the source is going to be product dot image. The width is going to be 100, height is going to be 100, and then the alt is going to be, you can do backticks, image for $, brackets, product dot name. All right, let's take a look at that. See if our products show up. Nice, perfect. All right, so underneath here we're gonna have our h2 with a class name of py2, and this is going to be our product.name. Save that. We got our names of our products. Underneath that h2 we have a div with the class name of flex items baseline, and then a gap of 4. We have a p tag in here, and this is going to hold our quantity for each one. So quantity, and this is going to be our product dot quantity. Perfect. I wonder if we have, let me just see if we have access to this product dot. Okay, so what we can do is actually we can add something on here. So this is not even in my project, that the completed one. We can add a size here too. So what we can do is right underneath this h2 we can have a span, and we could do product dot size, and we can make this span super small. So we can do a class name of text XS like that. This py2, maybe change that to like a py1. Yeah, that looks good. Medium, small. Okay. All right, cool. And underneath here, that closing div, we're gonna have a p tag, and this is going to have a class name of font medium and a py of 2. Go down some, and in here we're gonna have our total, which is going to be our format price, and it's going to take in our order dot amount. Nice. All right, so that's that. And now we just need to, instead of this null, we're going to render out a message that says please sign in if we're not a user. So we're gonna have a div with a class name of height screen. We're gonna do like height 500, or maybe like height 90. Let's see the highest it goes. Let's do like height 96. Flex items, flex or item center, sorry. Justify center. Text 2XL and uppercase. In here it's gonna say please sign in to view orders. There we go. that is the dashboard completed. All right, so now I think it's time to actually work on our shop page, and this is going to show all of our products. So before we do that, let's close out everything. And inside of the app folder, we're going to make another folder, and this is going to be called shop. And in this folder, I'm going to make a file page.tsx. Let's go and export it. And now we can keep that open, but let's go to the actual page. So we're just going to click on shop, and it should take us to that page. So before we start styling this up, we're going to head over to Stripe and we're going to add our last 4 products. One off, and the price for these ones, I'm going to make them a little bit lower than our normal price because we're going to have a filter in our shop section that's going to filter price from highest to lowest and lowest to highest. So just for us to see that filter work, we're going to change up the prices a bit. And now all of our products are added. We can actually close out of Stripe if you guys want to look around here, but like I said, everything is getting tracked inside of our Stripe as well. But we built our own database to track, you know, our users, our orders as well. So, but everything in here is getting tracked. So you go to payments, these are the 2 payments that was made, succeeded. So we can actually close out of Stripe now. Shouldn't be needing it anymore for the rest of this video. And now head over to page, shop page, and we're going to start styling this up a bit. So what we're going to do, I don't know if you guys remember, but inside of the components, we made a component called products, and we haven't done anything to this yet. So this is going to show all of our products on this page. So, but what we have to do, because this products is going to be a client component, we have to send it the data that we want, because we won't be able to fetch our products in this because we need to use async await, and you can't use async await inside of a client component. So what we're going to do is actually fetch our products inside of this shop page, and then we're going to send it over to our products component. So let's go ahead and import our products component, and we're also going to import fetch products. All right, make some space, and since we're using our fetch products component, we got to make this a async. So I'm just going to do async, and now here what we're going to do, I'm going to return my products component, and then I'm just going to send over, it's going to be all products, and that's going to equal to products. All right, but now we got to do our cons products. That's going to equal await fetch products. All right, and we're getting that error because we're not accepting the prop inside of our products component. So let's refresh this right quick, make sure everything still works. All right, so now we see products. Nice. Let's head over to products now, and this one is pretty lengthy. It's about 80 lines of code. So like I said, this is going to be a client component, and we got a few imports. We're going to import useState. We're going to import our product card, and we're also going to import product type, product type. And hopefully I'm zoomed in larger enough. All right, cool. And let's go ahead and so products, let's go ahead and set our types now. So we're going to do React .fc, do brackets, and then we're going to do brackets and do all products, and that's going to be product type, and it's going to be an array. All right, and we gotta close our brackets there, and in here we're gonna accept the prop, so all products like that. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and do our sort by, because like I said, we're gonna have a sort by price high to low and sort by price low to high. So we need to set some state. We need to store that inside of some state. So we're gonna do sort by, and also set sort by. All right, and by default, it's going to be an empty quotes. All right, and let's go ahead and make our handle change. We're going to do a const handle sort change, and that's going to take in an event. We're going to do E, but we got to make sure we do our set it, give it a type, and that's going to be a React.change event. But we can't just do that. We got to make sure it's a HTML select element. All right, and we need to return set sort by, and that's going to be e.target.value. All right, and now we just got to make a function to sort the products based on the selected option. So this is actually my first time actually using sort. I believe this is my first time using sort. So we're going to do a const sort products, and we got to return. So we got to do a if our sort by is triple equals to price low dash high. We're going to return all products, and we got to do a dot slice, and then on that we got to do a dot sort, and then do double parentheses, and we do it takes in A, B. You can actually name that anything. You can do like C, A, B, W. So it's gonna be A dot unit amount minus B dot unit amount. All right, so that right there, I believe, is sorting. Yeah, so it's sorting by price low to high, and basically the same thing. So we're just going to reverse it. So price high to low, it's just going to be we got to put B in front and then put A. So it's going to be B dot unit price minus A dot unit price. So same thing. So let's go ahead and do our else. So we're going to do else, then do our else if our sort by is triple equals to price high minus low. We're going to do the same thing. We're going to return all products dot slice dot sort, and same thing. We're just going to take in A comma B, and then we're going to return B dot unit amount minus A dot unit amount. All right, so now we need a else statement to return our products if there is nothing, like if we don't have anything. So if we didn't choose price high to low, or if we didn't choose price low to high, we just want to just return a product. So we're gonna do an else, and we're just gonna do return all products. All right, so that is our sort products function, and now we're just going to do a const sorted products, and that's going to equal sort products. All right, so that is that. Now we can go ahead and start styling up this page and write some JSX. So we're gonna have a section. I think this is like the only time I use section. I probably should have used them in the other ones as well. We're gonna do a class name of relative, medium screens and up, we're gonna do a PY of 24, PY 16. We're gonna have a div in here, and that's going to have a class name of main-container. We have another div, and this is going to have a class name of MD flex, a justify between, item center, and a margin bottom of 6. All right, and in this div, we're gonna have a span with the class name of font semi-bold, and inside of this span, we're gonna have something that just says showing 1 to 12 of, we can do all products dot length, and then we can do items. Let's take a look at that. So we should only have 12 products. All right, so you're showing 1 through 12 of the 12 items. Perfect. All right, so underneath that span, we're gonna have a div, and this is gonna have a class name of MD flex item center, and then we're gonna have a label in here. You don't need anything for the HTML4, but it will have a class name of font semi-bold, and on medium screens and up, we're gonna do an ME of 2. If you guys don't know what ME is, this is margin inline end. All right, and in here we're gonna do a sort by, like that. Let's take a quick look. It should be right over there. Nice. All right, now let's go ahead and make our select. We're gonna do a select. Select. All right, and this, we're gonna give it a value. So the value is going to be sort by. That's where we're storing our state at. And then our on change is going to be handle sort change. And we also gonna give this a class name of medium screens. It's going to be a width 36, a width full. Medium screens and up, we're gonna do a margin top of 0, margin top of 1, PY of 2. Sorry about that, my phone went off. PY of 2, a PX of 3, a height of 10, BG transparent, rounded, outline none. To scroll over because there's a bunch of class names. Outline none. I'm gonna give it a border gray 100, and then last but not least, a focus, a ring of 0. Take a look. Nice. All right, so now we need some stuff inside of our select, and so we need options. So I'm just gonna copy these options right quick and paste them up in here. So we are getting, oh, why don't it save? I mean, why don't it copy all of the stuff? All right, let's paste that in there. There we go. All right, so the first option is just going to be, the value is just going to be empty. We're getting an error. All right, so we got price low to high, price high to low. All right, so the first one is just going to be empty. The value is going to be an empty string, so that's our default state, and it's just going to say select. Next one is going to be price low to high, and you just write price low to high, and the third one is going to be price high to low. Really simple. All right, so now we need to actually render out our products at the bottom here. So we got our select, we got a closing div, we got another closing div. So right underneath that second closing div, we're gonna have another div. And this is going to have a class name of grid on large screens and up. We're going to do a grid cal 4 on medium screens. We're going to do a grid cal 3 on small screens. We're going to do a grid cal 2, and by default on like extra small screens we're going to do a grid cal 1, and then we're going to do a gap of 6. And now let's go ahead and map through our products. So you're probably thinking, we're just going to map through all products. But since we have this sorted products, we want to map through our sorted products and not all of our products, because we made the sorted products function and then we gave it a name here, sorted products. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to map through that. So we're going to do sorted products dot map, and we're taking in a product, and then we're just returning through parentheses. So we're returning our product card. Product card, and we could give this a key of product.id, and then also we're going to send this over our product as well. All right, take a quick save, and hopefully this works. Nice, perfect. And let's see if this filter works. So low to high, so that's low to high, and high to low. Perfect. Nice. So now all we got to do now is work on our contact page, and then I'm going to go back over through everything and make sure we didn't miss over anything. But we don't do an about page in this project. I just left that out. I mean, I really spend most of the time working on the functionality on this project, and I know you guys don't want to get bored with just styling stuff. So I did do a contact page, and like I said, that's just styling. There's no functionality in that page. So if you guys want to skip over that section, you can, but we're about to go build that page up now. All right, so let's go ahead and close out all of this stuff, and we're going to head over to our app folder, and we're going to create another folder, contact. And then in here, we're going to do a page.tsx, and then let's export that, save it, and now let's click on contact. Now we got our contact page. So if you guys seen the preview, I don't know if I showed this in a preview, but we do have like a map on here, and if you guys want to know how to add a map to your website, I normally just type in iframe Google Map HTML or something like that, and it should be one of these websites. Oh, right here, iframe generator. So this is the map. Yeah, this is the website I use, and it generates a map, and it's interactive and stuff. So I did one, and I'm just gonna put it inside of the gist, the GitHub gist in the description, or you can just click on the GitHub repository. So we're gonna make a map component. So I'm gonna do map.tsx, and what I'm gonna do is just copy and paste this. It's not too long. So like I said, all of this is inside of here. You can generate one, so you can put the address. I just did Brooklyn, New York, or Bronx, New York, and you can set a height. I would definitely keep this at 100%. I'm not sure if you can change it, but yeah, you can. So keep that at 100% and just copy over this code and just paste it in here. So here's one, and I make sure I put a main container, our div main container. So if you guys just want to copy this one, it should be good. And now let's go ahead over to our contact page, and we're going to import a few things here. We're going to import map from components. We're going to import button from our component. going to import input, and we're also going to import image. All right, and let's go ahead and write some JSX. So first things first, we're going to do a fragment, and then we're going to add our map. All right, now let's take a look at that. All right, let's refresh, and our map should be right there. Nice. And now we can interact with it. So yeah, I did Bronx, New York. All right, and then we're just gonna make some space here, and we'll have a section with a class name of large, py of 24, a py of 16, and then we have a div with a class name of main-container. I have another div, and it's gonna have a class name of grid cow 12, and this grid cow 12 is going to be for medium screens and up. Make sure you add that. And by default, it's gonna be grid cow 1, item center, and then a gap of 6. All right. And then we have another div in here, and it's going to have a class name of LG call span 5. And on medium screens, we're going to do a call span 6. All right. And this is where our image is going to go. I'm going to do image, make some space. So the source is going to be /contact.jpg, and then our width is going to be 500, our height is going to be 500, and then our alt can just be contact image. Take a look, and let's see if our image show up. I think I clicked refresh twice. All right, so our image, oh, I forgot the dot. There we go. Save that. All right, let's see if it shows up now. Nice. We got our Stack Overflow shirts there. All right, so underneath this div here, we're gonna have another div, and this is where our forum is gonna go, contact forum. And it's gonna have a class name of LG, call span 7, and on medium screens, call span 6. So this right here is just giving me Bootstrap vibes. If you guys don't know, I forgot. So Bootstrap was the first thing that I learned, and I remember Bootstrap. Was it a grid or something? It went by like 12, and then you can do like the span. I forgot, but it just reminds me of Bootstrap doing it like this. And we have another div. And then we're gonna have a class name of LG MS5. All right. You guys will know what MS is. That is margin inline start. So we use margin inline in and margin inline start in this project. My first time ever using those things. We're gonna do a div and do a class name of BG white. Actually, we don't need BG white. Let's just do a border and then a pattern of 6. Let's take a look at that. All right, so nice. We got our border, and now in here we're gonna have H3. Let's have a class name of margin bottom 6, text 2XL, a leading of normal, and then a font of semi-bold. Look. All right, nice. Make sure everything. I think I might switch because this font semi-bold is. Let's see how it looks. I don't think I'm gonna keep that. Good. And cause I use semi-bold on. Yeah, see, like it's too much. I might get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. Let's save it. Yeah, I think that looks better. All right, so after that H3, we're gonna have a form. No actions. Form won't do anything, just for show. And this form's gonna have a div. Let me scroll down some. Have a class name of grid, large screens and up, grid cal 12, and then grid cal 1, and then a gap of 3. All right. And then in here, we're gonna have another div. What I might do is actually copy this. So we're gonna have our inputs and then a div. So let me copy this. And in here, just paste that. Hopefully it's not confusing. Let me just zoom out some. All right, so this is our first one. So we have a div with the class name of LG cal span 6, and then our input. Not sure why that is not completed. Let's go and just save it. See what happens. All right, so we got our input, and since we did a grid cal 12. Once we add another one of these, so that's type text, ID name, label name. So if you guys don't remember, we made this UI component and it takes in all of those props. So let's head back to the page. So we're gonna have another div just like that. And this is going to be also LG cal span 6, and it should be right next to it because we did a cal span 12. I mean, we did a LG grid cal 12. All right, so this last one, which is going to be our subject, actually we're gonna have two more. So this is going to be our subject. So same thing, but instead of cal span 6, we're going to do a cal span 12. So it's going to span all of the columns. That's our subject. And now we're going to have a text area, and which also is going to span against 12 of our columns as well. But I'm actually going to type this one out. So this is going to be a class name of LG cal span 12. And then we're going to have a label. Let's see, get rid of that. Actually, let's keep it because it's going to be for comments. And then we're going to have a class name of text small, right? And then the label is just going to say your comment, like that. Let's take a look at that. Okay, and do they look like different fonts, or am I tripping? That one's bold. That's because inside of our, let's get rid of text small. Actually, let's go look inside of our input and see what we did here. I mean, input. Okay, label, here we go. Let's copy these class names, and then we're gonna head over to contact page and we're gonna paste them in here. All right, class name, and then paste. So now they should look the same. Perfect. All right, so label and then text area. And we're actually gonna do the same thing. We're gonna head over to our input and we're gonna copy over these class names here. All right, might switch up a few things, I'm not sure yet. So for the name, we don't need any name. Actually, we could just do comments. ID we don't need. Yeah, I think that's, we don't need this either. Let's just add our class name and paste that in there. Let's see what happens. All right, perfect. So we got all the styling as our inputs. We don't need to change anything. We'll keep everything like this. Now we just need our button. So 1, 2, right underneath here for our button. And it's just going to say send. Don't need to add any props or anything to it. Actually, here, let's add a margin bottom of 3. There we go. Perfect. So that right there is our contact page. Like I said, I know that probably was boring styling. I know most of you guys are here for the functionality, the back end. Every time I do just like a styling video with no back end, it don't tend to do well. So yeah, that's why I didn't do an about page. It's just did a contact page, did a little quick contact page. But most of the functionality, it took a while. I think we are complete. I am about to go through the project and see what we missed, and I'll be right back and see if we missed anything. All right, so we're going to do a few changes because I don't know if you guys noticed, but for the contact page and for the product page, I believe we did sections. So just to make things more semantic, we're going to switch these divs here. I want to switch this to section. And same for our top products. I'm gonna switch this part to section. So we don't need to do it in products cart. Products, we already did it. New products, let's switch this to section. Navbar, we got nav for it, so that's good. Map, I think we could keep map like that. Info, let's do section. Hero, we could do section. Footer, I'm not sure if we did footer. Hopefully we did. We did it. Wow. Let's change this to footer. All right. And banner, we already did. All right, so that's cool. And let's go ahead and check our terminal. See if we got an error. So we are getting those errors for the key prop. We gotta find out where we did that. I know we did it inside the navbar. So let's head over to our navbar. Wait, we're getting a. All right, that'll go away. It's just my computer going slow. All right, navbar. So wherever we map through this stuff, so what we're gonna do is just do comma index like that, and then we could just do key index like that. Give that a save, and then I believe we did a map down here. Do index, and then on a link, key index, data save. All right, same here, index, key index, and last but not least, index, and give this a key of index. All right, so see if we, all right, so it looks like we missed one because it compiled right there. So we missed one somewhere. Let's see if we can find it. We got it there. We got it there. All right, so it seems like this page is good. Let's see. Let's think about where we mapped through our component. So we know we did it inside our products card, I believe. If I'm not mistaken, maybe not. Products. So we didn't do it here. Top products we did. So let's see. So yep, we got one right here. So we're gonna do products, and here we can actually just do key product.id. Give that a save. And now let's see it compile, and hopefully no errors. Okay, we missed another one somewhere. All right, so that's that one. Let's see, navbar, map, obviously not, hero, info, footer, maybe it was the footer. All right, so I put ID here. Let's change this to index, and then just do index, even though it still should work. All right, maybe our page. Okay, so I think I found it. It's inside of our new products. So we're gonna do comma index, and then actually we don't even need to do that. We can just do key product.id. Give that a save, and compiled, no errors, perfect. All right, I think that is it, guys. Let's take a look at some of the features. Inside of our hero section, we have this search form where we can search for a specific job. We can search by job title. We can search by job location. And we can also search by company name. When we find the job that we're interested in, we can click on it and it takes us to that specific job page using Next.js dynamic routing. On this page, you can see the job description and other job details. Back on the home page, right underneath our job listings, we got our sponsor section, we got our about section, we got a contact section with a nice contact form, and we also got our footer. If you noticed, in the nav bar, we got this post a job button. If we click on it, it takes us to the job posting page where a user can post a job. We use React Hook forms to manage our form state and validation. If we try to submit an empty form, we get a bunch of errors. So let's actually fill this form out. Do software engineer for a job title. Do Raleigh, NC for our location. Do Apple for our company name. And for our salary, we'll do 70,000. And for our image, I'm gonna upload the Apple icon, and we'll be using EdgeStore to manage all of our images. Employment type, and do full time, and just do test for our description. Click on submit. And if we head back to the home page, our job should be listed there now. So let's actually get started on this project. Alright, so I got a fresh project open here, so let's go ahead and create our next app. So inside the terminal, we're going to type in npx create next app at latest. And I'm going to do a dot after mine because I want mine created in the folder that I'm currently in. And we will be using TypeScript. ESLint, no. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. App router, yes. Import alias, this is optional. You don't have to use it if you don't want, but I'm going to use it. Alright, so once it's finished, I say we go ahead and clean up all of our files and start with our folder structures, and then we can start with our nav bar. So inside of the app, we're gonna get rid of favicon. Inside the global CSS, let me close out of this. We're gonna get rid of all of this here. Alright. And inside of layout, we're going to come back to this. We're going to install a font. Let's head over to our page. And we're going to select all, delete, and we can do RAFE. Change this to home. I'm going to change this to home as well. Alright. Public, we can get rid of these two SVGs. And I believe that's it. Yeah, so that's good. Let's head over to our layout. And we're not going to be using enter font. Let's actually start up our server as well, just so that way we can see the changes. So npm run dev. Give this page a refresh. And I'm just going to, inside of the page, I'm just going to maybe return a div with an h1 that says hello world. All right, perfect. All right, so inside of the layout, instead of enter, we're going to import. Oh, it scared me for a second. I'm like, where are the imports? All right, so we're gonna change this to railway. This is the font that really grew on me lately. I've used it inside of my e-commerce site that I just built. All right, so railway from Next Font Google. So we're gonna change this to railway as well, and we're gonna change this to railway, and we gotta import the weights as well. We're gonna import. So after this Latin, we're gonna do a comma, make some space there, and just put the weights in. So we're gonna do weight 200, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, not 8.
we're going to do 9. All right, and for the metadata, you can just put job posting site or something, or actually the site name is called Workify. And for the description, we could just do a job board or something. All right, probably want to be more descriptive than that, but all right. So for the inside of the body, we're gonna change this to railway and give that a save, and we should see our font. Perfect, looks so beautiful. All right, so that is it for our layout for now. Our page is good. So what I say now is inside of the description, there's a GitHub gist, and I want to just download all of our images, and we're going to put them inside this public folder. But before we do that, actually, let's create another folder on our inside of our root, and it's going to be called constants. All right, and in here we're going to make a file. It's going to be called index.ts, and this basically just going to be our nav links, because we're going to use our nav links in our mobile menu, our nav bar, our desktop menu, and also our footer. So this is just an easy way, so that way we can map through it. So it's just going to be this is going to be inside of the description as well, or you guys can pause the video and just copy this over. It's not too much. Just nav links. We got our name, we got our route. All right, so that's that. And now I just say we go ahead and download our images, and once we download our images, we can start our nav bar. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so hopefully you guys downloaded the images. I'm not sure if I told you guys, but it's going to be a Google Drive inside of the description with all of the images, or you can just head over to the GitHub repository and just download each one. I find that easier. So we got our Airbnb logo, we got capital 1, we got our little contact section image there, Discord, Dropbox, we got our hero background, our signature, and we also got a Slack logo. So these are all the images that we'll be using on this website. So let's close out of this, and now inside of our app, actually outside of our app, inside of our root, we're going to create a components folder, and we're going to create two folders inside of this components folder. We're going to create one, it's going to be called shared, and then another folder, it's going to be called UI. All right, so our UI is going to hold our buttons and our inputs, and our share is going to hold our nav bars and footers and stuff like that. So let's go ahead and create our navbar component. So inside of shared, we're going to do navbar.tsx. All right, and let's go ahead and export it, because we're going to import this inside of our layout. So head back over to our layout, and right over top of our children, and do navbar. All right, and we should see it. Nice. All right, so before we actually start our navbar, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna open up a new terminal in here, so that way we don't close out our server. Click on the plus, and I want to install a package. I'm gonna install React icons. So I'm gonna do a npm I react dash icons. All right, perfect. Let me just make sure that installed. Head over to my package block JSON, and where is it? Oh, there it goes. React icons. Perfect. All right, so let's go ahead and start our navbar. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to make this a client component. Do use client, and we're going to import a few things. We're going to import link from Next. Make some space here, and we're going to import our nav links from our constants folder. We're going to import some React icons. I'm going to copy these over. So these two are FI menu, so that's basically our hamburger menu, and MD close, which is going to be like the X icon that we're going to use to close out our mobile menu. And then we're going to also import one more. It's going to be called MD adds click, and this is for our logo, the little logo icon that we make. And we also going to import button from our UI, but we didn't create this yet. So actually, instead of our UI, let's create a button.tsx, and let's export it. And what we can do, let's just go ahead and just return a button. Let's go return a button, and it's just going to have our children in here. Children, spell children wrong, and then we gotta send it over our props. So we're gonna do children here. We're gonna come back and style this up and fix all the TypeScript errors, but for now, let's just keep it like this, and that way we can import it in here and we can use that. All right, so let's go ahead and set some state now. We're gonna do a const open mobile menu, and then a set open mobile menu, and that's going to equal useState false. I don't think we imported useState, did we? No, it automatically did. All right, and let's create our mobile menu handler function. So we're just going to do a const handle mobile, actually handle open mobile menu. Tried to be very descriptive. And that's going to equal an arrow function. It's going to return just set open mobile menu, and it's going to toggle our open mobile menu. Really simple. We do this every single time we do a project. All right, and let's go ahead and write some JSX and start styling this thing up. So we're gonna have a nav, and this is going to have a class name of py5, a bg of transparent, position relative, a top of 0, a z of 10, and a width of full. All right, and here we're gonna have another div, and let me close out of this thing on my other monitor. All right, and this is going to have a class name of max width 1450 pixels, and then a width of 90%, a mx of auto, flex, justify between, and item center. Okay, make some space here, and maybe I can actually bring this out just a little bit, because we're going to be clicking back and forth like this. So all right, perfect. All right, so now this is where our logo is going to go. So we're going to have a link. All right, and we're using Next.js link tag, so we got to do an href, and that's just going to lead us back home. And inside this link, we're gonna have a div with a class name of flex, item center, and a gap of 1. And then inside of this div, we're gonna have h1 with a class name of text black, a font of semi-bold, oh my bad, semi-bold, uppercase, and a text XL. And this is just going to say Workify. Workify. Let's take a look. Perfect. Nice. All right, so after this H1, this is where we're going to have our MD adds React icons, MD adds click, self-closing tag, and we can give this a class name of text purple 600. That's going to be like our color for our website. And then also we're going to make this a little bit bigger. We're going to do a text 3XL. Take a look. Hold on. Wait, did I save it? Maybe refresh. There it goes. Had to refresh. All right, perfect. And just a heads up, I'm very sick, guys. So if I sound like really stuffy, that's why. I don't know if we got COVID, but the whole household is sick. We're all sick. My children, they stay home from school, and it's like a war zone in here, man. It's crazy. All right, so after our link tag, we have a UL, and we have a class name of flex, a gap of 16, item center, and on max MD, we're gonna have hidden. All right, and now we can just map through our nav links. We have nav links, map link. I'm taking a link, and we're gonna return a link from Next.js. And the href for this is going to be our link dot route. We gotta also give this a key, which can just be index. And we're gonna get error because inside of our link we gotta do a comma. We also gotta take in an index as well. Index. All right, and inside of our link we're gonna have an li, and this is going to be link dot name. Perfect. All right, nice. All right, so now we need our button, our post a job button on that side. So right after this UL, we're gonna have a div with the class name of max MD. It's going to be flex, justify center, item center, and then a gap of 10. All right. And inside of this div, this is where we're going to render our post a job button and also our open and close icons as well, our mobile menu icons. So we're going to have our link. This is going to be, we're going to do our button first. I don't know why computer's lagging behind. There we go. All right, link. And it's going to have an href. And the href for this one is going to be /create. So we didn't create this route yet. All right. And we have our button. And it's going to take in our children. So we can just do post a job like that. Let's take a look at that. It's not styled up, so it's going to look normal. We're going to style it up here in a second. So after our link, we have a div. And make sure we're still inside of this div here where our button's at. So we have another div in here. And this div is going to have a class name of MD hidden. A text of 3XL, cursor pointer, and a text black. Balance text black. All right. And in here, we actually going to add a on click on this div as well. On click, and it's going to be a handle open mobile menu. So our little function that we made at the top. In here, we're just going to render our so if it's open mobile menu, it's going to show our MD close icon. Else, it's going to show our FI menu icon. Alright. We shouldn't see it here, but if we go to inspect and we change the screen size, now we see it. But once we click it, it goes to close, open, close, open. Perfect. Alright. So after this div, now we're going to render our open mobile menu links. So underneath this div, so still inside of the div where our button is at, we're going to render this out conditionally. So we're going to do open mobile menu, do double and. So if it's open mobile menu, we're going to return a UL, and this UL is going to have a long class name, a class name of MD hidden, a BG of purple 600, not pink, purple 600, position absolute, a top of 14, a right of 5, px of 4, py of 6, text center, a text white, a rounded MD, flex, and we also gonna do have to scroll over some. It's a pretty long class name. Flex, I'm gonna do a flex col, a gap of 3, and then a shadow MD. All right, let's take a quick look at this. So once we click it, we should see it. As you can see, we see it there. So inside of this UL, this is where we're gonna render, map through our nav links again. So we actually could just copy over this here. Let's copy this over here, and we're gonna paste it down here. All right, and there we go. Nice. So once we close it, perfect. So the only thing we're missing is we're actually going to add an on click on this link, because once we click these links inside of our mobile menu, we want them to close. We don't want this mobile menu to stay open. So go back to the menu, inspect. All right, perfect. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna have a on click on this link. Do on click, and all we're gonna do is we're gonna just return our set open mobile menu to false. Right, and with that, once we click, it closes. Nice. All right, so I believe that is our navbar. That is it, guys, for our navbar. Now it's time to work on our hero section, which is the coolest section. I really like the background I put on this one and made it look really nice with the search bar. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so inside of our components folder, shared, we're gonna create 2 components. The first one is gonna be called search form.tsx. And we're not going to do anything with this yet. We're just going to export it. I want to add, Prisma and our database first before we add functionality to our form. So let's just export it. And then we're going to create another one. It's going to be called hero.tsx. All right. Let's export this as well. And now let's head over to our app and page, and we're going to import it here. Well, I'm going to do fragments, so do fragments and then just put hero here, just so that way we can see it. All right, so that changes to hero. Nice. All right, so let's start styling this hero section up. So we're going to import our search form here, but like I said, it's just going to just say search form. We're not going to style it up yet or anything. Let's go to import that here. And we have a div, and it's going to have an ID of home, and we have a class name of bg-url, and then we're going to do quotes. It's going to be our hero.png. All right. A little confusing. Close that and close the brackets. All right, and then we need to give it a height. We're gonna do a height of screen, position relative, width of full, a BG of cover, and let's just save that for now. Perfect. All right, so as you can see, it is acting very weird. It's supposed to be on top of our nav bar. So let's see what we did wrong here. BG transparent. Oh, let's see. Height screen, position relative. Maybe let's add a margin top of -70 pixels. I think that's what I forgot. Perfect. Now it's on top of our nav bar. Underneath our nav bar. All right. So inside of this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex col, height of full, item center, justify center, a padding top of 82 pixels, a gap of 20, a width of 90%, MX of auto, and also a max width of 1450 pixels. All right. And inside of this div, we have another div, not that word, but another div with the class name of text6xl, a font of extra bold, and a text black. I don't know why I keep. All right, and first we're gonna have our h1. Actually, we messed up. So change this div. We're gonna change this to our h1, and then we're just gonna have another div wrapping this h1. Another div wrapping it like that, and this div is going to have a class name of text center, flex cal, and a gap of 3. All right. So this h1 is going to say len the, add some space like that. Let's take a look at that. So len the, all right. Then you have a span in here with a class name of text purple 600 and a font of extra bold, and this is going to say dream job. All right, take a look. Land the dream job. I don't know why. Oh, we forgot to add the space like that. You gotta add a space in between there. Perfect. So after this span, I'm gonna do a comma, space, you deserve. Nice. All right, and then after this h1, we're gonna have another span, and this is going to have a class name of font thin, and this is just going to say 100,000 jobs listed. Here, your dream job is waiting. All right, look, nice. All right, so after this div, so we got our closing span, closing div. And then right after that closing div, we're gonna have our search form. So search form. Oh. All right, and like I said, it's just going to say search form for now, but this is where it's gonna go. So we got it in the spot where we want it. All right, nice. So now let's go ahead and install Prisma, get our database connected, and all of that fun stuff. All right, so now it's time to set up our database with Prisma and Railway. So head over to prisma.io, and we're gonna click on get started, and we're gonna do quick start. Scroll down. We don't need to install TypeScript. We already have that. But we are gonna use this command here, install Prisma -- save-dev. So let me copy that, head back over to my project, and I'm going to paste that in here. All right, so once that's finished, let's head back over to prisma.io, and we're going to copy this. We won't be using SQLite, but we can just change that once the schema gets created. So we're just going to paste that in here as well, and it should create us a Prisma folder instead of our root with a schema.prisma. And like I said, it's going to say SQLite, but we're going to change this to Postgres SQL. All right, let's go ahead and close out of our terminal for now. Get rid of some of this stuff. All right, so I say we go ahead and do our schema since we're here. It's gonna be a really short schema. Probably one of the shortest that. No, I think the shortest one was our to-do app that we made. So we're gonna do a model, and it's gonna be job posting. A model job posting, and we got to take in the ID, which is going to be a string. And every time we take in the ID, we're gonna make sure that ID at default. I'm gonna do UUID like that. Give that a save. And we're also going to take in a name, which is going to be a string, description, which is going to be a string as well. Our salary, which is going to be a number, but you can't just put number here. You got to put float. And we also got it, whenever you use float, you got to give it a default. So by default, it's going to be 0. Location, it's going to be a string. Save that. Our author, it's going to be a string. So that's going to be our company name. Image, it's going to be a string. Put a question mark after that one. And then employment type. That's going to be a string as well. I'm going to put a question mark after that one. Give that a save. And we also can do a create it at. And that's going to be a date time. And we also got to give this a default as well, which is going to be now. Give that a save. So that right there is our schema. So we got our it should have made us a perfect. So it made us a .env file as well whenever we use Prisma in it. So here's where our database URL has to go. And to get that URL, we're going to head over to Railway, create an account. Don't worry about the free trial. It's just more than enough. So right now you are should be on a trial once you sign in with your GitHub. But like I said, it's more than enough. Click on new project. I'm gonna do Postgres SQL, and it should take a second to create. And click on the database, and as you can see, we have no data, we have no deployment, so it says active. Go over to settings. I believe you go here. Hold on. Maybe it's variables actually. And we're going to copy our database URL. I'm going to copy that and paste it in here. I laughed a little because every time I do make one of these videos, somebody always uses my database URL, and I go look at my database and it's just filled with just random stuff. Like, use your own, guys. Use your own, please. Maybe I just might delete this one after this video. Alright, so that should be it. So now what we can do is we got our database URL. Let's go back to our schema. What we can do now is we're going to open up our terminal. We're going to run a command. We're going to run npx prisma migrate. If I can spell migrate dev. Alright. So what this is going to do is we should see our schema basically inside of our database now. So let's give this a second. And as you can see, it says railway.net, so everything is getting connected. For the migration name, you can put anything for this. I'm just gonna do test. All right, perfect. So once it's complete, we can head back over to our database. Hold on, let's close out of this and open it back up. Data, hold on. Okay, so we're unable to connect the database over a public network. Can you connect using this command? Let's refresh and see what happens. Here we go. Perfect. It scared me for a second. I'm like, hold on. I didn't have to do that before. I used this multiple times. Alright, so now we should see our schema that we made. We got job posting, and we got our ID, we got our name, description, salary, location, author, image, employment type, and created at. Perfect. Alright, so we're going to create another folder inside of our root. It's going to be called lib. We're going to create a file. So we're going to call it prisma.ts. And here I'm just going to paste this in. This is the normal thing to do. I do this in all of my projects, so you guys can go to the GitHub repository and just copy this over right quick. And it's just so that way we don't get that error saying that we call in Prisma too many times. So that's that. And now I say we go ahead and set up EdgeStore, which is going to be a way to handle all of our file uploads. Whenever a user uploads an image to the job posting form, it just goes to here. So head over to EdgeStore.dev and create an account. Should be already signed in. There we go. All right, as you can see, I got 172 files inside the job board site that's already completed. There was a lot of testing going on. It was a lot of frustration. So once you're here, you want to click on create a new project. But before we do that, actually, let's head over to the docs because we got to set everything up, install EdgeStore and everything. So let's start from the beginning. Let's copy this code, head over to our terminal and install EdgeStore. Paste that in there. And while that's loading, let's head over to number 2. And here we got to do our environment variables inside of our .env. We'll do that in a second, but let's just copy this over. Head over to our .env. And we're just going to paste this in there like that. And then we'll just switch all this stuff out. Okay. And now we need to make a API route. So close out of that. Inside of our app, so it's saying inside of our app, we got to create a API folder, then create another folder, EdgeStore, then create another folder, EdgeStore with the spread operator and brackets, and then do a route.ts. So inside of our app, we're going to do API. And then inside of our API, we're going to have another folder, EdgeStore. And then inside this folder, another folder, and do brackets, EdgeStore, close brackets. And then inside of that folder, that's when we're going to have our routes file and do a route.ts. All right. And we can just copy this over and paste it in there. All right. We can close out of that. Close out our API folder. Keep the .env open. We're about to use that here in a second. And now it's saying create our context provider. So that's going to be inside of our lib folder as well. So inside of lib, we're going to create EdgeStore.ts. We're going to do EdgeStore.ts. And we're going to paste this in there. And now it's saying we have to wrap our whole application up with EdgeStore provider. Let me just save that and close out of that. Head over to our app layout. So right over top of our children. I think I might put it over our navbar as well. Do EdgeStore provider. That's coming from our lib folder. All right, perfect. Make sure we don't get any errors. Just refresh. Let's go to localhost 3000. All right, perfect. I believe that is it. You can use EdgeStore hook. All right, we'll do all of that ourselves. All right, perfect. So now let's head back to our dashboard and create a new project. Oh, project limit reach. Are you kidding me? That's hilarious, man. All right. So what we need to do is create a new project. And since I already got one, I'm just going to probably, if I can find it, where do I find my, okay, project keys. You go to project keys and we're going to copy this over. I'm already going to have 172 files on here. Well, I mean, it's not connected with our database because what we're going to do is we're just using this to store our files, but we're going to fetch our images from our railway database using Prisma. So I got 172 files in here, so that won't mean I'm going to have, fetching 172 images. It's going to be the images that's connected to that job. So yeah, we can go ahead and connect this. So .env, I'll paste this in there. All right, so let's close out our .env. We can close out our layout for now and close out of EdgeStore. So now I want to install 2 packages. First one we're going to install is React Hook Form. So npm React-hook-form. And then the next one we're going to install is CLSX. npmi CLSX. Okay. And what I want to do is just go ahead and knock out our UI components, the styling, the functionality for those. And then we'll work on our create a job form, and then our search form, and all of that other fun stuff. So inside of our components, let's do our button first because we can actually see that here because we got our button right there. And then we're going to do our input, but we're not going to see that. We're just going to complete the styling and complete all of the props inside of it, so that way it'll make our form a lot easier whenever we build it. So trying to think here. So inside of our button, start styling this up. So we're going to make this a use client, and we're going to import CLSX, and we're also going to import use form status, and that is coming from our React DOM. All right, so we are going to need an interface. We're going to do interface button props, and I'm going to actually copy these and paste them in here. It's just for TypeScript. Not sure if we got, whenever I do projects with TypeScript, it's optional. You guys don't have to do it with TypeScript if you don't want to, but I highly recommend it. So we're doing an interface for our button props. So we're taking in type, which can be button, submit, or reset, or undefined. Our children, which is a React node, on click, and that's optional. Outline and full width. So these are just stylings. Depending on if the boolean, if outline is true, then the styling is going to have that outline, and then full width, if it's true, then it's going to be a full width button. So actually I don't even think we need outline anymore. I think that was something that I ended up not using, so we can just remove that for now. All right, so for our props, I'm taking a type, comma, on click, and also full width. Okay, perfect. And let's go ahead and add our props, our types to this. We're gonna do React.fc, and it's gonna be button props, like that. All right, so that should get rid of those errors. All right, and what we're gonna do a cons pending. That's going to equal use form status. Okay. All right, and it's going to return a button, and we're going to do a type. It's going to be our type. Disabled, it's going to be pending. Pending. So whenever our form is submitted, we want that button to be disabled. On click is going to be on click. And then our class name for this, we're actually get rid of the quotes. I'm going to do brackets CLSX, and we're going to do parentheses and make some space here. So I'm going to do backticks. So the first style that we're going to do BG purple 600, a PX of 4, a PY of 1, a rounded, MD, a text white, a height of full. I'm going to add a transition, and a duration of 300. I'm going to add a hover effect. Do hover of BG purple 600/75. All right, as you can see, we got it right there when we hover, showing that nice little hover effect. And let's go ahead and just add our children in here. Children. All right, perfect. Nice. Let's see. And now what we want to do is, so after this, we're gonna add a comma, and we're gonna do if is full width. So if full width is true, we just want the styling. We want to add the styling of width full, because we're gonna need a full width button. I believe we use it inside of our contact section and also our post a job form. Perfect. So that is our button component, our reusable button component. So now let's do our input inside of our UI. Create another file. Create input.tsx. Okay, that is save. I'm trying to think. Maybe I should add an input. So let's go ahead over to our shared search form and let's go ahead and add this input here. Let's do fragments just so that way we can see some of the styling that we're doing. Input UI like that. All right, so we got it right there. This is a pretty large file. This one, there's a lot of functionality in this input. All right. So we're going to do use client, and we're going to import CLSX. All right, make some space here, and we're going to import some stuff from React Hook Forms. Import field errors with an S, and also we're going to import use form register return. Those are both coming from React Hook Form. And then we also going to import change event, and that's coming from React. All right. And then we're going to do our interface, our input props that we're going to be taking in, and paste that there. So we're going to take in our label, which is a string, ID string, type, which is a string, register, which is coming from React Hook Form. Also errors, which is coming from React Hook Form as well. Disable, which is a Boolean. No label, which is a Boolean. So that's basically, we're going to add this no label whenever we don't want a label, because we don't want a label inside of our search form, but we do want a label inside of our post a job form. So that's why we add in this Boolean there. And is text area. So this right here is, we're going to change the way this input looks. We're going to change it to a text area if this Boolean is true, because we use a text area inside of our post a job and also inside of our contact form at the bottom of this page. Placeholder, which is a string, no border, which is a Boolean, on change, and then also our value, which is a string. So those are all the props that we're going to be taking in here. So it's pretty long. So now we actually got to receive these props. So inside of these parentheses, we're going to do brackets, and we're just going to paste all of that in here. We got our label, ID, no border. Okay, that's why we're getting the error. I was wondering why we didn't put it up here. Or type, we're going to do React FC, and it's going to be input props like that. All right, perfect. So again, label, ID, type, register, errors, disabled, is text area, no label, placeholder, value, on change, and no border. So those are all the props we're going to be taking in this. Pretty long. All right, so now let's go ahead and style this up a bit. So we're going to do a const, actually, I don't want that inside of that return. It's going to be over top of this. So we're going to do a const input element. Input, hold on, sorry. Input element. And that's going to equal to is text area. All right. So if it is text area, we want to return our a text area. A text area. Like that. And you can make this a self-closing tag. So save some space here. Like that. Alright. So our text area is going to take an ID, which is going to be ID. It's going to take an autocomplete, which is going to be our ID. Rows is going to be 6. Disabled is going to equal to disabled. Placeholder is going to equal to placeholder. So these are all the props that we're just getting in. We're just making it equal to our props that we're getting in, and then register. This is coming from React hook form. And now we need our class name. So our class name is really long. So we're gonna do class name, brackets, CLSX. Alright. And make sure you do parentheses, backticks. So first one's going to be block. I'm gonna make some space here and do width full. I'm gonna do a rounded MD, a border 0, a PY of 1.5, a PX of 1, a text gray 900, a shadow MD, and do a ring 1, a ring inset, a ring gray 300, a placeholder of text. Gotta scroll over here. It's really long class name. Sheesh. Oh my god. A placeholder of text gray 400, a focus ring. Actually focus. Sorry. Focus, and this is going to be a ring 2, and then also focus. Do a outline of purple 600, and then on small screens we want the text to be small enough, and the text to be small. And then on small and up screens, we're gonna do a leading of 6, and then a margin bottom of 5. Okay. Woo! I'm tired. Alright, so we're not returning nothing, that's why. We're getting an error here. Alright, so that is our text area. But as you can see, we use CLSX. So we're going to actually do a comma after this. And now we want some styling to be shown whenever there's an error from React hook form. So we're going to do errors. We're going to do and errors ID. And then and we want the styling to be ring rows 700. All right. We also do another comma. So when it's disabled, we want the opacity to be 50, and also cursor default, so you can't click on it. All right, so now we need our else. So this is if text area is true. Now we need else. Actually, hold on. I believe it is down here. Okay, this is weird. So there. Okay, there we go. It was weird for a second. So our else, we're going to return a input. And the good thing is we don't gotta copy. We don't gotta write all this over because it's gonna be damn near the same styling. So I'm just going to paste this up, and we'll just switch everything out, and then we're gonna paste that in there. So yeah, take over text area. I can get rid of that. take out of rows. So we'll just be using autocomplete, and then we got type, which is going to be type. Autocomplete, which is ID. Disabled, which is disabled. We're going to do name, which is going to be our ID. And then we also going to do value, which is going to be our value. Okay. We got name, value, disabled, placeholder, register, and we also need onChange. onChange. And that's going to equal onChange. Oh my god. There we go. Okay, perfect. And this has the same styling, I believe. If not, we can always just come back and fix it. But only difference is, so after this disabled, we're going to do a no border. So if it's no border, do n. We want the ring to be 0, shadow none, and also a margin bottom of 5. Okay. All right, so we got our input element. So this is basically you just use an ternary operator. If it's text area, it's going to show a text area. If it's not, it's just going to show an input. Really simple. And then in our return statement, we have a div. All right, and here we're going to render our label out conditionally. So if it's no label, all right, we're going to do n. We're going to return label. And we're going to do HTML4, and it's going to be for our ID. And this is going to have a class name of block, text small, font medium, a leading of 6, and a text gray of 900, and then a margin bottom of 2. Alright, and inside of this label, we're just going to render out our label like that. And we can do a little symbol like that. And we shouldn't see anything because our search form, we're missing a lot of props. So actually, I'm just going to get rid of this. And then whenever we do our form, it's going to all make sense. So we're just basically just doing our UI component for now. So that way we don't have to rewrite all of these class names over and over and over again. So we make 3 types of forms on this website. We got a post a job form, we got a search form, and then down below we got a contact form. All right, so our label there, and you're probably wondering why we got no label, and this is basically, I call it short circuiting method. I believe there's an actual word for it, but basically if it's no label, that's when the second half is going to fire. But if it is a label, that's when it's just going to short circuit out and then don't even run the second part of this that statement. So after the label, we're going to have a div, and it's going to render our input element like that. All right, cool. So I'm gonna probably leave it at that. We'll come back and add our error messages underneath here. All right, so I think it's time to actually work on our post a job functionality. So let's go ahead and close out of everything. And before we start that, we're gonna make another folder inside of our root. It's gonna be called types. And in here, we're gonna create a file, and it's gonna be called job types. .ts. All right, and we're just going to do a export interface job types because we're going to do ID string, we're going to do a name string, image string, everything string, author string, salary string, location, description, and employment type. All right, cool. So inside of our app, we're going to create another folder, and we're going to do parentheses create. All right. And then inside of here, we're going to have a folder. It's going to be called create. And inside of this folder, we're going to create a file. It's called page.tsx. So if you remember, we added a link to that post a job button there to take us to /create. So once we click this, it should take us to /create. Perfect. And we're showing page there. All right. And we're going to create two more folders in here. So inside of parentheses create, we're going to create another folder, and it's going to be called actions. And then we're going to create another folder, components. All right. And inside of components, we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called create form. So create form.tsx. Let's go ahead and export it. All right, perfect. And now let's head back over to our create page, and I start styling this up a bit. So we're going to go ahead and import create form. Or create form. And we're going to return a div with a class name, max width 1450 pixels, a width of 90%, a MX of auto. All right, and inside of this div, I have another div. It's gonna be class name with full MT5 and a text center. And we have a H1, and it's gonna have a class name of MD text 6XL, text 4XL, a font of extra bold, uppercase, and a margin bottom of 1. And it's going to say post a. We're going to do a little space trick here, space trick there, and then we're going to have a span. It's going to have a class name of text center, and actually text purple. Sorry. 600. Text purple 600. And this is just going to say job. Let's take a look at that. Perfect. Post a job. All right. And underneath the span, actually underneath this H1, we have another span. And this is going to have a class name of width full, text center, and this is just going to say currently 100,000 users are actively looking for a job. Perfect. All right, and so we got a span, we got a div, and then underneath that div, this is where our create form is going to go. Nice. All right, so before we actually work on our create form, we're going to head over to actions. We're going to create a file in here. It's going to be called create job actions.tsx. All right, and we're going to be using server actions. So we're going to do use server, and we're going to import revalidate path. We're going to import Prisma. For some reason, I always got to type this out. So Prisma, and this is going to be coming from our @/lib/Prisma. And then we also going to import field values. I don't think we need field values actually. All right. And we need to set our type. So we're going to export type form data, and our type is going to be name string, description string, location, author, salary, image, and employment type, all string. All right, and we're going to export async function create. I'm going to do create job, and it's going to take in our data, which is going to be our form data. All right, and we're going to do an await Prisma dot job posting dot create. All right, and we gotta give it the data. So the data is going to be our name, which is going to be our data.name. Let me just copy all of this over here, paste it in here. It'll be faster than me typing it all. All right, so we got our data, I don't know why we're getting an error here, object literal. So yeah, I think I see the issue. So as you can see, it says the salary is uppercase. It got to be lowercase. So now we actually have to do a, let me clear this out. We got to do an npx prisma migrate dev, and that should get rid of that error once we complete all of this. It's going to ask us to do a name again. Yeah, my new migration is going to do test, and then just give this a second, and hopefully that error clears, and it does. Nice. All right, close out of the terminal. Last thing we got to do is revalidate the path. Revalidate path, and I'm going to do /create. That. Give that a save, and that is our server action we'll be using. Let's close out of that, and now we can start our create form. All right, so let's go ahead and add use client, and we're going to import a bunch of stuff. First, we're going to import use form. We're going to import create job, comma, type, space, form data, like that. And then we're going to add another comma. Actually, we don't need a comma. We're going to do from, and that's going to be coming from @/app/create/actions/create jobs. All right, so we got a type and our form data. All right, and let's go to import button from our UI. Also import input from our UI as well. Make some space here. We're gonna import use state and use effect. And use effect. And we're gonna import use EdgeStore. And I believe that is it. Well, we're not finished, but this is all of the imports. So now let's go ahead and set some state here. So first thing we're gonna do, so if you check the docs of EdgeStore, let's go to docs and head over to maybe Next or EdgeStore maybe. Configuration, oh, image, here we go. So it shows you how to do everything. I use this drop zone on my full stack blog website, but we're not going to use that in this project. So we're going to go and set some state. We're going to do a const file and then a set file, and it's going to equal use state. It's just going to be empty like that, but we're going to do set a type here. We're going to do file like that. All right, and then we're going to do a const EdgeStore, and that's going to equal use EdgeStore like that. And right underneath this file, we forgot one. We got to do a const image path, and then a set image path. And by default, that's just going to be use state and empty quotes like that. So we're going to save our image path from EdgeStore inside of this state here. send this image path to our Prisma, then fetch that and for our job component. So now we need to do some things with React hook form. Hopefully this part is not confusing. So I don't think I showed you guys React hook form site. So they actually got some really good docs. This is my first time actually using React hook form, and I ran into some issues at first, and I was actually gonna not use them, but I ended up fixing it. So let's go to docs. Where are we at? Get started maybe. But yeah, they got some really good docs here. It just shows you how to do everything. Register fields, this is what we'll be using. This we'll be applying validation, and we'll be handling errors as well. And they got a bunch of stuff for TypeScript as well. We'll be using some of this stuff. So yeah, just head over to the docs. So all of this stuff that I'm about to do now is inside of the docs. So we can do a const. We're just basically grabbing everything from use form. So we're gonna use register, const register. We're gonna do set value, handle submit, comma. We're gonna do form state, and in here it's going to be errors, comma, is submitting, comma, is dirty, and then dirty fields. All right, dirty fields. All right, and then we're gonna do a comma, and then we also going to take reset as well. Probably should have put that up there. All right, reset, and this is going to equal use form, and now we got to set our default values. And do default values, and in here is we got our name, which is going to be an empty string. Just going to copy all of this, paste it in there. So we got our author, empty string, description, location, image, and employment type. All right, and now as you can see, we got our type form data here. We're actually going to set our type on this use form. We're going to do form data like that. Perfect. Nice. All right, and now we need to make our upload image handler for EdgeStore. So we're going to do a const upload image handler, and that's going to be async. All right, we're going to do if file. We're going to do a const res, and that's going to equal await EdgeStore dot public files dot upload. All right, and in here we're going to upload our file like that. All right, but we also want to set value of image to our res. So once you click a dot here, you should get access to some stuff. So res.path, .path order, .size, .upload, .url. So that's what we want. So we're setting our value of image to res.url. So now that I think about it, I don't even think we need image path. So this is the issue that I was having at first. So whenever I was saving the URL to image path, it just wasn't working inside a database. What it would do is whenever you upload the form, it would send the data before it saves the URL inside of this state. So the workaround for that was I found this set value from React hook forms, and what we're going to do is set the value of this input name. So we're going to name the input image, and we're going to set it to res.url. And with this, it worked. So I ended up doing it like this. So I honestly think we don't even need this image path anymore, but let's just keep it for now. So now we're going to do a use effect, and I'm going to return if file. We're just going to run our upload image handler function, and we're looking for any changes to file. Just in case they change the image or anything, they'll just upload it to our to EdgeStore. All right. So now we need our on submit. So we're gonna do a const on submit, and that's going to equal handle submit async. So that handle submit is coming from React hook forms, and we're gonna take in our data, and we're gonna return await create job, and we're gonna send it over our data. And we then after that we want it to reset the form, so we're gonna run a reset like that. All right. So we shouldn't see anything because we didn't write any JSX. So now let's actually write some JSX. So get rid of this, and return a fragment like that, and it's going to be a form action, no action. I have an on submit, and that's going to equal our on submit function. And it's also going to have a class name of margin top 10. All right, so in this form, we have another div, class name of flex col, small screens and up is going to be a gap 10, and then a gap 5 for extra small screens. And then we'll have another div in here with the class name of grid, small screens and up, grid col 2, and then a gap of 5. All right. So now we're gonna do our first input. So input self-closing tag, and we're gonna send it over to our prop. So we got our ID is going to be for this first one's going to be for name. Our label is going to be job title. Our errors is going to equal errors. That's coming from React hook form up here. Our form state, so it's coming from that. And disabled is coming from is submitting. So that's coming from React hook form as well. And now we got to do our register. For register, we're going to do double brackets, ... register. And we got to give it a name. So the name's going to be name. And then we're going to do comma. And we can add a bunch of stuff here, but we're just going to add required. Required. And we want it to be true. Like that. All right. Take a look at this. Nice. We got our first input, and it looks great. Nice shadow. Once you click, you got our site color ring. It looks nice. Perfect. Or outline. All right, so now I'm going to copy this input, and I'm going to paste it again. And we should see another one right next to it. So this next one, the ID is going to be location. The label is going to be location. Error is going to be errors. Disable is submitting. Register, the name is going to be location. And we also want to make this required as well. Okay, perfect. So underneath this div here, I'm going to have another div with a class name of grid, small screens and up, grid col 2, and then a gap of 5. Same thing as the top one. And we can go ahead and paste another input and another input. So paste 2 more. Okay. So let's go ahead and change up this first one. This one's going to be author. And the label for this one It's going to be company name. Errors, disabled is submitting, register is going to be author, and we're also going to make that required. Okay, so this next one is going to be a little bit tricky because I don't know if you guys saw the demo, but for salary, we want it to show an error if it's not a number. So let's go ahead and change the ID to salary. Label is going to just be salary. Errors, disabled is submitting, and register. This is where it gets a little tricky. So we're going to change this to salary. And we also going to do required true, but after true, add a comma. Add some space here. We're going to add validate. And what we're going to do is we're going to take in a value and we're going to return const parsed value. That's going to equal parsed. Parse float. And it's going to be value. Like that. Okay, return. So we want to return is NaN, not a number, parse value. Okay, I see what I did wrong here, guys. I'm actually gonna remove this validate and we're just gonna rewrite it. So we're gonna do validate and we're gonna take in our value and we're going to return brackets. I put parentheses last time. Do const parsed value, and that's going to equal parse float, and it's going to take in our value, but we got to do a dot replace, and we're going to do slash comma slash g, and then we're going to do comma space empty quotes like that. All right, so as you can see, we're still getting an error. That's because we want this return statement to be inside of this. So I'm gonna empty that and then put it right there. And another closing one there. And we forgot to close a bracket here. Actually, I think we got too many parentheses. There we go. Whew. Told you that one was a little bit tricky. All right. So again, we're just basically checking to see if our value is a number. If it's not, we're gonna return this error. It must be a number. All right, perfect. So that is our salary one. And now underneath this div here, we're gonna have another div with the same class name, grid, small screens and up, grid col2, grid col2. And then a gap of 5. All right. And this next input is going to be a little bit different as well. So we could just actually type this one out. This is going to be our file. So I have an input and a label for this one is going to say select company image. Like that. And then the type for this one is going to be file. And this is going to have an on change. Take in an event, and we want it to return set file to our e.target.files, and we want it to be the index of 0. All right, and we can add a question mark right there. Okay, we are getting an error there. ID is missing. Oh, let's add an ID to it. So ID of file. Like that. Alright, so we got our file there. Nice. Perfect. And now we need our employment type. So underneath this input, actually underneath this div, Actually underneath the input, sorry, have another div, no class name, I have a label. Label is going to be for employment type, like that. And we're gonna have a class name on here. Class name of block, text small. Actually the same exact class names as our label there. Text small, we're gonna do a font medium, a leading 6. That's why I was frozen for a second. I'm like, hold on, are these the same class name? A text gray of 900 and a margin bottom of 2. Okay, that's our label. And then in here it's gonna say employment type. All right, let's take a look. Just show right there, nice. And now we need our select. So our select name, we don't need a name, we do need an ID, which is going to be employment type. And are we gonna need a register? Let's make some space here. So register. And now we set our name, which is going to be employment type. And we also want this to be required as well. Required, which is true. Okay, and this is gonna have the same class names as our input, so we can actually head over to our components, UI, input, scroll up and copy this class name here. Copy all of this. Copy. And then inside of our create form, a class name, and I'm gonna paste all that in there like that. Okay, there we go. But as you can see, our height is not lining up with that. And let's do a padding of 3. Give that. All right, perfect. So now it lines up with that one. All right, nice. So that's our select. Now we need to add our options for our select. Scroll back over this monitor. Sorry. It's unorganized today, huh? Like I said, I'm sick. I think we got COVID, guys. I think my whole family got COVID. We've been sick for the last 3 days. So I'm struggling here. I have an option. And the value for this one. Value is going to be part-time. Part-time. That. And it's going to say part-time. Part-time. Actually, I'm going to keep this like that. Part-time. Alright, and we could copy this 2 more times. 1, 2. And just change up the stuff. So this one's going to be full-time. And the next one's going to be temporary. We're going to probably just do temp like that. Alright, let's take a look. Temp, full-time. Perfect. Alright, and now we need our text area. So we got our select, closing select, we got a closing div, and another closing div. So we're underneath this closing div here. This is where we're gonna have our input. And actually, what we can do is copy one of these inputs up here. So I'm gonna copy this one here, this author. And down here, I'm gonna paste it there. And we're just gonna add a boolean to it, is text area, and it's going to be true. And as you can see, now we got our text area. That is the power of reusable components. All right, and we just gotta change up the stuff. That's going to be description. Label is going to be description. Error is going to be errors. Disable is submitting. Register is going to be description. And we're also going to make it required. Nice. All right. So now we want a hidden input for our server actions. So right underneath this div here, we're gonna have an input Input like that. It's a regular old input. It's going to be hidden anyway. I'm going to type hidden, and I'm going to have an ID. It's going to be image, but we're going to have it register. Register, and it's going to register img. So that's the name of this input. So whatever you put for this register, that's going to be the name of this input. So you guys remember, we set the value up here of this image to our res.url. So that means that this hidden input is going to hold that value, and that's what we want. So what I'm going to do is actually highlight this, and I'm going to just comment this out because I actually want you guys to see this. All right, so the hidden input is down here, is right there. All right, so let's add our submit button. It's going to just be button. That is going to say submit, and let's go ahead and add our type, which is going to be submit. All right, we got our button there. That input is going to be gone, so we can just keep it like this for now. So we can actually test this out now. I'm really hoping this works. Actually, we didn't add our errors in there, so once we submit this, it's going to submit as, oh, it's showing. Okay, I forgot we did add errors, but we want it to show underneath here, you know, job title must be filled out, location is required, company name is required, salary. So you want that to show here, show there. So let's hit under our input component, and we gotta add some stuff underneath this input element here. So we're gonna do brackets, errors, and errors ID. All right. Then we do and parentheses, and we want it to return a span. Your class name of text red 600, and then a text small like that. And in here, this is where we're going to render our errors. We're going to do errors ID, and once you click that, you should get access to message. And then we're going to do and parentheses, do a fragment. This way we're going to render out our errors ID dot message. We're going to have, if it's not errors ID dot message, and do backticks, do $, brackets, label is required. All right, my bad. I forgot to add the bracket here, and I also forgot to add the bracket here. I do apologize, guys. I'm really trying here. I'm just sick, guys. I'm sorry. All right, so as you can see, we got, okay, then we got an extra bracket somewhere. Hold on. Okay, I think it's right here. So we don't need label. Wait, it's required. Yeah, we don't need that bracket there. All right. So now as you can see, we got job title is required, location is required. Nice. So as you can see, it's showing like a little, like, I don't like how it's so far apart. Let's actually put it inside of this div here, and let's see how that works, how that looks. Maybe that won't make a difference. Actually, let's see here. Margin bottom 5. See what happens when we take that off. I think we might take that off, guys. Take off that margin bottom 5. I don't think we need it because we're using gap instead of our grid. So let's actually take that off for now. On the text area, we can remove the margin bottom as well. And I just think that looks so much better when it's closer. All right, but here's the thing. Let's see how it looks on mobile. Oh, it still looks good. Okay, perfect. because we got that gap from the grid. All right, so I believe we are done with our input component. Let's go ahead and get rid of that. We can get rid of our schema. So let's test this out. For the job title, I'm just going to do software engineer, location Raleigh, NC, company name is going to be Apple Incorporated. Salary, I'm just going to put a string for now, just SDFDS. And then for the image, I've got this little Apple logo. So as you can see, once we add an image there, our hidden input stores that image URL. So that's what that's for. So let me actually get rid of that now. Add type hidden. Just wanted to show you guys what it does. So now we store in that URL inside of that hidden input. Employment type is going to be part-time, and description, I'm just going to do test. So with that, we should get an error for salary. So yep, it must be a number. I'm just going to do 120,000. Okay, and submit. As you can see, we get the inputs, they go disabled. And now here is the moment of truth. Check our database, and perfect, it is there. We got our ID, we got a name, we got our description, we got our location, author, image, which is one thing that I'm happy about, because this is the one thing that was really messing with me whenever I was creating this. Part-time, created that, and also the salary. Perfect. All right, so there's a few changes that I want to make to this. So as you can see, we got our button right next to our description, and we need that gap. I mean, we need that margin bottom. So what I'm thinking is we can either add the margin bottom to our button and just add a boolean onto it. So what we can do is probably do this. We can do margin top and then do boolean, and we can make this optional like that, and then bring in the prop for it, margin top, like that. All right, and now down here we can add a comma, margin top, and then we can do a margin top of 5. Okay, and that's going to add that prop to our button inside of our create form, which we can do margin top, and let's see if that works. Perfect. And let's try to submit, and we still got the margin. Nice. All right, so that's one fix I wanted to do. So you're probably wondering why we don't have our image required and our part-time required. So we're gonna add a fallback image if they don't upload an image, because I don't know if you guys filed any job applications lately, but I have. I mean, I'd applied for probably like 300 jobs right now by now. And sometimes you see jobs that don't have an image, but they have the site's default image. So we're gonna add one of those if they don't upload an image. And then employment type, we're not making that required either, because by default it's part-time, so we are getting a value from this either way if they don't choose. But there is one thing that I wanted to do. So for not that one, down here for our select, that's it, I'm going to add a disabled, and that's going to equal is submitting. All right, so we want to disable that. And what we can do is actually, let's copy all of this here. I'm gonna get rid of it, And up here, actually we can just do it down here where we just at. I'm gonna do brackets CLSX, and I'm gonna import it, and I'm gonna paste those class names back in there. I think I did it wrong. Hold on. I think it gotta be backticks. Paste those class names back in there. Then I'm gonna do a comma, and now I'm gonna head back over to my input, and I want to render this out disabled. Go back to create form, and I forgot it's not going to do it because it's not a boolean. Table is, or we could just probably just do is submitting, right? Yeah, there we go. So if it is submitting, the opacity be that. So that's for that one. And for this one, we could just do, where's this one at? This one's here. We could just do disabled is submitting, because this is going to be disabled either way because we're using the input component, so we don't got to add all that extra stuff like we just did this one. All right, perfect. So that is our form. Let's just test this out one more time. I want to create another job, and it's going to be with Apple. We're going to come back and add more jobs later. I'm going to do a full stack. Actually, I'm just going to do something easy. UI/UX designer. Location is going to be Albany, New York. Company name is going to be Apple. INC. Salary is going to be 70,000. And for the image, I'm going to do Apple. And we're going to do full time this time. And description, just put test. So let's see if everything gets disabled, and it does. Nice. And we should see it inside of our database. Perfect. Nice. So now it's actually time to start working on seeing these jobs on the home page. So we're going to work on our search form first, but before we do that, we got to install a package. We're going to install Zustand because we need to manage some state. npm I Zustand. We're going to install that and close out all of this stuff for now. Close out, and we're going to create a folder on our desktop. Folder in our root that's going to be called store. All right, and inside of this store, we're going to create a file. It's going to be called usejobstore.tsx. All right, so I'm just going to paste this in there. It's not that much. We just got to import create from Zustand. We're going to import job types from our types folder. And then we just got to define some state. We got filter jobs. It's going to be job type. It's going to be an array. And then set filter jobs. It's just going to take in jobs and then just return void. And then down here is our actual store. So we got use job store create. Then we add in our job store state there, our types. And then we got set. So first, by default, our filter job is going to be an empty array. And then we're just going to set filter jobs. It's going to take in a job, and then we're just going to set filter jobs to jobs. Really simple. It's just basically like use state. You know, you got your filter jobs, you got your set filter jobs, and it's just setting filter jobs to jobs. Okay. All right. So that is our store. So before we start rendering our search form, we're going to head over to our next config because there's some stuff we have to do in here. Remove its strict mode. So React strict mode, I'm going to do false because I ran into a bunch of issues with this. And do images. And we do remote patterns. It's going to be in here. We're going to do protocol. HTTP HTTPS, comma, and we need our host name. And all of our images are going to be coming from files.edgestore.dev. Okay. EdgeStore.dev. Okay, perfect. So that's that. Now it's time to work on our actual search form. All right. So the moment you all been waiting for, it is time to start our search form. So inside of, oh, we already created a component. Nice. So let's get rid of, actually let's keep that input, that import. And we're going to make this a use client. We're going to import a few more things. We'll import button from our UI. And we're going to import change event and use state. All right, so change event, use state, that's both coming from React. We're going to import our use job store and import, we can add use effect to this, use effect. And last but not least, our job type from our types folder. All right, so let's do our interface. So interface, search, form, props. That's going to equal jobs, job type. All right, it's going to be an array. And then we need to set some initial state. Initial state, and that's going to be title, it's going to be empty, location, it's going to be empty. I was about to type empty, and author is going to be empty. All right, that's our initial state, and we're going to accept some props in here. We didn't fetch our data yet, but we will. Jobs. And it's going to be search, form, props. Okay. All right, perfect. So let's go ahead and set our values. Set our state. I'm going to do cons state, set state, and that's going to equal use state. And it's going to be our initial state that we set at the top there. And then we're going to do a cons value, set value, and that's going to equal use state. Default is going to be empty quotes. All right, and we do cons set filter jobs, and that is coming from our use job store. Like that. All right, so now we're going to do a use effect, and I'm actually going to paste this in because it's pretty long, but in the description there will be a GitHub gist, or you can head over to the GitHub repository and just copy this over. I'm going to explain it, so I'm going to go ahead and paste it. So once I explain it, it'll be really simple. So basically what we're doing is inside the use effect, we're creating this function called filter and set jobs. And in here, we're just basically checking. So the first one is this one, the title condition. And we're basically just checking to see if the job title matches the search title, or if the search title is empty. I believe, so if the search title is empty, this second half wouldn't fire. And same with the location condition. So it's basically the same thing, just called. So this is title condition. We got location condition, we got company condition, and then at the end we're just returning all three. And then at the bottom here we're just setting filter jobs to set filter jobs to filter jobs, and this is coming from our use job store using Zustand. And down here we're just calling our function that we just made. And then for our dependency array, we're just looking out for any changes within jobs, our state, and our set filter job. So if any of those changes, that's when this use effect will fire. Okay, so
Now I think it's time to create our onChange. We're gonna do a function onChange, and this is taking in an event. This is a change event, which is a HTML input element. All right. So in here, basically, whenever an input field value changes, this function is going to be called. So in here, what we're going to do, we're going to do a set state. Set state. We're going to do parentheses, brackets, and the first thing we're going to do is spread out our state. We'll do a comma, and then we're going to do brackets event dot target dot name, and that's going to be event dot target dot value. All right, so now we need to make our onSubmit. So we're going to do a function onSubmit, and that's going to also take in an event. This is going to be a React.form event, which is also an HTML form element, so it won't be an input element. All right, make a space there. And in here, we're just going to do an event dot bubbles. What is that? Prevent default. All right, perfect. So now we can start styling up our form. All right. So we're going to have fragments. Then we're going to have a div with a class name of bg gray 50 dash 50, opacity of 50, a shadow, a rounded MD, a padding of 5, and a width of full. Right? And then in here, this is where we're gonna have our form, and we can get rid of action. We're gonna add an onSubmit, and that's going to be our onSubmit function. In here, we'll have a div with a class name of grid, gridCal2, or actually gridCal12, sorry, 12, and then a gap of 3. All right. Inside this div, we have another div with the class name of callSpan12, and on large screens and up, it's going to be a callSpan3. Okay. All right, and now we're about to have our first input. I have input. I might just copy this over. It's gonna be kind of the same thing as our inputs in our posted job form. So we sending over the prop, so it's our input component, and we got ID, we got our type text, no label this time because we don't want any label. Let me refresh. And placeholder job title, and we're adding an onChange. All right, and right underneath this div here, we have another div with a class name of callSpan12, and also large screens and up is going to be callSpan3. Right, and we're gonna have another input here, but this one's going to be cannot read filter. Okay, that's we're not sending over the props to here yet. So let's I say we go ahead and do that now. So we had to send over our props. So what we're gonna do is, I say we send it through our hero section, and then so we're gonna fetch. I'm trying to think. So we'll fetch it from our home page of jobs, and then we send it over to our hero, and then our hero send it over to our search form.
all we gotta do, we're gonna change this to a async, and we gotta import Prisma. Prisma, and like I said, for some reason I always gotta type this out. It never picks it up. lib/Prisma, and all we gotta do is do a const jobs. That's going to equal await Prisma dot job posting, and we just gotta do find many like that, and we just gotta do a little empty object like that. And now what we can do is just send over our jobs to our hero section like that. And inside of our hero section, we take in these props, jobs, that. And then we send over our jobs to our search form, jobs, perfect. All right, so we shouldn't get that error no more. Nice. All right, let's go ahead and finish what we was doing. So this next one's going to be, next input is going to be location. Placeholder is going to be location. Type text, no label, on change, perfect. All right, and now we're gonna do another div. So I'm gonna copy this div here. Just paste it down there. Have another input there like that. And this next was going to be author. Type's going to be text. Placeholder is going to be company. On change, on change. Nice. Now we need our button. So right underneath this div here, we can actually just copy over this div and just remove this input. And have our button here, button component, and it's going to say search jobs. All right, and we're going to do a type submit, and we're also going to do full width. All right, perfect. Now we have our search form. So now we need to render out our jobs at the bottom of this. So let's go ahead and do that now. All right, so before we start our jobs and our job cards, we're gonna head over to hero. I just want to fix this error right quick. So here we're gonna do an interface. We're gonna do hero props, and we're gonna do jobs. It's going to be our job type. It's coming from our types folder. It's going to be an array. So here we just gotta do hero props, and that should get rid of that error. So inside of shared, we're going to create two components. We're going to create one, it's going to be called jobs.tsx, and then jobscards.tsx. That one, and we're going to export this one. All right, perfect. So now inside of our home page, we're going to render out jobs underneath our hero. Jobs. I'm going to save that, and now we should see jobs down there. It's hiding down there. All right, so let's start styling this page up first. We're going to make this a use client, and we're going to import use state from React. We're also going to import our use job store, so that way we can have access to our filtered jobs. Then we're going to import jobs card, and we also going to import our button component from our UI folder. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our filtered jobs from our Zustand store and do a const filtered jobs, and that's going to equal use job store that. And let's go ahead and set some state and do a const visible jobs and set visible jobs, and that's going to be use state And default value, you could change this. I'm gonna do 8. So what we're doing is basically we're gonna have a show more button at the bottom of our job component, and whenever you click it, it's going to render out more jobs, because we don't want all the jobs to be posted. It'll just be a long page. So we're gonna have some showed. Well, we only gonna have 8 jobs showing at a time. Then when you click a button, it's gonna show 4 more. All right. And we can actually play around with this number if you want as well. So we're gonna do a cons jobs increment, and we're just going to equal that to 4. So like I said, you can render out 8 more jobs if you want. You can render out 2 more if you want, but I'm going to do 4. All right. And then we're going to make a handle show more function. We're going to add this as an on click to our button. We'll do handle show more. And what we're going to do, we're going to set our visible jobs. We're going to take in, let me make some space here, our previous visible job. I'm just going to do prev. And let me make this look a little bit better here. Sorry. Make this look a little bit better. All right. So we're taking our previous jobs, and we're just going to return our prev plus our job increment. That's simple. All right. All right. So that's our handle show more. And now let's go ahead and start styling this up a bit. So we have a div with an ID of jobs and a class name of py10 and a width of full. All right. And then in here we have another div with a class name of width full, text center, margin bottom 10, text 2XL, font extra bold, uppercase, and then text purple 600. All right. And it's going to be our section title. We're just going to have an H2 in here. It's going to say job listing. Take a look at this. All right, perfect. Or job listing, sorry. All right, so now we're going to render out, we want an error message. So if we have no jobs, so whenever we search and no jobs is shown down here, we want a message. What we're going to do is right underneath this div, we have some of our filtered jobs dot length is less than 1. We're just going to return a div with a class name of width full, text center, and then inside this div we have an h1 with the class name of text 2XL, and it's just going to say no jobs found. Right, and then we have a span with a class name of text small, check back later. All right. Okay, then else, we gotta do our else. That's why we get an error. So else, we're gonna return a div with a class name of grid, grid cow2. This grid cow2 is going to be on medium screens and up. So I'm going to do an MD, and on large screens and up we're going to do a grid cow4. We're going to do a gap of 10, a width of 90%, MX auto, and a max width of 1400 pixels. 1400 pixels. All right. And then in here, we're going to filter through our jobs now, but we're going to, first we got to slice it. So we're going to do filter jobs, dot slice, and we're starting at 0, and we're going to end at visible job, so it's that 8. So it's only going to show 8. And we're going to do a dot map. We're going to map through that. We got our job, and we're going to return our jobs card, our job card. That. All right. So we can give this a key, which is going to be our job.id. And then also we're going to send over our job, which is just going to be job. Okay. Let that load up and let's see if we see anything. We should see 2 jobs because we made 2 posts. And once we write anything, just write some gibberish, now we get no jobs found. Nice. And so I remember we did Apple, so if I type Apple here, it should show 2. And then if I do Raleigh and see, we got 1 there. Because remember we did 1 with the location Raleigh. Alright, nice. So let's go ahead and do our filter, our show more button. So right underneath this, that div there, I'm gonna have another bracket, so I'm gonna do filter jobs length. So if it's greater than our visible job, so if we have more than 8, we're gonna return a div with a class name of text center, margin top 10, and text small. And it's gonna be our button. And it's going to say show more. Alright. And we gotta add our on click, which is going to be our handle show more. So we shouldn't see this because our filter jobs is not greater than our visible jobs, so we don't have more than 8 yet. But we will soon. Let's just go ahead and start styling up our card. Alright, so inside of our jobs card, we're gonna make this a use client. We're gonna import link from Next. And we're gonna import job type. Alright. So we gotta take in our props that we're getting from our jobs card. So we're gonna take in job. And that's going to equal our jobs card props. Alright, we didn't make that interface yet, so we're gonna do interface jobs card props, and we do job is going to be our job type. Alright, perfect. And let's go ahead and start styling this up. So I'm gonna do a link, and we didn't do our dynamic routes yet, but we're just gonna go ahead and just do a href, and we're gonna do backticks / job $$ brackets, and it's going to be job.id. So we didn't make this route yet. So whenever we click on our job card, it's going to take us to that specific job page with more details. We have a div with the class name of border, a pattern of 3, a rounded MD, flex call, hover. It's going to be BG purple 600. We add a transition. The duration is going to be 700. Do a cursor pointer, even though we don't need the cursor pointer now because we got that link. I think by default it should be cursor pointer. And you'll have a hover. It's going to be text white. Alright, take a look at this and see if it shows. Yep, nice. Alright, so let's start adding our details in here. We're gonna have a div with a class name of flex, justify between, between. And then we have another div in here. All right, inside this div, we're gonna have an image tag. We're gonna do from Next. And we'll make sure we import that as well. All right, and the source for this is going to be job.image. Height is going to be 40. Our width is going to be 40. And then our alt, we're going to do brackets, backticks, $, brackets, and do job.author, and then logo, like that. There's our logo, our Apple logos. All right, so right underneath this image tag, we're gonna have a h2 with, in here is going to be our job.author, so our company name. And this is just going to have a class name of text small. Perfect. All right, underneath this div here, we have a h2. And in here is going to be our job.salary. All right, so we don't want it to be like that. We're going to do K/year, like that. So 100K a year, 70K a year. Can't wait till I start making that type of money. That's what I've been going hard for. We're gonna do a div, we're gonna do a class name of margin top 3, a text XL. In here we have a h3, and we have a job. We have our job.name, and then underneath this h3, we have a p tag. It's going to be our job.location. All right. And then underneath this p tag, we have a span, and it's going to be our job.employment type. Take a look. Perfect. Let's style up the span a bit. Do a class name of BG Purple 600. Inline block. Even though I don't think we need inline block. I believe span is already inline block, right? Yeah. I'm gonna do a text XS and do a PX of 3, a rounded MD, and then a text of white. All right, take a look at that. Perfect. Nice. Nice. All right, so that is it for our jobs card. So what I say we do now is we take the time out and we add more jobs. So head over to post a job and you just add jobs. So in the description there will be a folder, or I might just add it whenever we actually because I didn't add it inside of our public folder. So whenever you downloaded this folder, you should probably gonna see the job icons, like this Apple icon. We have Microsoft. We're gonna have, you know, Facebook, to Twitter and stuff like that. So I'm gonna add those icons in that folder. So yeah, just go ahead and create some jobs, post a job, and just create different ones, different cities, different job titles, different salaries, and meet me back here. All right, so I added 9 jobs just so I can show how this show more button works. So once you click it, it renders out that last job. So yeah, just try to follow this. If you guys want to add your own jobs, you can. I just did, you know, from Amazon, Google, Facebook, Microsoft. I just think this looks so much better. And yeah, everything looks good. So now once we click on this, we're gonna get a 404 because we didn't set up our dynamic routes yet. So let's go ahead and do that now. So inside of let me close out all this stuff. Inside of our app, we're gonna create a folder, and it's going to be called job. And inside this folder, we're gonna create another folder, we're gonna do brackets ID like that, and then inside of this folder, this is where we're gonna have our page.tsx. All right, let's go and export it. All right, and it's going to import our button from our components, and we're also going to import. We didn't create that yet, so we're going to make a utils. I'm going to do that here in a second. Actually, let's do it now. So we're going to create a folder on our root. It's going to be called utils. Go in here, do utils. In here, we're going to create a file. It's going to be called formatDate. FormatDate.ts. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and paste this formatDate utils in here. You guys can head to the GitHub repository and just paste this in here. I got this off of Stack Overflow. And basically, this is going to format our date to show when our job posting was created. So like if it was created 3 days ago, it's going to show 3 days ago. If it was created, you know, a week ago, it's going to show, you know, how many days ago it was created. So 7 days ago if it's a week. So that's what we want here. So let's get rid of this. And I'm also going to have a GitHub gist with that as well. And let me open this back up. And now it's going to import that here. All right, so let's do our interface. And we can just do interface. Dynamic props. And do params. And we're just taking in our ID, which is going to be a string. All right. And before we even write anything outside of our page, we're going to do a cons get data. That's going to be async function. And we're going to take in our ID, which is a string. And then we're going to return cons res equals await fetch. And we're going to fetch, we're going to do backticks. http://localhost 3000 /API/post $ID. So we didn't create this route yet. We didn't create this API route yet, but we will in a second. All right, so after this, we're gonna do a comma, and then we're gonna do the cache, no store. All right. So now we're gonna do if our res is not okay, we're just gonna throw an error. So I'm gonna do throw new error. And it's going to say failed. All right. So now we just need to return our res.json. We return res.json. Like that. Perfect. All right. So I say we go ahead and create this API route. All right. So inside of this folder, inside of our API folder, we're going to create another folder. And then we're going to name this. We're going to do brackets job. Like that. Should close the brackets. Then inside this job folder, I'm going to create another folder. I'm going to do brackets ID. And then inside this ID folder, I have a route.ts. All right. We got to import Prisma, and we also got to import next response. Perfect. We're going to do our interface, params. I'm going to do ID string. All right. So let's go ahead and do our get. We're going to do an export cons get. That's going to be async. Take in a request, which is going to be our next response. Hold on. I think it's supposed to be, this is supposed to be next request, sorry. Next request. Alright. And then we're also going to take in our params. And we gotta do our types. So we're gonna do params is params. Like that. Alright, let's go ahead and return. So what we're gonna do is go ahead and grab our ID from our params. So we're gonna do cons ID. And that's going to equal params. Okay. And now we're gonna do a try catch. Alright. I'm actually just going to probably copy this try catch and just go over it. Okay, so I guess we do need next response as well. Next response. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're doing a try catch. So we're doing const post equals await Prisma.job posting, and we're doing find unique, and we're just finding, we're telling it where to find it. So it's going to be by ID, and we're just returning our next response JSON.stringify, and giving it a status 200, and we're just catching the error. We can console log error, and that's really about it. So that is our route. I think this looks good. Let's go ahead and close out of that. And let's go ahead and finish up styling up this page. Actually grab our param. So we're gonna do make this an async. In here we're gonna do params. And it's going to be our dynamic props. And then we can grab that ID from our params. Kind of like how we did in our route. So we're going to do ID. That's going to equal params. And then we're going to do a cons job equals await get data. And we're going to send it over that ID from our params. Then we're also going to do a cons formatted posted date. And that's going to equal format posted date, and we want it to format our job dot created at. Oh, that's why. Format it. Got confused there for a second. All right. So now we can start styling this up. Let's go ahead and click on one. We'll click on this one. And hopefully it takes us. Okay, so we're getting an error. All right, so I think I see the error. We did localhost 300. So let me go and save that. And now hopefully this works. Perfect. We got our page. All right, so we can start styling this up now. Do fragments. And we're gonna do a div with a class name of bg-url parentheses quotes / hero dot png end quote in parentheses in bracket. All right, so we shouldn't see this because we don't have a height yet. I'm gonna do a height fit, position relative, width full, bg cover, margin top is going to be -70 pixels, and then a py of 28. All right, perfect. All right, in here we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex col, a height of full, item center, justify center, a padding top of 82 pixels, a gap of 20, a width of 90%, index of auto, a max width of 1450 pixels. Alright, perfect. And then inside this div, we're gonna have an h1. Inside this h1, we're gonna have our job.name. Just take a look and make sure it's working. Perfect. So we got software engineer, and let's click on UI UX designer. Now we got UI UX designer. Perfect. All right, so let's give this h1 a class name of text purple 600, font bold, and then a text 4XL. Nice. All right, so underneath this div here, I have another div with a class name of width 90%, index of auto. Oh my god, not max auto, index auto, and then a max width of 1450 pixels. Also a PY of 20. Alright, and then we have a div with a class name of grid, medium screens and up. We're gonna do a grid Kyle 12, and then we're gonna do a grid Kyle 1, and then a gap of 30 pixels. Okay, so we shouldn't see anything. We don't have any content in here yet. So inside this div, we're gonna have a class name, another div with the class name of large, call span 4, medium screens and up. We're gonna do a call span 6, and here we have another div with a class name of shadow, a rounded MD, BG white, sticky, and then a top of 20. It's gonna be our little sidebar over there. I don't know if we'll be able to see it yet. But yeah, we shouldn't see anything. Alright, and then in here we have another div with a class name of pattern 6. Then we have our h5 that says job information. Alright, let's take a look. Perfect. And we're gonna give a style into this h5. It's gonna have a class name of text large and a font of semi bold. Look, nice. After this h5, we're gonna have a div with the class name of pattern 6, a border top, and then a border slate 100. All right, take a look. A nice little border right there, looks nice. All right, and we have a UL. Inside this UL, we're gonna have a LI, and then inside of this this LI, we'll have a div with the P tag. It's gonna say employment type. All right, like that. All right, and then underneath this P, we're gonna have a span with a class name of font medium. And in here, so we're gonna have our job.employment. Job.employment type. I don't know why I'm not getting the autocomplete. Okay. All right, so we can actually copy over this LI here. Copy this LI. And we're gonna paste it 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. But for the class name for each one after the first one, it's gonna have a class name of margin top 4. All right, take a look. All right, so now let's switch up everything in here. So the next one's going to be company. I'm actually going to copy this class name, and so we're going to do job.author, and then make sure we add the class name to this li here. The next one is going to be location, and I'm going to do job.location, and the next one is going to be salary. Job.salary. All right, and the last one is going to be our created date. All right, so we're gonna do posted, and it's going to, we're just going to add formatted posted date in here. All right, and let's take a look at this. Nice, so we got today because it was posted today, and for our salary, we got to do job.salary k/year. Pick that. Nice. All right. So now we need our little description on this side. So I gotta count the divs. So we got a div, li, uo, and we got 4 closing divs down. So right here, I have another div, class name of LG. I'm gonna do a call span 8. Medium screens and up, and do a call span 6. All right, in here we're gonna have an H5 with a class name of text LG, and then a font of semi-bold, and we have job description. All right, and then we have a p tag with a class name of margin top 4, and then a text slate 400. And in here is going to be our job.description. All right, perfect. Let's take a look. All right, it just says test. For the newer ones that I've added, I put some lorem text, so I'm just gonna do this one here. We just got some lorem there. All right, and the cool thing is this little sidebar we did position sticky, so if we want, we can actually, just so we can see it work, just add job description a few times like that, just so we can see this works. And then as we scroll, as you can see, that sidebar stays there. So that's like, it's really cool, sexy, man. All right. So after the p tag, we're gonna have another div, and we have a button, and it's going to say apply now. And this button's not going to do anything, but we'll have a class name of margin top 4. All right, perfect. All right, so that is it. I think we got our functionality. I don't think we tested out our, we got software, so we type in the S, type in the O, we get the software engineer. If I type in UI, UX, or UI/UX, as you can see, we got all the UI, UX, so that's working. I type in Raleigh, North Carolina, we got all the ones from Raleigh. I type in Google, we got all the ones from Google. And we got Apple, we got Microsoft. Perfect, so that's working fine. All right, so now it's time, the functionality for our site is done. So if you guys want to just quit here. Not quit, but if you guys want to just stop here, you can. I know most of the people watch for the functionality, not really the styling. But we are going to finish up this home page. We're going to do our about section. We got a sponsor section, and we also have a contact section and our footer. So let's go ahead and do those things now. All right, so inside of our components, inside of our shared, we're going to create another component, and this was going to be called sponsors.tsx. Let's go ahead and export it. And let's head over to our app page, and we're going to import it in here. We're going to come back and fix that error. Sponsors, like that. Okay. We should see it down here now. Perfect. All right, so we're just going to import image from Next. And let's start styling this up. I have a section with a class name of py10, and we have a div with a class name of max width 1450 pixels, a width of 90%, and then an mx of auto. All right. I have another div with a class name of with full text center. In here we have our h2 with a class name of text 3xl. I'm going to do more, then do our little space trick like that. And then it's still inside the h2, we're going to have a span with a class name of text purple 600. What did we do wrong here? Span with a class name of text purple 600, and then a font bold. And here it's going to say 10,000 companies, like that. All right, let's take a look at this. All right, more than 10,000 companies, and we're gonna do a little space trick again, like that, and I'm gonna do trust us, like that. Perfect. All right, and now underneath this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of flex, justify between item center, margin top of 5, flex wrap, and then a gap of 10. And we're just gonna just show all of our little images. I have an image, our sponsor images. So we're gonna do a source, and it's going to be slash air. This one's going to be Airbnb.png. And then we're going to do alt Airbnb logo. And then the width is going to be 144. Height is going to be 144. Let's take a look. Perfect. And now we just copy this a few times. So 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4 more times. Paste it. And we just go ahead and switch up everything. So this next one is going to be Discord.png. And then we can just change this to Discord. Next one's going to be Slack.png. Change this to Slack. Logo. This one's going to be capital 1. Capital 1. And this is going to be capital 1. I think I spelled capital wrong, by the way. Capital 1 logo. Let's see. Oh, I spelled it right. Alright. And Dropbox. Dropbox. And then Dropbox. Dropbox logo. That is save. And that section is complete. So now let's go ahead and do our about section. So inside of shared, I'm gonna create another folder. Another file. It's gonna be called about.tsx. And this section is going to be really quick. Not that much in this one. It's going to export it. And it's going to import it inside of our page. About. Okay. Now we should see it down there. All right, so we are going to import an image from Next for our signature. And we'll return a div with a class name of py16, a bg of grade 50/50, a margin top of 10, and we also want to give this an ID of about. All right, and then inside this div, we have another div with a class name of width 90%, mx of auto, and then our max width of 1450 pixels. All right, and we have our h2 with a class name of width full, text center, margin bottom 10, text 2XL, a font of extra bold, uppercase, and then a text purple 600. Text 600. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oh, we didn't write anything in our H2. It's just going to say about us, like that. All right. Nice, and it's got that little nice gray background. Oh, nice little divider. All right, and inside this, after this H2, we have another div with a class name of margin top 5, with full, flex col, justify center, and then item center. Then we have a p tag with a class name of leading loose. My first time ever using that one. And then the text center. All right, and we just did some lorem here. So I'm gonna copy this over and paste it here. Some lorem. Take a look. And now we need our signature right underneath here. So we have an image. And the source is going to be signature.png. And we gotta give it a width of 400. And then a height of 400. And then the alt can be Workify signature. Like that. Oh, I forgot the slash. Take a look. Nice. Perfect. Alright, so let's go ahead and do our contact section now. Alright, so for inside of our shared, we're going to create another component. It's going to be called contact.tsx. And inside of our page, actually, we got to export it first. Of our page to be contact. Right. And where are we at? Contact. We're gonna import input from our UI and then also button from our UI as well. All right. And let's start styling this up. We have a div with a class name. Large screen is going to be py24, and on smaller screen it's going to be py16, and it's also going to have an ID of contact. All right. Then we do a div. We're gonna do our normal container we've been doing. Well, you guys probably tired of me saying this. Width of 90%, MX of auto, and then also a max width of 1450 pixels. We're at the PX. All right. And then now we're gonna have a div in here with a class name of grid. Medium screens and up, we have a grid col 12. Then we're gonna do a grid col 1, item center, and then a gap of 30 pixels. Like that. All right. And in here, we're gonna have, so on the left side, we have a div, and this is gonna have a class name. I'm gonna do a large screens and up. It's gonna do a col span 6. And on medium screens and up, we're gonna do a col span. Oh, nah, we'll just do medium screens and up, col span 6. All right. Then we have our image. But I'm not going to use the Next.js image because I was having issues with it. So we should do a regular image tag. And we're going to do a class name of height auto. And then a max width full. Alright. And then the source is going to be our contact.png. And then the alt is going to be contact image. Alright, let's take a look. Nice. Next is going to be our form. So after this div here, I have another div. Have a class name LG. I'm gonna do MD col span 6. I'm gonna do a BG of gray 50. BG gray 50/50. Alright, in here we have another div. In this div, we have another div with a class name of rounded MD, a shadow, pattern of 6, and a width of 4. So this div, we have an H3 that says get in touch. Right, save that and take a look. All right, we're gonna do this. H3 is going to have a class name, margin bottom 6, a text 2XL, and a leading normal. Okay. After this H3, this is where our form is gonna go. And our form is gonna have a class name of flex col, and a gap of 5. Okay. And now it's time to do our inputs. I'm trying to think. So we are gonna have. So let's do a div in here with the class name of grid. Medium screens and up, we're gonna do a grid col 2. And then a gap of 5. And this is where we're gonna have 2 inputs. So we have one, the first one's going to be have an ID of name, a label of name, and also a placeholder of your name. This form won't do anything, just for styling purposes. But if you want to add email.js to this, you can. It's really easy to do. I did it in my last project. If you guys want to go check it out. This one is email. Label is going to be email, and placeholder is going to be your email. Okay. All right, and let me just copy this over. So after this div here, I have another input. It's going to be subject, label subject, placeholder subject, and the next one is going to be text area. So remember that is text area. We're going to add that, and the ID is going to be message, placeholder message. All right, perfect. That's looking really nice. Okay, and now we just need our button, which I'm just gonna copy and paste over here. So right underneath this text area, have our button, type submit, send message. Perfect. All right, that is our contact section. Now let's go ahead and do our footer. All right, so I created the footer component, and I'm actually just going to copy and paste over the footer component. You guys can head over to the GitHub repository to get it, or the GitHub gist in the description. I think the gist to be faster. All you gotta do is just click on GitHub gist, and it's going to be all the files that you need in there that we needed to copy and paste over. I will go over it. It's not that much. It's just basically footer. And we got our links here, UL. We got all our links. We got home, we got jobs, about, contact, and then down here we got a div, flex, justify center, item center, and these are just icons. We got, I believe this one is the Twitter icon, and we did it in SVG. We got this one here, which is another icon. We got this one here, which is another icon. So these are just social icons. You can use React icons as well if you want, and just take out these SVGs. So let's go ahead and inside of our page, actually inside of our layout, right underneath our children, we have our footer. All right, and let's take a look. All right, perfect, and that is our footer. Nice. All right, now we gotta make sure we add something inside of our global CSS. So as you can see, once we click on this, it kind of just jumps to the location. So we're gonna do HTML scroll behavior smooth. All right, so now once we click on contact, let's give it a refresh right quick. Let's click on jobs. Let's just go to localhost 3000. All right, now it worked as soon as I did that. All right, so once we click on contact, it should like nice smooth scrolling. All right guys, so a few changes. So inside of our job types, we're gonna add a created at, and that's going to be a date. Employment type is going to be string or null. Salary is going to be a number or null. And then image is going to be a string or null. And with that, we shouldn't have any more errors. That should have got rid of that error on our home page. So we had an error here. And then the last thing we got to do is, instead of our jobs card, we're going to add our fallback image. So instead of job.image, inside of our source, we're going to do a ternary operator and check if job image is there. If it is, we're going to return our job.image. If it's not, we're going to return this fallback image.png, which is here. And that's basically whenever we post our job. I'm going to do data intern, Raleigh, NC. Company name is going to be, I'm going to make up a name, space tires, and then salary is going to be 56,000 a year. So I'm not going to do an image because we didn't make this required. So that's the whole reason of that fallback image. It's not required to put an image. Description is going to be test, and then we're going to click on submit. So now once we go to our, now we got that fallback image there and show that they didn't upload an image. So that's really it. Hopefully you guys enjoyed that. We're going to start by adding authentication with Clerk. So let's go ahead and sign into our account with Google.
Once we're signed in, we now have access to take the weekly quiz. We can view leaderboards. We can also view our stats. Let's start by taking a quiz. If you notice, we have a timer on the right hand side. Once it counts down to 0 and we don't have an answer chosen, it'll just skip the question and goes to the next one. So let's go ahead and run through these questions. I'm just going to answer the top answer for each one. And we're going to click finish. And as you can see, we get our results. I scored 40%. We got our total questions. We have the options to add more questions if we want. We got our total score, which we scored 20. Correct answers, I got 4. And wrong answers, I got 6. So I got the options to restart the quiz if I want, but I'd rather go ahead and check out the leaderboards to see where I place on them. Right now, I hold the #1 spot. Got the nice little crown next to my name. So hopefully, I keep acing these quizzes and keep this #1 spot. Let me go ahead and check my stats out. So I got a total of 1,670 points. Correct answers, I got 99 answers right, but I got a total of 227 answers wrong. So let's go ahead and get started on this full stack quiz app. All right, so let's go ahead and start our project with Next.js. So inside of the terminal, we're going to type in npx create next app at latest. And we will be using TypeScript. ESLint, no. Tailwind, yes. Source directory, no. App router, yes. And import alias, this is optional. You don't have to use it if you don't want to, but I will be using it in this project. So I'm gonna click yes, and then click enter again. All right, so once that's completed, let's go ahead and clean up everything. And then we're actually gonna start off with our authentication first. So before we do that, let's just clean up our files. So the favicon, we can delete. I like cleaning up everything. Nice clean project. Global CSS, we're gonna remove all of this stuff here. Layout, we're gonna come back to that here in a second. Page, you can select all and then export. Brand new page, and we could change this to home and then change the export to home. All right, give that a save. All right, scrolling down inside of public, we can delete these SVGs. So now we can head over to our layout and we're gonna install our font and just work on our metadata. And then we're gonna do some stuff inside of our Tailwind config before we start with authentication. So inside of our layout, we don't want this enter font. We're actually gonna use a font called Railway. All right, and so we gotta change this to Railway. And we could change this to Railway as well. And then down here, we could just change this to Railway. All right. So we'll get an error because we got to import the weights as well. So we're going to do comma and just paste the weight. So we're going to do 203, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 7, 9, not 8. And then give that a save. And then our metadata, we're going to change the title to this to CodeQuiz. It's the name of our website. And then for description, I'm just gonna do, I don't know. You probably want to be more descriptive than that. All right. So we got our metadata, and let's head over to our Tailwind config. And we're gonna remove this background image. We don't need that, but we are gonna extend our colors. And the first color is going to be our primary, and that code is 1B2FFF. All right. And next is going to be our secondary, F5F8FE. All right. I don't know why that was lowercase, but it's fine. And then last but not least, we're going to have dark, and it's going to be for our text. Our dark one is going to be 171B20. Give that a save, and those are our colors. All right, so let's go ahead and start up our server. I'm gonna do an npm run dev and head over to our page, our home page, and I'm just gonna do a div And inside this div, I'm gonna have an h1, and it's gonna say authenticated, because we're about to start our authentication. And let's give it a class name, make sure Tailwind is working. I'm gonna do text primary. All right, perfect. And let's just change this to like text 3XL. All right, so we can see it a little bit better. All right, and we got our font there. That's the railway font. All right, so we're gonna head over to Clerk.com. If you don't already have an account, just make an account, because this is what we're gonna be using for our authentication. So head over to your dashboard, and Clerk makes it so easy to add authentication to your project. One of my favorites. And you want to click on create application, and application name is going to be CodeQuiz, and you can actually choose which sign-in options you want. You don't have to use the same ones that I'm using, but we won't be using email. We're going to be using Google and Facebook in this project. But if you want, you can add GitHub, Microsoft. It really doesn't matter. It will still work. But in this project, we're just going to be using Google and Facebook. I'm going to click on create application. So now it's giving me a public key, a publishable key, and a secret key. We're going to go ahead and copy that. And we're going to click on continue in docs. And their documentation is so good. It just walks you through everything, and it's so easy. So let's go ahead and start this. So let's actually make a .env file. .env. And we're going to make sure we add this to our getignore. I don't know if it's already in there. All right. And just go ahead and paste our publishable key and our Clerk secret key. Don't use mine, please. Every time I create a project, I go to my MongoDB database or something, and it's just filled with like random stuff. But I'm not gonna make that mistake this time. This is gonna get changed before I upload this video. All right. So now we just gotta install Clerk. So let's copy this. We're gonna open up our terminal. Now I'm just gonna open up a new, so our server can stay online. I'm going to npm install Clerk/Next.js. Let that install. And we're going to move on to number 2. So we already did this. And now we got to wrap our application with this Clerk provider. Close out of that. And head over to our layout. Now we should have access to our Clerk provider. So import Clerk provider. And we're going to wrap our whole entire application with this. All right, so that's done. Step number 4 is to create a middleware.ts file. So inside of the root, we're gonna do a file. It's gonna be called middleware.ts. All right, and we can just copy this over and paste it in there. We're actually gonna come back to this. There's a few things we gotta put in here, and actually, we could probably copy step number 4.3. So step number 4, but number 3 is probably the one that we want. So let's copy this one, and we can actually get rid of all these comments, clean it up a bit, and we can actually get rid of the public routes and ignored routes. All right, so number 5. We already started our project. Let's go ahead and refresh it. Maybe we'll be directed to sign in now. So perfect. All right. But as you can see, it's not our website. We get sent over to this random generated URL, but we don't want that. We want it to be on our own website, the sign in page. So to do that, let's see. Create custom sign up and sign in pages. So yep, here we go. All right, so let's actually copy number 3 over, and we're gonna head over to our .env, I'm going to paste that in there. So this is basically telling Clerk that we want our sign-in page to be /sign-in. We want our sign-up page to be /sign-up. So these are our routes. And then after we sign in, it's going to send us back to home. And then after sign up, it's going to send us back to home. All right. So if this works, we should get a 404. Let's see. Yep. So we should get a 404 because we don't have these routes yet inside of our app router. So let's go ahead and create those now. This is step number 1. So inside of our app, it says that we have to create a folder called sign up. It's going to do that. Sign-up. And then inside that folder, we're going to create another folder. And this is going to be double brackets, ... sign-up. And then close the double brackets like that. All right. And now inside of that, we're going to have our page.tsx. And we can go ahead and copy over this and paste that in there. That's our sign up page. And inside of our sign in page is going to be the same exact thing. But before we actually do that, I kind of forgot something. So I kind of want to organize this a bit better. So inside of our app, we're going to create another folder. We're going to do parentheses, do auth. This is where all our authentication stuff is going to go. So we can put in this sign up form inside of that auth. Perfect. And now let's go ahead and create the sign in page. And it's the same exact thing. That's our sign in. All right. So with that, it should work now. So let's see if this works. Maybe we did something wrong. All right. So I just had to refresh to get rid of that error. So if you head over to just localhost 3000, we just get directed to our sign in and sign up pages. So with that, you got authentication. We can style this page up a bit. So let's head over to, what page are we on? Are we on sign in? Okay, so we're on sign in. So what we're going to do is wrap this around in a div. I'm gonna do a div, and I zoomed in a bit more. Sign in. All right, and we can add a class name to this. I'm gonna do a class name of flex, justify center, item center, a height of screen, and then a BG. We can actually do a BG of secondary. Let's see how that looks. Perfect. And what we can do is copy over everything and then head over to our sign up and just paste it in here, but change sign in to sign up. All right. So once we click sign up, it should be the exact same thing. All right, so let's test this out. I'm going to sign in with my Google, and now we get authenticated. And if we head over to our Clerk and click over to users, and as you can see, we got our users. Perfect. And we can do a lot with this. We could ban user, we can set a password. Just so much you can do with Clerk, and it's like magic, I'm not gonna lie. All right, so now it's time to configure our Prisma and MongoDB database. So we're gonna head over to Prisma, and we're also gonna head over to MongoDB. Go ahead and sign in with Google. If you don't already have a MongoDB account, just go ahead and create one right quick. And I'm gonna head back over to Prisma. I'm gonna click on Get Started. And to the left, you should see Quick Start. All right. And so we already got TypeScript installed, so we don't need that. We can skip down to here where it says npm install Prisma --save-dev. So we want to copy that, head back over to our project, and paste that in there. Let that install. Let's go ahead and copy this over the Prisma init data source provider. Well, we won't be using SQLite. We're going to be using MongoDB. So what we can do is actually erase that and do MongoDB. All right. And this should generate us a Prisma folder with a schema already inside, as you can see. All right, let's go ahead and get rid of these comments. I'm zoomed in a lot, so it might look a little weird. Just want to make sure you guys can see. All right, so now we just got to do our schema now. Okay, but before we do our schema, let's head over to our MongoDB database. And as you can see, I already have a quiz one already, but I'm going to create a new one. Click on new project, and the project name is going to be quiz-yt. Next, click on create project. We need to do any of that stuff. All right, perfect. And now it's going to say create. Actually, we're going to head over to database. Click on database. It's going to be build a database. All right. And we're going to do a free one. We can keep everything the same. Click on create. It's asking me to choose motorcycles. All right, so this is very important. Make sure you just don't skip past this. I did it a few times. You just want to change the password to something you're going to remember. I'm just going to change it to my name, Antonio. And a username, I'm just going to do admin, like that. And then click on create user. And for the IP, we're just going to do 0.0.0.0. And I'm going to go ahead and add entry. And then finish and close. All right, congratulations on setting up your access rules. All right. So now we can go ahead and click on connect. And then we'll click on drivers. So we don't have to install MongoDB, but we just need this URL right here. Copy that over and close. Head over to our .env. And as you can see, Prisma already generated us some stuff inside of our .env files. Erase all of this stuff. All right. And we don't need this MongoDB URL. We need this one. All right. And as you can see, it says password. We can erase that and we're just gonna type in our password that we made up. And right after this slash here, the slash and right in between the slash and this question mark, we're just gonna type in quiz. All right, so let's head back over to our schema, and I'm gonna go ahead and paste this in here. I will go over it. Inside of the description, there will be a GitHub gist with the schema inside, or you can head over to the GitHub repository and just copy it over. It's not that much. It's only 2 models. I am about to go over it though. So we got our user, model user, and each user is going to have an ID. They're going to have a username, an email, which is going to be unique, profile picture, which is going to be a string, clerk user ID, that's going to come from our clerk, created at time, updated at time. Honestly, we don't even use these, so you probably don't even need to add them, but just add it anyway. Quiz results, that's going to be quiz results. It's going to be an array, so it's going to be down here, this model, which each quiz result is going to have an ID. It's going to have a user with a relation to the user ID. So basically, we're just tying up this quiz result to the user. User ID is going to be a string. Quiz score is going to be a number. Correct answer is going to be a number. Wrong answer is going to be a number. And created that. Perfect. All right. So we can head back over to our terminal and we can type in a command. We're going to do npx prisma db push. All right. So hopefully everything works. Run and generate. And we got the check mark. So let's go back to our MongoDB and click on database. I'm gonna click on this cluster. Actually, sorry. And click on browse collections. And as you can see, we got our user and we got our quiz result. Perfect. All right, so we can keep our MongoDB database open because we're gonna run some testing here in a few, because we're about to create our first server action. But before we do that, we want to create a folder inside of our root. It's going to be called lib. And inside here, we're going to have a file called Prisma.ts. And this is just a best practice to do, just so that way we don't get an error saying that we call in Prisma client too much. I'm going to go ahead and paste this in there. I use this in all of my projects. If you guys want to head over to the GitHub repository or the GitHub just in the description, just copy this over right quick. So that's complete. So we're going to create a file inside of our app auth folder, and it's going to be called actions. And inside this action, we're going to be create another file. It's going to be called fetch users.ts. All right, perfect. And since we're using server actions, we're gonna, at the top of this page, we're gonna use server. And we're gonna import that Prisma file that we just made. For some reason, I never get an autocomplete for it. I gotta type all this out. We're gonna do @/lib/Prisma. And then we're also gonna import current user. This is coming from our Clerk /Next.js. So let's do an export cons, and we'll do fetch users, and it's gonna be async. So we're gonna do a try catch. We're gonna do a try, and the first thing we're gonna do is basically just check if the user already exists inside of our database. So what we got to do here, we're gonna do a cons clerk user, and that's going to be await current user. All right, and then we're gonna do a let Mongo user. That's going to be null. All right, then we're gonna do Mongo user equals await Prisma. So once we click that, we should have access to a bunch of stuff. So we're just going to be using our user model, Prisma.findUnique, parentheses, brackets. So we got to tell it where to find it. So we're going to do where. And we want it to be our clerk user ID. So we got to tell it what the clerk, so basically we got to tell it what we want it to find and what we're going to use to find it. So we're going to use our clerk user dot. So once you click that, you should have access. You see band, you see birthday. I didn't even know birthday was up there. Email address, first name, and image URL and stuff like that. We want ID. And this is coming from this await current user from Clerk. All right. Perfect. So still inside of this try, I'm gonna do if we don't get a Mongo user. So basically, if the user don't exist, we're gonna do let username. That's going to equal our clerk user dot username. All right. And then we're gonna do if they don't have a username. We want the username to be clerk user dot first name plus, do an empty quotes there. And we do plus our clerk user dot last name. All right, so now it's time to actually create our user. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do a const new user and take in the clerk user ID, and that's going to be our clerk user dot ID. Let me see why it's not autocomplete. Oh, it did. Okay. All right. Then we do a comma, and then we're gonna take in our username, comma, and then our email. That's going to be our clerk user dot email address. Since it's an array, I'm going to take the first index, which is 0, and we do dot email address. And then we're going to also take in our profile picture. Profile pic. That's going to be Clerk user dot image URL. Okay, perfect. So now we got to tell Prisma to actually create this. So after this, we're going to do Mongo user. It's going to equal await Prisma dot user dot create, and parentheses, brackets, just gotta give it data, and the data is going to be new user. For new user, let's do any, like that. We'll come back and fix that any. For now, it's not really best practice to use any. All right, so after this, we gotta fetch the quiz results for the user. So we're gonna do a cons quiz results. That's going to equal await Prisma dot quiz results dot find many. Scroll down some. You gotta tell it where. So where is going to be our user ID, which is going to be our Mongo user dot ID. All right, perfect. So after this, we want to return our data. It's going to be our user. It's going to be our Mongo user, and also our quiz results, which is going to be quiz results. Probably could have just put, instead of quiz results, probably could have just put quiz results like that. Should work. And now we need our catch. As you can see, we get an error. So whenever you use try, you gotta make sure you use catch. We gotta do catch, and we can just catch an error, and we can console.log the error. I believe that is it for our fetch users. We might have to come back in here and change up a few stuff, but for now, I believe that is it for our server action to fetch our users. All right, so we can't just test this out right now. We actually going to create a layout provider, and we're going to wrap our whole entire application up with that. But before we do that, let's go ahead and create a components folder inside of our root. And we're just going to create our navbar and footer components. We're not going to style them up yet. We're just going to export them. I'm going to create a file. It's going to be navbar tsx. Just going to export them. And then our footer, because we're going to be using this inside of our layout provider. All right, perfect. Let's go ahead and close out all of this stuff. And inside of our root, we're going to create another folder called providers. And this is something that I just started doing. Actually, my first project doing this is doing a layout provider. So inside of this, we're going to do layout provider .tsx. All right. So we got to make this a use client, and we're going to import use path name. That's going to be coming from next navigation. And then we're also going to import our fetch users. We're going to import use effect and also use state from React. And let's go ahead and import our navbar and also our footer. Perfect. All right, so we're gonna have a function, and this is going to be our layout provider. Like I said, we're gonna wrap our whole application up with this. Well, not our whole, we're just gonna wrap our children up. All right, so it's gonna take in our children, like I just said, children, and we are gonna get a TypeScript error. To get rid of that, we're just gonna do parentheses, and children is going to be a React node. Do cons path name. That's going to equal use path name. All right, so we're going to do a cons is public route. This is going to be brackets, sign dash in, I'm going to do a comma, sign dash up. These are basically the routes that any user can use without being authenticated. So that's basically our sign in and sign up pages. So I'm going to do dot includes, parentheses, path name, dot split, do parentheses, quotes, do a slash, then we're going to take the first index. So let me just explain this a little bit. So this is basically turning this sign in string into an array. So we're doing a dot split. So this is basically turning it into this. Let's turn it to an array, split with empty quotes like that, comma, I believe it's like sign in like that. So it turned into that, and then we're just taking the first index because that's how an array works. So we'll go 0, 1, 2, 3. So we're taking this 1. Hopefully that makes sense. All right. So that is our public route. And now what we're going to do is make some space here. We're going to do a const get navbar, check if we got is public route. Then we're going to return null. But else, we're just going to return, you don't even got to write an else, we're just going to return our navbar like that. All right, so if it's public route, we just return a null. But else, we're just going to return navbar. So we can actually copy this and paste it one more time, and we can just change this to get footer, and just we're going to return footer. All right, and then we're actually going to paste it again because now we're going to do get content. This is going to return our children. So inside of this div, we're going to do, actually we don't even need this, we could just do fragments, and it's going to return our children like that. All right, so we got our get navbar, get footer, and get content. So now we're going to get our current use, make a get current user function. So right down here, do a const get current user and another try catch. We're going to do try, do a const response. It's going to equal await our fetch user. All right, and we can do some error handling here. So we're going to do if our response dot error, we're just going to throw, I don't know why it's throw a new error, and that's going to be a response dot error dot message. I don't know why I'm not getting autocomplete. You know, it's something wrong when you don't get those autocompletes. Let's see what's up. All right, so we got our try, const response. I can just do any for this. And that's going to equal await fetch users. And if our response.error, okay, perfect. And throw a new error. And that's going to do our catch. Do a catch. And we're just going to catch an error. And then we could just console.log the error. We're going to do console.log error. This error handling really helps when you're building a project, when it's already built and I already know all this stuff works. But I mean, it's good to have it because I'm not gonna lie, I had to go through a lot of trial and error. So this error handling really helps. And then we can do a finally, and there we could just do a return. All right, I'm gonna save that, and hopefully that works. And we're going to do a use effect. inside this use effect, we're going to check if it's not is public route. So if it's not, we're going to do our getCurrentUser function. And whenever you're using use effect, you got to make sure you use a dependency array. We only want this to run when the component mounts. Okay. All right, so now it's time to do our return statement. Return, I'm going to return a div with a class name of flex call, justify between, a min height of screen, and then also a BG of secondary. Okay. And in here, we're just going to run our 3 functions. It's going to be our get navbar, like that. Then we're going to run our get content, and then also our get footer, like that. All right, perfect. And we also need to export this. So I'm going to export default layout provider. Okay. So with that, all we have to do is wrap our children up inside of our layout, and we can actually test this out, and hopefully this works. Where are we at? I'm lost here. Always get lost. There we go. Layout. All right, so let's go ahead and wrap our children up with this. Layout provider. Give that a save. And we got our navbar. We got authenticated. We also got footer. It's not getting us styles though. Hold on. Maybe we need to add a min height on our body inside of our layout, maybe as well. So to do that, what we can do is we can wrap this up with brackets again, like that. Put a $sign. I actually here do backticks, $sign there, and then now we can write some extra class names. Do a min height of screen. All right, so let's just ignore that for now. Let's test and see if this works. Let's see, maybe our user, yep, it does, because the component mounted and we got our user here. So we're in that use effect. So we didn't even need to sign out and sign back in. I was about to head over to Clerk and delete the user, so that way we can sign out, because we don't have any. Actually, we can sign out. I believe we could just go to localhost.3000/sign out. But we don't need to do that because we got our user here. We don't have any quiz results because we didn't take the quiz yet. So yeah, we got our ID, we got our username, we got our email, profile pic, which is image.clerk, and I'm glad that that showed up because we actually have to do something inside of our next config for us to get access to that profile picture. So there's a few things we got to do. So first thing I like doing is React strict mode false. This and we're going to do images. Inside here, we're going to do remote patterns, brackets, and then we need a protocol, which is going to be HTTPS. And then we also need our host name, which is going to be image.clerk.com. All right. So we can have access to our images. We can close out of that now. And perfect. All right, I noticed that I was zoomed out a bit on the MongoDB, so it was kind of hard to see, but zoomed in a bit. So now I think it's time to actually start our navbar, and I know why it's like this, because we don't have any width set for our none of our components, so that's why it's lined up like this. So inside of our navbar, let's start off with this one. We're gonna make some imports here. Let's see. All right. So open up your terminal and we're going to install React icons. So npm I react-icons. All right. Let that install, and we're gonna make some imports first. We're gonna make this a use client, and then we're gonna import user button. That's going to be coming from Clerk / Next.js. We're gonna import link from Next, and then we're gonna also import mdquiz, and that's coming from React icons /md. All right, make some space here. And last but not least, we're gonna import user menu. User menu. Oh, we didn't create that yet, the user menu. I was confused for a second. So yeah, we're gonna create a user menu. Let's actually create that right quick. Inside of components, do user menu.tsx. Going to export it. Head back over to our navbar, and let's go ahead and import it here. Perfect. All right. So let's go ahead and start styling this thing up. So first, we're gonna have a div with a class name of pattern top 5. And then inside this div, we're gonna have another div with a class name of max width 1500 pixels, mx of auto, a width of 90%, flex, justify between, item center, and then a border bottom, border B, and then a pattern 5. All right, let's take a look. Should be able to see something there. Probably got to give it a refresh because I believe once we mess with our next config, it restarts our server. I gotta give this a second to reload. All right, perfect. We don't see anything there because we don't have any content in there yet. So I have a div, and this div is not gonna have any class name, but it's going to hold our logo. So we have a link. I don't know why that didn't. All right, so we're using link from Next.js, so we need to give it a href. Href is just going to lead us back to home. And this link is going to have a class name of flex gap1 item center. Inside here, we're going to have our h1, the class name of text2xl dark, and then a font bold. All right, and it's going to say CodeQuiz. Take a look at that right quick. All right, perfect. Okay, so yeah, it's really not, that flex cow is really not working. I had to go back and look at that. All right, so for now, inside of the layout provider, let's actually just get rid of flex call and justify between, just so that way we can start styling this up. Once everything finished, we'll come back and figure that out. Maybe we don't need it, to be honest. So let's head back over to our navbar, finish styling this up. So after our h1, we're gonna have our React icon, which is mdquiz. And we're gonna give this a class name of text primary, and also a text2xl as well. Let's take a quick look at this. This a refresh. Perfect. All right, so just to save some space in our code, we can remove text2xl for mdquiz and remove text2xl for this h1, and we can just add it here on our link class like that. Give that a save and it shouldn't change. All right, perfect. So after this div here, We're going to have another div. This is going to have a class name of MD block. By default, it's going to be hidden. Justify center. We're going to do a text, no wrap, and then an item center. I actually don't know why we did that, because we're not using flex for that. We could probably remove that. And then we have a span. It's going to have a class name of BG primary, PX of 5, PY of 1, rounded MD, and then a text white. And inside the span, we're going to do today's category is JavaScript. Like that. Let's take a look at that right quick. All right, perfect. So we can actually remove this item center, keep the text no wrap, justify center, keep the hidden and the block. I don't think we need any of those. All right, perfect. So we got that. And now make some space. This is where our user button and our user menu is going to go. So we're going to do a div, class name of flex, item center, a gap of 3, and then a justify n. Okay. That's going to be our user menu. And also our user button. All right, take a look. So we should just see user menu and then our user button, because we don't have any styles for it. But with Clerk, you get access to, that's why I say it's like magic. It just takes over your whole entire site. So we got our div, we got our user button. And yeah, I believe that is it for our navbar. Let's head over to our user menu right quick, and we're going to style this up a bit. I'm going to import link from Next. We're going to import useState, and then we also going to import a React icon. I'm just going to copy this over, save us a little bit of time. All right. So CG menu grid 0, that's coming from React icon /CG. All right, so it's going to set some state. We're going to do open user menu, and then also set open user menu. It's going to equal useState. By default, it's going to be false. Okay. And we're going to do some links here. Actually, let's do our use menu handler. So here we're going to do use menu handler. And in here, we're just basically going to just set our open user menu to toggle our open user menu. So basically it's going to toggle back and forth. All right. Don't know why I put brackets. Oh, I forgot the arrow too. Oh man. All right. So now we're gonna have our links. We're only gonna have 2 links for our user menu. It's gonna be stats and leaderboards. There's gonna be an array. We're gonna take in a name and our path, which is gonna be stats. So then the next one's gonna be leaderboards, and our path is gonna be /leaderboards. All right. So it's gonna write some JSX here. So we're going to have a div, and on this div, it's going to be a few things we're going to do. First, we're going to have a class name of textxl, margin top of 1, cursor pointer, and also a padding of 2. And then we're going to have 2 event listeners. So we're going to have on mouse enter. on mouse, enter. And this is basically going to set our open user menu to true. Okay. And next we're going to have our on mouse leave. And this is going to set our open user menu to false. All right. So every time we click, it's going to be open, false. It's going to be true, false, true, false, true, false. Okay. All right. So inside this div, I have a class name of relative. And here we're going to have our CG menu grid 0. Take a quick look at that. We should see like a little menu grid here. Perfect. And underneath here, we're gonna render some stuff out conditionally. So we're gonna do brackets. So if it's open user menu, we're gonna do the and, so we're gonna do the short circuiting method. We're gonna render out a UL with a class name of absolute, a BG of primary, a Z index of 99, a top of 7. You can play around with these numbers. These are the best ones I found. That centers it right underneath that that menu grid. Then we're gonna do it on small screens. We're gonna do a left of negative 60 pixels, and then on medium screens and up, we're gonna do a left of negative 80 pixels, a pattern of 3, text white, a rounded MD, and then a text center. All right. Take a look. We should see like a little blue thing there. There's no content in it, but as you can see, every time we hover, we get access to it. Okay. All right, so in here, we're gonna map through our links. So we're gonna do brackets, do links, dot map, and take in our link. We can also take in our index, that, and we're gonna return some JSX. So we're gonna do parentheses. And for each link, we're gonna render out a link tag from Next.js. And we gotta give this a key, which is going to be our index. And then we also can give it a href, which is going to be our link.path class name. We're going to give it an onClick. And this is for mobile. So whenever we click, we want to set the open user menu to false. We're going to do set open user menu to false, because when you're on mobile, that on mouse enter, on mouse leave kind of don't work. You just click on it and then it opens up and it stays open. So to close it, click on a link and it'll close it, or you can click off of it and it should close it. All right, and then we have an li, and this is going to have a class name of hover underline. In here is going to be our link.name. With that, we should have our links now, and we got access to them. Perfect. And if we click on them, we'll get a 404. So because we didn't create those routes yet. All right. So before we start our footer, I think we should just go ahead and knock out our hero section, because I'm tired of seeing this authenticated right there. So inside of components, we're going to create another file. It's going to be called hero.tsx. And inside of our, that's going to export it since we're here. Inside of our page, get rid of this H1. You can actually get rid of that and do fragments. And then we're going to do hero. All right, so let's import link from Next.js. And let's start stalling up our hero section. So we're going to have a section, and it's going to have a class name of relative. width full, a min height of 500 pixels. Sorry, I thought I was getting a phone call for a second. Flex, item center, justify center, and text center. In here, we're gonna have another div for a div, and it's gonna be a class name of px4 medium screens and up. We're gonna do a px of 6, and we're actually gonna use we're gonna do a max width of 1500 pixels, and max of auto, and a width of 90%. Let's go ahead. We're gonna have another div in here, and this div is gonna have a class name of space y2. We have an h1. This is gonna have a class name of text 4XL, a font of bold, a tracking of tighter, and then we're gonna do a small of text 5XL. Medium screens and up. I don't know why I say a small screens and up. We're gonna do a text 5XL. On medium screens and up, we're gonna do a text 6XL. And then on large screens and up, we're gonna do a text 7XL. And then we're going to do a text of dark. Okay, let's take a look. So we shouldn't see anything. Nothing's inside of our H1 yet. Do ready to take this week's quiz. It should be right there in the center. Perfect. All right, so underneath this H1, we have a P tag, and in here is going to say get ready to ace it, period. And this is going to have a class name text gray 600. Let's take a look. Nice. All right, underneath this P tag, actually underneath this div, I have another div, and this is going to have a class name of just margin top 6. And inside this div, we're going to have a link. And this link is going to lead us to quiz. So our actual quiz. And this link, we can actually make this, have this a class name. We're going to do an inline of flex, item center, justify center, a rounded MD, a BG of primary, PX of 8, PY of 3, text small, font medium, and then a text gray 500. All right, I believe that is, maybe we got some more actually, hold on. I had to scroll over. Text gray 50, sorry. And then we're gonna do a shadow. And then we're gonna do a transition. We're gonna do the transition of colors. And then we're gonna hover to be primary. We're gonna give it an opacity of 80. See how 80 looks there. Probably change that. And then inside of this link, we're just going to, say, ready MF. You guys don't know what MF stand for? Look it up. All right, so yeah, when we hover, as you can see, maybe add a duration to a duration of 500. There we go. All right, perfect. All right, nice. So that right there is our hero section. So we can go down to our footer, and we can knock this out right quick. Pretty simple footer. So it's gonna return a footer. with a class name of py10, and then we have a div inside this footer with a class name of max width 1500 pixels, mx of auto, width of 90%. Probably should have made a reusable class. Text center, and then we have a span in here, and I'm just going to actually copy this over. Inside this span is just going to be copyright 2024, all rights reserved by CodeQuiz.com. And as you can see, we see it there. Perfect. All right, so let's see. Okay, it seems to be. So the only thing is the footer is all the way up here, but we want it down here. All right, so I'm actually curious, and I want to see if this is going to work. So I'm going to make a style inside of the global CSS, and I'm going to try to add it to that layout and see if that works. Flex column works on that. So I'm going to do at layer. I'm going to try like this first. I'm just going to do flex, or I'm just going to do styles, I guess. And then the name of this is just going to be, I guess, flex col, like that. And then we're just going to apply flex col like that. I just want to see if this works. All right, so let's head over to our layout provider and let's add this class. So we got flex, and now we got access to flex col like that. I just want to see if this works. Oh, it seems to be working. But now we just got to do a justify between. And now we, oh my God. Okay, so that works right there. All right, so now it's time to add Sanity IO. But before we do that, I want to close out of all of this stuff, clean it up a bit. Have a nice fresh start. And as you probably noticed, we got a new file here, data.ts. So in the description, inside of the GitHub gist, or you can head over to the Git repository. I recommend downloading this so that way you can just copy over the questions, the answers, and the correct answer. But we will be using Sanity IO, so we're not going to even fetch from this data file. We're going to be fetching our data from Sanity IO. So this is just here just so you can have a general idea of the type of questions we'll be using. I got these from ChatGPT. I just typed in 20 hard JavaScript questions or something like that, and it spit out all of this stuff. So these are pretty hard, I'm not gonna lie. Some of these are pretty easy, like this one. It's pretty easy. Yeah, some of these are actually really easy. Yeah, so make sure you download this, and let's go ahead and head over to Sanity IO and create an account if you don't have one. I already have an account, and just click on manage, and I'm gonna do create new project. It's gonna give you this command. Head over back to your project and paste that command in. And it's going to ask a ton of questions. All right, so I'm going to create a new project. Project name, I'm just going to do quiz-YouTube, and use the default data set. I'm going to say yes. And it's going to be creating data set. And it's going to ask, would you like to add configuration files? Yes. TypeScript, yes. Embedded Sanity Studio, yes. App directory, yes. And then /studio, that's going to be our route, so yes. And clean project with no predefined schema, and then yes for that question. And it's going to take a while to install. All right, so it just finished, and for some reason every time I install Sanity, it messes up my Tailwind config. Probably did the same thing for you guys. So if you head down to Tailwind config, as you can see, the errors here. All you got to do is hover over it and just do quotes, and then click save, and that error should go away. All right, so we got Sanity installed. It made us a Sanity folder with schema and env. And if you look inside our .env file, it also added some stuff in here. Our Sanity project ID and our Sanity data set. All right, and it also inside of our app, it made a route. So we got Sanity Studio here. So you don't want to touch anything in there. All right, so what we're going to do is inside of Sanity, the Sanity folder, we're going to create a file, and it's going to be called questions.ts. All right. And here, I'm actually just going to paste this in there. I'm going to export default, and you got to give it a name. You got to give it a title, which is questions, a type, which is document, and our fields. All right, and we're taking in take a name, and we take in a name, which is question, title, which is question, and the type is going to be string. And then our answers is going to be an array because we get to choose, which answer is correct. So that's going to be type array. I'm gonna do of type array, and they're all going to be string. And then next one is correct answer, title correct answer, type is string. All right. So that is our question schema. So we can head over to schema and we can import that in here. Import questions. And all we got to do is inside of types, add questions like that. All right. Close out of that and close out of that. And now we're going to head over to our project. And now we can do /studio. All right, so once it loads, as you can see, we are getting an error. All we got to do is click on continue. It's going to take us back to our Sanity IO settings. Now we got to do is add course origin. And then it should reload and we should have access. All right, so we got to sign back in. I signed in with my GitHub. All right, so once we're in, as you can see, we got our scheme, we got our questions here. And we can create, once we click this plus sign, we should be able to create our questions. I don't know why it's going so slow, super slow. All right, so we got question there. As you can see, I still got some of the questions that I made before. We got our answers, which is going to be an array, so we can keep adding as many as we want. And we got our correct answer there. So, what I intended this website to be is basically, and that's the whole reason why I'm using Sanity for this, is every single day or week, as you can see, I put today's there. Every single day or week, a new quiz will come with a different category. So this week is JavaScript. So it shows, today's category, which is JavaScript for this entire week. So that's going to stay JavaScript for the whole week. And then, next week it'll be something like CSS. That way you can come in here and change up the questions really quickly with Sanity Studio. You don't even have to go open your VS Code to change all the questions for that week. And then, so it's that easy. So, I'm going to do one question, and then off camera, I'm just going to add the rest of them. So head over to the data, or if you guys want to come up with your own questions for now, you can. And just copy over this question, paste that in there. So that's the question. And then answer. We got number. We got string object undefined. String object undefined. And the correct answer is string. All right. Once we do that, we can click publish. And we got our question published. So off camera, I'm gonna go ahead and add the rest of these. I believe I got more than 10, but I'm only gonna add 10 here. So he has a bunch to choose from, 20. So yeah, I'm just gonna add 10 and I'll meet you guys right back. All right, so I finally finished. I got 10 questions here. So we can actually head back to our home page. And now we need to fetch these questions and we're going to send it over to our actual quiz. That's why we're going to get, and then we're going to get started on our actual quiz. Let's close out of that. Let's make a folder. It's going to be called quiz. And in here, we're going to have our page.tsx. Give that a save, and let's click on this button now, and it should take us to quiz. Perfect. So we got page there. All right. So in here, we're just going to return our quiz component, but we didn't create this quiz component yet. We're about to. All right. So inside of components, create another file, name it quiz.tsx. Same thing, I'm going to export it and import it here. All right, perfect. All right, so to fetch data from Sanity, we got to import our client. It's going to be brackets client, like that. Probably got to manually import it. So many clients there. So it's going to be coming from our Sanity or @sanity/lib/client. And we also going to import our fetch user server action. All right. So outside of our page function, so make sure you don't add this inside there. We're going to go on top of that. We're going to do an export cons dynamic equals force dynamic. All right. And then we're going to do an async function get data into a const query. Why are we? I spelled function wrong. I was wondering. I'm like, hold on. Okay, const query, and then we're gonna do backticks, the little star symbol. If I can find it. There we go. Brackets underscore type. This is all inside of Sanity IO docs, by the way. And then we gotta call out our schema, which is questions, like that. And we basically want to tell what we want to pull from this. So we want to pull the question, we want to pull the answers, and then we also want to pull correct answers. All right. Oh, this backtick is not supposed to end right there. It's supposed to end down here. And now we're going to do a const data that's going to equal await client.fetch, and we're going to fetch the query. And last but not least, we're just going to return data. All right. Perfect. So we got access to our questions, answers, and corrected answers now. We're going to do const questions equals await get data. Since we're using await, we got to change this to async. And then we also going to do const user. That's going to equal await fetch users, because we want to fetch the user ID. So let's go ahead and get that now. We're going to do const user ID is going to equal, you would probably think we'll just do user.id, but we can't do it like that. We got to do user.data.user.id. All right, perfect. And we want to send over these props to our quiz. I'm going to do questions. It's going to be questions. And user ID is going to be user ID. Nice. Oh, forgot the S there. There we go. All right, so we will be getting an error because we haven't received the props inside of our quiz app, but we're going to go do that here in a second. Before we actually start styling up our quiz, we do have to make an important API route. So inside of app, we're going to create a folder. It's going to be called API. And then in here, we're going to create another folder is going to be called quiz results. And inside this folder, this is where we're going to have our route.ts. All right, perfect. All right, so I'm going to explain this route. I'm going to paste it. It's not that much because we do have a long file ahead of us. This quiz component is going to be, I believe, 200, 300 lines of code. It's going to be pretty long. It's a bunch of features and stuff we got to add to that. So I'm going to paste this in here. So I am going to go over it. It's not too much. If you guys want to copy and paste this file, just head over to the GitHub repository or just the GitHub. It'll be quicker that way. So we're just importing our next response. Basically, these are just types: next response, next server. And down here, we are basically parsing the JSON body of the request right here. And then here, we're just extracting that data from the body. So we're using the destructor. I can't say that word, destructoring method. So we're taking user ID, quiz score, correct answers, wrong answers. And then down here, we're just basically trying to find the user from our database and make sure that we include the quiz results. And down here is where all the magic happens. So basically, what we're doing here is, if the user already exists and has quiz results, we're just going to increment their quiz score, their correct answers, and their wrong answers with the score, with the data that we get from our body. So for example, if I already took a quiz, let's say I took a quiz last week and I scored 100 on it. That was my first quiz. I got 100 points total. And I'll take one this week and I scored 30 on it. That this function here basically will make that score be 130 instead of having two separate scores. So just increments. I'm trying to explain it the best I can, but once you break it down, it's really simple. So just basically just checking to see if the user exists inside of our database and if they have quiz results. If they do, we just increment them from the data that we're pulling from our body that we're going to send over via post request. All right. And then down here, so if they don't have none of that, we're actually just going to create them new data. So we're going to create them new quiz results. And that's what that's doing down here. So really simple. And we're just catching the error. All right. All right. So now it's time to actually do our quiz component. It's a really long component, really complex. We got a timer in there. We got a bunch of functionality, and it's gonna be a long one. But we're gonna take it slow and have fun building this thing. You know, that's the most important part. So first thing we're gonna do is make this a client component, and we're gonna import use state and use React. I say use React, use effect. Use effect. All right. And then we also going to import, we're going to create another component right quick. It's going to be called StatCard.tsx. And we're just going to export it for now. Get back over to our quiz and let's go and import it here. So we are taking in some props here. We're taking in our questions. And we also taking in our user ID. User ID. All right. So let's go ahead and do an interface for this. So take care of our TypeScript errors. So interface quiz props. That's going to be questions. Question, which is a string. We got answers, which is a string, but is an array of strings. And then correct answer, which is also a string. And then we're not doing an image. All right, so this is an array, so we can put an array after that. And then we also taken in our user ID, which is a string, or it can be undefined, like that. All right, go ahead and add our type here. All right, so that got rid of that error. So now it's time to set some state, and this will be a bunch of states. So we got const active question. We got set active question. And by default, that's going to be use state 0. All right. And then we got another one, const select answer. And then set select answer. And that's going to be default use state. And that's going to be empty quotes. All right. Then we got const checked, then set checked. That's going to equal use state default false. All right. We got a few more here. Told you it's gonna be a long one. It's gonna be a long one. Let's relax and let's have some fun. Cons. This was going to be selected answer index, and then set selected answer index. And by default, this is going to be null. We can't just put it like that because we will get some errors down low. So we're just going to do number, or it can be null, like that. All right, we got selected answer. Select answer index, and set select answer index. Then we got const show results, and then set show results. That's going to equal use state a default false. All right, and two more. We got const results, and then set results. Default is going to be brackets. So score by default is going to be 0. Correct answers. Correct answers by default is going to be 0. And then wrong answers by default is going to be 0. All right. Now two more. We got const time remaining, and then set time remaining. That's going to equal use state 25. We're going to start off with 25 seconds. You can actually do however many you want, but we're going to do 25 seconds. And then const, I'm going to do timer running, and then set timer running. That's going to equal use state, and by default false. All right, so we got all our states set. Perfect. Okay, so now it's time to work on our timer, because this is what we're working on first. We're going to work on our, I'm going to do time remaining. So this should be just 25. So we should see it 25. I'm actually going to give it a class name of BG primary. I'm going to do a text of white. And do like a PX of 4, rounded MD, and then a PY of 1. All right, perfect. All right, so we get to see it there, and then we could do time remaining, and then seconds to answer. All right, All right, so then we're about to work on this timer first. So underneath all of our state, we're going to do a use effect. Use effect. All right, so we're going to do let timer. And this is a Node.js dot timeout. Make sure you set that type because you will get some errors. So we're going to check if the timer is running and time remaining is greater than 0. I'm going to do if the timer is running and time remaining is greater than 0. And we're going to do to timer equals set timeout. All right, and we're going to set our time remaining. We're going to take in a previous time. So we're going to do prev time, and then we're just going to return our prev time minus 1. So basically just decrementing it every time, taking in a previous minus 1, taking in a previous minus 1. So basically just going down. All right, and we want this set timeout to run every 1 second. Okay, so 1000. All right, and then we need an else if our time remaining is is equal to 0, we're going to run this function called handle time up. So we didn't create that handle time up function yet. Okay, and then after this, we're just going to return clear timeout of our timer. Okay, and since we're using use effect, we need our dependency array. So we only want to listen out for changes in our timer running state and then our time remaining. Okay, so we're going to do a const start timer. That's going to equal to arrow function, and here we're just going to do set timer running to true. All right, so that's start timer. I'm actually going to copy this and I'm going to paste it 2 more times. We got start timer, we got stop timer, stop timer, and it's just going to set timer running to false. All right, and then last but not least, we got reset timer. And this here, this isn't going to set timer running to anything. This is going to set our time remaining back to 25. Okay, hopefully all this is making sense. It's really simple. All right, and now we're going to do a const handle time up. So this is when the time is up. So if that time hits 0, we gotta tell it what to do. Right. So here we're going to stop timer. Oh, spelled it wrong. That's why. Stop timer, reset timer. Okay. We're going to stop the timer. We're going to reset the timer back, and then we also going to run our next question function that we haven't made yet. All right. Let's refresh, and I think once we refresh, the timer should start going down. Maybe not. Okay. You want to know why? Because our timer running is currently false. We never really set it to true. So let's go and set that to true. And now let's see. Refresh. There we go. Whoa. It started going down. There we go. 23, 22, 21, 20. But we're going to set this back to false. Okay. And let's refresh so it can go back to 25. Let's work on our on answer selected function first. because we're going to need that instead of our next question function. So we're going to do on answer selected. So we're going to do answer, which is going to be string. And then we're also going to take in our index, which is going to be a number. All right. We need our arrow. All right. So first thing we're going to do, we're going to set checked to true. All right. And then we're going to set our answer, set select the answer index to our index. Then we're going to run an if check. If our answer is triple equals to correct answer, this is supposed to be selected answer, set selected, sorry. And then down here, set selected answer. We're going to set selected answer to our answer. And then we're just going to do else. We're going to set selected answer to empty quotes. All right, so we can ignore this error here, this correct answer. Ignore that for now. So underneath this function there, we're going to do a const next question. In here, first thing we're going to do is we're going to set selected answer index to null. And then we're going to set results. We're going to take in our previous. And then we're going to return selected answer question mark. So if it's selected answer, we're going to take in to the spread operator, take in our previous, comma, and then score. We're going to take our prev dot score plus 5. All right, so we're going to add 5 every single time, but that's only if they get it right. And then correct answers, I'm going to take the prev dot correct answers plus 1. All right, perfect. And then down here, we got to make sure we do our else. Well, else we're just going to return dot prev wrong answers. I spelled wrong answers wrong. Oh my god. Where are we at? Wrong answers. And that's going to take in, that's going to be our prev dot wrong answers plus 1. All right. Okay, perfect. So we're still getting an error there, that's fine. All right, so right after this, still inside of our next question function, we're going to check if our active question is not equals to our questions dot length minus 1. If it is, we're going to set our active question to our previous. We're going to take in a prev, and then we're going to return prev plus 1. Okay. All right. I think I messed up the state here. This is what's really, that's why I'm like keep pausing. I keep messing up here. Set active question and active question. Now you guys see what I go through when I'm making these projects. It's even worse. All right. So and then we need our else because we're doing this if. So else, we're going to set show results to true. And we also want to stop the timer. We don't want that timer to be going. And now this is where we're going to fetch our API route. So we're going to fetch, this is after the quiz is gone. We're going to fetch slash API slash quiz results. And after this, we're going to do a comma, brackets. We got to give it a method, which is post. And we also got to do our headers. which is going to be content dash type, and that's going to be application.json. All right, so now we need to do our body. So our body is going to be JSON dot stringify. Right. And in here, we're going to send over our user ID. We're also going to send over our quiz score. That's going to be our results. Result dot score. And then correct answers. And last but not least, our wrong answers. Going to be result dot wrong answers. So now we need to do some error handling. We can do a dot then, take in a response, and do if our response dot then. I know we can do a dot then there, maybe. Let's see. Okay, I had to get rid of that. That's why I was getting an error. So if our response, so we got to do if it's not okay. So response dot okay. We could just do a I guess we could just throw a new error, and we could just type whatever we want to hear on network isn't working, fam. All right, and then down here we could just return our response.json. Okay, I'm gonna set checked to false, and we also want the timer to reset. Reset timer. Okay. All right, perfect. Now we can start styling this thing up, and yeah, let's see if this thing works. Hopefully it works. Okay, so we can actually just scroll down a bit. All right, so first thing, actually let's just cut this, and then whenever it's time to use it, I'll just paste it in there. All right, so we're gonna have a div. This is going to have a class name of min height 500 pixels. We have another div with a class name of max width 1500 pixels, mx of auto width 90%, flex, justify center, yeah, py of 10, and then a flex call. Okay. Now we're gonna render some stuff out conditionally. So whenever the quiz is done, we want to show the results, and that's the whole reason why we have this show results state here. Where is it? Show results there. So we need to basically render some stuff out. I wonder why this isn't answer is correct answer. We must be forgetting something. Hold on, guys. Okay, I see where we forgot something. Now it all makes sense. And this is this is why I was pausing throughout the video. I was a little confused. So we forgot to destructure some stuff out of our props that we're receiving. So we forgot to take out the question, the answers, and also the correct answer. And that's going to be coming from our questions with the index of active question. Okay. Forgot the comma. Okay, there we go. So now we shouldn't have any errors here. Perfect. All right, so inside of this div, if it's not show results, so if the quiz isn't done yet, we want to render out fragment, div, probably didn't need that fragment, class name of flex, justify between, margin bottom of 10, item center, and inside this div we have another div with a class name of BG primary, a text of white, a PX of 4, a rounded MD, and a PY of 1. Right. Inside this div we're gonna have a H2. And inside this H2, it's going to say question, and it's going to be our active question plus 1. Let's take a look. Oh, we don't have an else. So for now, let's just down here for the else, we could just return null, but we're going to come back and change that. All right, nice. So we see our active question there. Okay, so underneath this H2, we're going to have a span, and it's going to have slash brackets. It's going to be questions dot length. Take a look. So it should say 1 out of 10 because we only got 10 questions. All right, and I don't know why that is all the way over there like that. So underneath this div, we're gonna have another div. Maybe this will fix it. And let's have a class name of BG primary. Actually, this is going to be our same exact div as, so that right there. Okay, so this closing div here needs to come down here. I believe that should fix it, but this should, I'm not sure why that is like that. Let's see what's going on here. Let's put this span inside of this H2 like that. Perfect. All right, nice. Okay, so after this div here, we're gonna have another div, and we have an H3, and this is going to have a class name of margin bottom 5, text 2XL, and a font of bold. And in here is going to be our question. Take a look. So that is our first question. And then after this H3, we're gonna have a UL, and this is where we're gonna map through our answers. Through answers, that map. Make some space here. We're taking in an answer, which is a string, and then also our index, which is a number. And we're going to return some JSX, so we're using parentheses. We're going to return a li. And this li is going to have a key of our index. And it's also going to have an onClick, which is going to set our on answer selected. On answer selected, that's going to actually we're running an on answer selected function, sorry, and we're sending over our answer and also our index. Okay, all right, and we can also give this li a class name of cursor pointer, a margin bottom 5, py of 3, a rounded md. On hover, we want the bg to be primary, and then also on hover, we want the text to be white. All right. Okay. All right. So inside of this li, actually, we forgot one thing. So for the class name, we're actually going to render out conditionally. So we can get rid of these quotes here, and we're going to do, let's highlight it, do brackets, And now highlight it again. I'm gonna do backticks like that. All right, and so we got px3 cover text white. Let's do px3. We forgot that. All right, and let's make some space here. So now we're gonna do $ bracket, and then down here we're gonna do selected answer index. So if it's equal to our index, and the class name, the BG is going to be primary. BG going to be primary, and also our text is going to be white. So basically, if we click it, our BG is going to be primary and our text is going to be white. Also, if we hover, so check this out. We click it, see that it stays that color. Click that. Okay, so inside of this LI, we're gonna have a span, and it's going to be our answer. Let's take a look. Perfecto. Then we get our answers there. All right. So after this UL, we want our button. And this button is going to have the on click of our next question function. And also we're going to disable this button. So you won't be able to click next question if you don't have an answer selected. So we're going to disable this button every time the answer is not selected. So if checked, it's not true. And we're also going to give this a class name of font bold. And now we're going to render out this button conditionally. So if our active question is triple equals to our questions dot length -1, we want the text to say finish. Else, we just wanted to say next question. Next question, as you can see, is disabled because we don't have one checked. But now once we click, we can click it. Perfect. All right. So we can actually test something out right quick. I want to see if our quiz results is getting saved in the back end. So let's go ahead and just finish out this. Okay, disappears. Let's hit over to our MongoDB and see if it saves. And we don't got nothing. All right, I say we finish styling this up. A few more stuff we have to do. Let's finish styling this up, and then we'll take a look at why it's not saving in the back end. Okay, so after our button here, our div. So now we, instead of null, we're gonna return our results. So for now, we're just gonna put a div with a class name of text center. Okay, and then in here we're gonna have a h3 with a class name of text2xl, uppercase, and margin bottom 10. And this is going to say results. And I got like a little emoji. Just gonna copy and paste over. All right, so we should be at the results there. Okay, so we got to work on our stat cart. We're taking in a title and also a value. We gotta find our types here. So title is a string, and value is also, the value is going to be a string. It can be a number. And it can also be undefined. Okay. And then we're going to return a div with a class name of pattern5, a rounded MD, BG primary, text white, text center, and then text 2XL. And here we're gonna have a H3, and this is gonna have a class name of uppercase and text base. And this is gonna have our title. All right. And then underneath here, we're gonna have a span, and that's just going to hold our value. Okay. All right. So let's head back over to our quiz component. So underneath this H3, we're gonna have a div, have a class name of grid. On LG screens and up, it's going to be grid cal3. On medium screens and up, it's going to be grid cal2. And then gap of 10. In here, we're going to render out some stat cards. Stat card. All right. The first one, title is going to be percentage. And the value is going to be backticks, $, brackets, parentheses, our result, dot score, /50. And we're also going to times that by 100. So we got a 0%, and we also get an error. Okay, network isn't working. Okay, so there's something going on with our function. We must have forgot something. So we got our percentage, which I guess we got a 0. We must have got everyone wrong. Let me just go back and make sure. There's no way we just got a 0%. Hold on. And that's the whole reason why you always should error handle. Okay, yeah, so we are getting. All right, so I've been trying to get this to work for a while now. Not sure why. However, I just want to show you some of the changes that I made. So I did some little bit more error handling trying to get this to work. I don't know if you guys want to add this as well. So we did the dot, then we took in a response, and then we did an if check. If our response is not okay, we throw an error. And then we return the response.json. Then after that, I did another dot then, and I took in my data. And then I console logged if the quiz results was successful, then it just showed the data. And then I did a catch, dot catch, error, catch console logging the error saving quiz results, and then it showed the error. And then down here, we just set checked to false and reset the timer. So with that, I took the quiz and it's saving to the database, right? Everything is saving right. But the bug that we're having is that it's not saving the quiz results. I'm not sure why it's not, like, it's just showing 0 and showing that I've gotten every question wrong for some reason. So I say we finish up the stat cards right quick. And then we're gonna try to figure out that error. So this value is result.score /50 times 100, and then the little percent sign. So we can actually copy this. And what I'm gonna do is actually probably copy the ones over here. So we're gonna have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 cards. So this next one is going to be, we're sending over total questions and also the question.length. And then this next one's going to be, I change this to results. Next one's going to be our total score. And then the next one's going to be our total correct answers, results.correct answers. And then the next one's going to be wrong answers. I'm going to just change this to wrong. And then change this to results. Oh man. Results dot wrong answers. All right, let's give that a save. So it's showing our total questions, right? Showing that we got every question wrong for some reason. And also we also forgot to, so if you notice, let's head back over and start our quiz over. So if you notice, our timer is not starting for some reason now. So to fix that, underneath our handle time up, we're going to make a use effect. Do use effect. And we're going to start timer on our start timer function. But we don't want it to keep running forever, so we're going to return stop timer. Okay. So whenever the component unmounts, it's going to stop the timer. Okay. So now the timer's going. All right, guys. So it took me, I want to say, a few hours to figure this out. So the issue that we was having is whenever we completed a quiz, it wasn't saving our correct answers. It would just show 0 for everything. So you guys will never believe what it was. So if we head over to quiz page, I had an S here, right? And it's just supposed to be correct answer. Yeah, today's not my day. I just recorded, I want to say, an hour left of this project, or maybe like 30-45 minutes, and it just wasn't recording. So yeah, so I'm basically just backtracking of some stuff that I already did, which sucks. So now once we complete a quiz, now we have a percentage, we got our total score, correct answers, and wrong answers. And all of this is getting tracked inside here. Head over to quiz results. And then we got our total score. We got correct answers and wrong answers. All right, so let's go back to our quiz page. I believe we left off down here right after this. So we did a button and did an on click here. This on click, this window.location.reload, this basically just reloads the page. And whenever we reload the page, it just starts over the quiz. That's the whole reason why that's there. And we added a class name of margin top 10, font bold, and uppercase. And then inside this button, it says for start quiz. So those are the only changes made on here. Actually, it was one more change. We added a arrow for next question. So this little HTML entity, you can just head over to Google and type in right arrow HTML entity, and this will pop up. All right. So that is it for our quiz. So now it's time to work on our stat page and our leaderboard page, and then we'll be completed. So close out of this app. We're going to create another folder, and it's going to be called leaderboards. Inside here, we're going to do a page.tsx. Export it. And now we can actually head over to leaderboards now, and we should see page there. All right, so we're going to make a few imports here. Let's see, leaderboards. So we're going to import Prisma. This is going to be coming from our @lib. Don't know why it's like that. Oh man, I really need to go to sleep. @lib/Prisma, and then we're going to import image. That's going to be coming from Next. And then last but not least, we're going to import FA crown. I'm just going to copy this, paste that in there. So what I might do is actually just copy over some of this code, because like I said, I just did this and I wasn't recording, and just copy just a little bit of it and just go over each line. think it'll be faster and much easier anyway. So here we're just doing a const users await Prisma.user.find many, and then we're including the quiz results. So we're just grabbing all of our users inside of our database. And as you can see, we're getting an error because we got to make this a async function like that. All right. And now we're going to do a users.sort. We're going to do sort method, and we're also going to use the reduce method. So basically, it's going to sort the users by quiz score in a descending order. And ACC, I'm about to paste it. ACC stands for accumulator, and cur is the current value. So that's what we're doing here. So we got users.sort, and we just AB. This can actually be anything. We can do Antonio and Rogers, and then it'll still work. But just AB, and then we're doing b.quiz results.reduce. And like I said, we're taking in the accumulator, the current value, and we're doing accumulator plus our current quiz score. All right, and then same down here, we're minusing it. So like I said, we're doing by descending, so we're doing it from top to bottom, I guess. Yeah, like the highest to lowest. That sounds better. All right, and now let's go ahead and write some JSX. I'm actually going to type this. So we're going to have a div, have a class name. We're going to do a max width of 1500 pixels. Under mx of auto, a width of 90%, and then a py of 10. And here we're gonna have a h1 with a class name of font bold, margin bottom 4, text center, text 2XL, and uppercase. And here we're gonna have leaderboards with a like trophy emoji. Let's take a quick look. Wonder why it's, oh, got the dash for text 2XL. All right, perfect. And underneath this H1, we're gonna have an OL. I know you guys like OL, I never used that. We're using it in this project. Users.map, take in a user and also our index, and then we're going to return a li, and we're going to give it a key of user.id. And also give it a class name of, we're going to render this out conditionally, so we're going to do brackets backticks py of 4, then we're going to do $ brackets, and now we're going to check if the index is less than 3. We want the styling to be font bold, else we just want nothing there. So basically we're going to give the top 3 users font bold for their usernames. Okay, so inside this li, we're going to have a div with a class name of flex, item center, gap of 5, and a width of full. All right, and I have another div, class name of flex, small screens and up, I'm going to do a flex row, flex col, gap of 1, justify between, width of full, item center. All right, I have another div in here with a class name of flex, gap of 3, item center. Item center. All right, and here we're gonna have another div. I'm joking, it's gonna be a span this time, don't worry. Span, class name of text XL, and then a margin bottom of 1. All right, and we have render our index plus 1. Take a look. we only got 2 users in this project. The demo that I showed at the beginning of this video that had more users, so that's how the leaderboards will look if you have more users. But we only got 2 users, so that's why it's going to look a little bit weird. But just if you want it to look like the demo, just add more users. We got spin. I'm gonna render our image from Next. The source is going to be user.profilepic. Width is going to be 30. Height is going to be 30. And then the alt, do brackets, backticks, image of $ bracket user.username. All right. Then we do a class name of rounded full. And let's take a look. Nice. So we got our image. All right, so after this, we have a span, class name of text XL. And here we're gonna have our user.username. Underneath the span, we're gonna render out a crown. So if for the number 1 user, it's going to have a crown next to his name. So to do that, all we got to do is take in our index, and if it triple equals to 0, we want to return fa crown, and we're going to give this a class name of inline block, width of 6, height of 6, text yellow 500, and then a margin bottom of 1. Take a look. Nice. We got a crown next to my name. Let's get it. All right. So we got span, we got our div, and then we have totals. Underneath this div, we're gonna have a span. Oh man, span. And this is going to have actually no class name. I have total quiz score. I'm gonna do brackets, quotes, add like a little space in there. It's a little trick to add a space. Then we're going to render our quiz results in the user dot quiz results dot reduce. And we're gonna take in that ACC again. I'm gonna take in the current value, and we're gonna return ACC plus our current value dot quiz score. And since we're using reduce, we gotta make sure we add comma 0. Perfecto. All right, so now it is time to do our stat page. All right, so we can close out of this, and we're gonna make another folder inside of our app. It's gonna be called stats. And in here, we're gonna have a page.tsx. All right, so we're gonna import stat cart, and then we're also gonna import our fetch users. All right, and since we're gonna be using our fetch user server action, we gotta make sure we change this to async. And then we're gonna do a const current user is going to equal await fetch users. All right, so I'm actually going to copy this code and paste it in here. It's just a little bit of JSX, not too much. We most likely, we will get errors here. So it's showing that the current user is possibly undefined. So we could just add a question mark there because it's possibly undefined. I'll just add question marks there, give it a save, make sure everything works. So we got our stats there, perfect. So just to go over it, we did a div with a padding top and bottom of 20. And we got another div inside that with text center, margin bottom 10, text 2XL uppercase. In here we got our current user.data.user.name. So basically just our username. And then I added stats and a emoji there. In here we got our container, and it's just holding our stat cards. If you guys remember, in our side of our stat card, we're looking out for these props, which is title and value. And that's what we're doing inside of our stat page, which is basically telling the title, giving it the value. Really simple. That's why I just copied this part over. Title, correct answers, value that, which is our quiz results, that correct answers, and same with our wrong answers. And this is what we get. All right, so there is one bug that I'm glad I remembered. So if we let the timer run out and it automatically goes to the next question by itself, the timer won't start. But if we click on next question, the timer will start. So to fix that little bug, we can head over to quiz, and inside of our next question function, right underneath reset timer, I kind of want to see it happen. Oh, as you can see it, look, it went to the next question and now it's not starting again. So to fix that, all we got to do is call our start timer function like that. And now once it goes, as you can see it started again. So now everything should work the way it's supposed to. If I missed anything, don't feel free to message me on LinkedIn or GitHub or my Discord. I probably need to put my Discord inside of the description. I don't think I have it there, but I get a ton of messages from people all the time that they find small little bugs or small little issues in my projects, which is totally fine. Don't be afraid to message me, because honestly, I'm still learning. I started learning code last year, so I'm learning as I build these projects. So yeah, if you see anything wrong, see any issues, different ways I should approach things, please let me know, because I am eager to learn. But yeah, I will see you guys next video. Peace.